You were clearly a peerless prodigy with supreme divine bones, yet, because you stuck your tongue out before eating, your father heartlessly broke your limbs. He even personally dug out your divine bones to give to your younger brother, simply because your younger brother possessed the even more heaven-defying eyes of the azure heavens. Unexpectedly, he was plotted against and poisoned with a strange and peculiar toxin. Only transplanting divine bones could save his life. From then on, your younger brother soared to prominence with divine bones and double pupils. But you, because your foundation was damaged and your cultivation was crippled, became a laughingstock. Just as you were planning to delete your account and start over, your cheat system finally arrived. Good. As expected of the standard newbie perk for transmigrators, you rubbed your hands together. Eagerly, you were just about to check the newbie gift pack, when suddenly, a whimper came from behind. Holy crap! Startled, you turned your head to look. Your face instantly filled with astonishment. You saw a woman in a pink dress lying on the bed, at some unknown time. Her alluring body was bound by red ropes in a strange manner. Her clear, innocent eyes were filled with tears. Her mouth was brutally gagged with a rag. The scene was incredibly perverse. Seeing this, you inwardly cried out that you couldn't take it. Who put such a beauty on my bed? This is really too thoughtful. You are Xiao Yu. You leaned closer to take a look, instantly recognizing the pink-skirted girl's identity. She was a maid from the prince's mansion named Su Xiaoyu. Everyone called her Xiao Yu. You looked at Su Xiaoyu, who seemed anxious and wanted to say something. You quickly removed the rag stuffed in her mouth. As soon as the rag was taken out, Su Xiaoyu's first reaction wasn't to shout for help, but to anxiously call out to you, "Your Highness, you've fallen into a trap." Hearing this, you were stunned, not yet understanding the situation. The tightly closed door behind you was kicked open. Ruyan, they really are here. Two graceful figures entered first. The one who spoke was Lu Ruyan's best friend, Tang Xiaoqiao. Tang Xiaoqiao looked at the scene inside the room, a subtle arc appearing at the corner of her lips. She then walked over and took Su Xiaoyu's small hand. "Did this person harm you?" Su Xiaoyu lowered her head, her body trembling slightly, too scared to speak. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, with her cold and beautiful features adorned in a light yellow dress, was looking at you with eyes full of disgust. "Ning Bei, you disappoint me so much." You frowned, feeling that something was not quite right. At this moment, the memories in your mind were finally fully digested. It turned out that she was your childhood sweetheart, and you even had a marriage contract. After all, you possessed divine bones and had a powerful background. The Lu family's marriage with you would be a powerful alliance. Before that accident happened, Lu Ruyan had always admired you, until you lost your divine bones, and your cultivation plummeted, becoming a laughingstock to the whole world. Lu Ruyan became increasingly dissatisfied with you. Her attitude changed from enthusiasm to indifference, and even disgust. You had long noticed the change of heart of this beautiful woman, but you were unwilling to admit it in your heart. Combining it with the current situation, you immediately understood why this was happening. This was a trap. The heir of the dignified Demon Suppression King's mansion. To think that the heir of the dignified Demon Suppression King's mansion would secretly betray his fiancée and heartlessly prey on a maid by his side. If this scandal were to spread, it would definitely damage the reputation of the king's mansion. That way, the other party could use this as leverage to call off the engagement. After figuring out the reason, Ning Bei felt contempt for the despicable tricks of these two women. What's going on? At this moment, a graceful and luxurious middle-aged woman walked into the room with a frown, her eyes seemingly containing thousands of sword intents. She was Ning Bei's mother, Xin Yunqi. Known as the strongest female sword immortal in the Great Wei dynasty, she had the beautiful title of White Lotus Sword Immortal, and her cultivation was at the 10th realm of perfection. After receiving a hurried report from a servant, Xin Yunqi realized that something major had happened, and she rushed to the scene to find out the reason. Seeing the arrival of this beautiful woman with an extraordinary temperament, the two women felt a tightening in their hearts and quickly saluted. "Greetings, Aunt Xin." Whether it was the title of female sword immortal or the identity of the Demon Suppression King's wife, both were existences that could not be ignored throughout the Great Wei dynasty. Shen Yunqi's gaze swept over the scene and landed on Xiaoyu. Her expression turned slightly unnatural as she scolded, "Xiaoyu, why are you here? Who tied you up like this?" Xiaoyu opened her mouth, wanting to tell the truth, but the chill she felt on her back frightened her into silence. Taking the opportunity, Tang Xiaoqiao made a false accusation. "Anshin, Ning Bei is secretly colluding with a maid from the manor behind Ruyan's back. Luckily, we caught them in the act." "What?" Xin Yunqi was shocked. Was this really the eldest son she knew? How could he do something so ungrateful? Lu Ruyan, with tears in her eyes, choked with sobs, "Anshin, I never thought Ning Bei would be this kind of person. Or perhaps he has changed, become someone I no longer recognize. Please, you must decide for me." She continued to display her superb acting skills, appearing utterly distraught, as if Ning Bei were the heartless man and she was merely a deceived victim. "Miss Ruyan, don't cry. Auntie will seek justice for you. Shin Yunshi felt a pang of heartache. In her eyes, the other party had always been a good, albeit unbetrothed, daughter-in-law. Now that her future daughter-in-law was being wronged, how could she, the mother-in-law, stand idly by? Bayer, Miss Ruyan is your perfect match, yet you're sneaking around with other women behind her back, and a lowly maid from the royal mansion at that. I'm so disappointed in you. Without asking any questions or harboring a shred of doubt, Shin Yunshi immediately began to berate her eldest son, Ningbei. Perhaps in her eyes, her eldest son was already ruined, and even his character had deteriorated. In recent years, he had become increasingly self-destructive, so it was not surprising that he would do something like this. Seeing this, the two women exchanged glances, a subtle smile appearing on the corners of their mouths. Ningbei's heart sank to the bottom. He had underestimated his situation in this family. He thought his mother would at least have some doubts about this matter, but she didn't even give him the most basic chance to defend himself, and just accused him without distinguishing right from wrong. It was hard to imagine that her own flesh and blood was not as important as an outsider's words. Just because he lost his value, even that little bit of pitiful dignity had to be trampled on. How ironic. Seeing that Shin Yunshi was still chattering on, listing his faults. At this moment, seemingly influenced by the original owner's memories, Ningbei's emotions finally erupted, and he roared, "Damn it, shut the hell up!" Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone in the room was stunned, looking in disbelief at this familiar yet unfamiliar young man. Lu Ruyan and Tang Xiaoqiao were startled, their beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Especially Lu Ruyan. In her impression, Ningbei had been a filial son since childhood, always obedient to his parents. Even if he was reprimanded, he would never dare to talk back. What's going on now? After Ningbei roared these words, the system prompt suddenly sounded again. Ding, detected that the host has used foul language in front of his family for the first time, which made this system feel great. Reward, 10,000 points. What the hell? Ningbei was a little confused. His one sentence actually triggered the reward mechanism. System, what are these points used for? Grasping the key point, Ningbei secretly asked the system. Responding to the host, points can help the host exchange for cultivation methods and combat skills in the mall, as well as various elixirs and magical treasures. They can also increase related proficiency. The condition for obtaining points is that the host must perform actions that are in line with an evil god. The system responded. Actions in line with an evil god. Ningbei raised his eyebrows. The words evil god suggest a major villain. This also means that to earn points, he can't be a purely good person, he has to be rebellious and wicked enough. Perfect. In his previous life, he was timid and suffered endless scorn and oppression. In this life, he doesn't want to live so pathetically anymore. Whoever provokes him, he will deal with. Shin Yunshi snapped out of her shock, and a surge of anger quickly welled up in her heart. You're becoming more outrageous. Not only did you not admit your mistake in time, but you dare to show this kind of attitude. Her eyes held deep disappointment. This child used to be obedient and filial, knowing how to respect his elders. Now, he's like a different person, daring to refute her in public. Why should I admit it if I'm not wrong? On the contrary, you started nagging non-stop. Have you ever considered that you might be the one at fault? Ningbei retorted without the slightest reservation. Ding! Detecting the host's rebellious behavior, almost infuriating his mother to death, rewarding 10,000 points. You have some nerve. Shin Yunshi tremblingly reached out her finger, her chest aching with anger. She believed that it was her usual lack of discipline that had led to her eldest son becoming increasingly rebellious. He even attributed all the blame to her. Does he deserve her nurturing grace by doing this? Chapter 3, Giving You a Slap. Anshin, please don't ruin your health. Lu Ruyan was very surprised by Ningbei's change, but the more it was like this, the more beneficial it was to her. She couldn't wait for the mother and son to fall out so that she could muddy the waters and achieve her goal. Shin Yunshi patted her hand and said with a guilty expression, Miss Ruyan, and will definitely give you a satisfactory result in this matter, and will never let my Ning family's future daughter-in-law suffer the slightest grievance. Anshin, I'm. Seeing that the time was right, Lu Ruyan took 2 steps back, quickly brewing her inner emotions, and was about to say the matter of breaking off the engagement. Just then, Ningbei sneered. Marry her. Is she worthy? A low-class piece of trash like her, I wouldn't even want her if she were given to me for free. What? Everyone almost suspected they had misheard. Nonsense, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Miss Ruyan immediately. Shin Yunshi was shocked and angry, secretly anxious in her heart. Now that her eldest son has lost his divine bone and become a good-for-nothing with extremely poor talent, only a smooth marriage with the Lu family can maximize his value. If something goes wrong in the middle, the Ning family's losses will be even greater. Lu Ruyan felt incredulous that these words would come from the young man's mouth. What do you mean I'm not good enough for you? I, the dignified eldest daughter of the Lu family, a natural-born pride of heaven, am not good enough for a good-for-nothing like you. Do you still think you're the young prodigy with the divine bone and a limitless future? Ding, detected that the host has finally stopped being a simp and the two-faced fiancé's mentality is collapsing, rewarding 50,000 points. Ningbei's eyes lit up, secretly pleased within. These points are so easy to come by. Ningbei, what exactly do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. Lu Ruyan gnashed her teeth in anger, feeling that the situation was starting to deviate. Ignoring the murderous look in her eyes, Ningbei shouted, "You, surnamed Lu, listen well, I will break off this engagement today and I will definitely not marry you, this jinx." His voice was forceful and resonant, every word a gem. Break off the engagement. As if a heavy hammer had struck her head, Lu Ruyan instantly felt a sense of dizziness and a strong sense of absurdity surged in her heart. I've actually been dumped. According to the script, shouldn't I be the one saying these words? Equally bewildered was her best friend, Tang Xiaoqiao, who was stunned and felt incredulous. This is very different from what she had originally imagined. Little Yu, who was standing beside her, was filled with shock. What's wrong with His Highness today? He's completely different from how he used to be. In her impression, Ningbei had always been very considerate to Lu Ruyan, the kind who would come whenever called. He would send gifts on every holiday and had no complaints even when she disliked them. Now, he was probably so heartbroken that he was greatly disappointed and called off the engagement. You scoundrel, who allowed you to make decisions on your own? Xin Yunqi was both angry and anxious. She quickly turned her head to comfort the white-skirted woman beside her, forcing an awkward smile. Miss Ruyan, don't listen to him. Our Ning family would never call off the engagement. Anshin, since things have come to this, there is no point in making a scene. Ningbei and I are no longer possible. After I return, I will explain the situation to my father. Lu Ruyan's face was unsightly. Even though the annulment of the marriage contract was fulfilled, she was still very unhappy inside, feeling that she had lost out. Miss Ruyan, Xin Yunqi looked anxious, wanting to do her best to keep her. The consequences of this matter were too serious. She would not be able to explain it to her husband later. Xiaoqiao, let us go. Lu Ruyan called out to her close friend Tang Xiaoqiao and turned to leave the prince's manor. Wait a moment. Ningbei's voice came from behind. Lu Ruyan sneered. It seemed his previous show of strength was all an act. Now, he was probably filled with regret and was trying to persuade her to stay. Ningbei, let me tell you, there is absolutely no way we can. She turned around, but before she could finish her sentence, a slap came flying towards her face. Pa! The clear sound of the slap echoed in the room. Everyone was stunned. On Lu Ruyan's cheek, a faint red mark appeared. Although subtle, the humiliation was immense. Ah, how dare you hit me! Lu Ruyan was about to explode with anger. Her aloof goddess demeanor vanished, and she glared fiercely at the young man before her like a shrew. Her silver teeth ground together, and the rage in her eyes seemed about to overflow. With her cultivation at the fifth realm, she would normally have been able to easily avoid it, but she never expected that he would suddenly slap her. Ningbei quickly hid his hand behind his back, the whole hand trembling slightly, as if he had slapped a piece of meteorite iron. To be honest, it hurt terribly. Have to say, this woman's face is really thick enough. He endured the pain from his palm and sneered, "This slap is a gift in return for framing me." In his previous life, he was a pushover, squeezed and made things difficult for him at work. Not only did he not dare to fight back, but he would also wonder if it was his own problem. But in this life, he didn't want to suffer any grievances, and decided to take revenge. An eye for an eye. You just wait. Lu Ruyan's face was frighteningly gloomy. Afraid that she would not be able to help but take action if she stayed any longer, she immediately left this horrible place. Ruyan, wait for me. Tang Xiaoqiao quickly followed, and before leaving, she turned her head and glanced at Ningbei in surprise and suspicion, feeling that the other party was very strange. Ding, it is detected that the host not only publicly cancelled the engagement, but also slapped that bitch. It's so handsome that he has no friends, rewarding 100,000 points. As the system notification sounded, Ningbei felt extremely comfortable and his palm didn't hurt as much. At this moment, inside the house, only 3 people remained. Xin Yunqi's face turned green with anger. Could you, boy, you even dare to hit your own fiancé? What fiancé? Didn't I already break off the engagement? Besides, she hit me first. Why can't I hit back? Ningbei retorted. You're still quibbling even now. You've really disappointed me. Ruyan is such a good girl, always staying with you through thick and thin. With your current situation, it would be a joy for everyone if you could marry her smoothly. Yet you don't appreciate it and think about breaking off the engagement. Do you know the consequences of your actions and the impact on the entire prince's mansion? Xin Yunqi said, feeling disappointed in him. Such loyalty. Blag. Ningbei almost vomited. He wanted to explain, but he swallowed the words back. Forget it, this old woman wouldn't believe him anyway. I don't care, do whatever you want. Ningbei, looking like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, lay directly on the bed and turned his back, as if everything in the Wang residence had nothing to do with him. Seeing her eldest son's slovenly appearance, Xin Yunqi trembled with anger, repeatedly chanting in her heart to calm down, to calm down. Fine, when your father returns, you can explain it to him. See how he deals with you. Her husband, as the demon-suppressing king, basically did not stay in the Wang residence. He usually practiced military formations outside the city, constantly monitoring the movements of the northern barbarian demon race. Witnessing the entire process, Xiao Yu trembled with fear. Seeing Shin Yunqi cast a sharp gaze at her, she almost collapsed to the ground, stammering, "Madam, what are you still doing here? Do you want to continue seducing my son?" Shin Yunqi's face was full of disgust, her tone adding a hint of murderous intent. "No, it's not like that." Xiao Yu felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, shaking her head desperately, her voice filled with sobs. With a flash, the red rope binding her snapped. Shin Yunqi coldly said, "Go to the accounting office to settle this month's wages." "I don't want to see you again." Xiao Yu's delicate body trembled. She wanted to explain, but when she met the other's stern gaze, she instantly understood and said bitterly, "Thank you for your kindness, madam." Afterward, she walked out, dispirited. Shin Yunqi snorted coldly and swept out of the room. The room was silent. After a long while, Ningbei finally breathed a sigh of relief. This farce is finally over. System, open the newbie gift pack for me. Chapter 4: The Terror of the Human Heart. Okay, opening the newbie gift pack for the host now. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the evil god bloodline. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a supreme god level cultivation method, undying evil god technique. Suddenly, Ningbei felt that something was wrong with his whole body. The blood within him was boiling like magma, and his skin was as hot as a red-hot branding iron. Even mysterious black Lawenlu began to appear on it, and wisps of eerie exit emanated out. Ugh! Ningbei's face was filled with pain. His whole body shook like a sieve. He roared like a wild beast, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying. On the other side, leaving the prince's residence, Lu Ruyan touched her cheek where the red mark had already faded. She gritted her silver teeth in anger and resentment and said, "Damn it! If it weren't for Anshin being there, I would have severed that good-for-nothing's tendons." Lu Ruyan, proud and arrogant, still held a grudge about being slapped by Ningbei. "Ruyan, don't be angry. At least we achieved our goal this time. From now on, you are a free person." Tang Xiaoqiao comforted her. "But the annulment wasn't my idea. That good-for-nothing brought it up himself. If word gets out, where will I put my face?" Lu Ruyan's expression was unsightly. "Truly hoisted by my own petard. That's not necessarily the case. After all, everyone knows that the heir of the demon suppression prince's mansion has become a useless cripple, while you, Lu Ruyan, are a proud daughter of heaven among the younger generation and also the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Even if you are rejected, everyone will think that the heir realized he was unworthy and had no choice but to let go. So, think positively." After Tang Xiaoqiao's persuasion, Lu Ruyan's expression softened slightly. "I hope so. Anyway, I don't want to marry him. My husband, Lu Ruyan, must be a peerless hero who stands tall, not a useless cripple with such low cultivation." "You're so outstanding, Ruyan. You'll definitely have better choices. As for that Ningbei, he'll rot in the mud for the rest of his life," Tang Xiaoqiao said with a giggle. The two girls walked further and further away. News of the engagement annulment by the heir of the Jinyao King's mansion quickly swept through Tianhe City like a storm, spreading throughout the Great Wei dynasty. The entire world was astonished. That good-for-nothing heir actually initiated the annulment. Keep in mind, the other party was the young mistress of the Lu family. Although the Lu family's status doesn't quite match the Jinyao King's mansion, it is still a super clan with deep roots in the Great Wei, with powerful cultivators of the 10th realm overseeing the clan. Lu Ruyan, the young mistress of the Lu family, is even more beautiful and extraordinarily talented. So perfect and flawless, countless young talents wished they could win her over. And yet, this useless heir, actually called off the engagement. He must have realized he wasn't worthy of the Lu fairy, so he wisely annulled the engagement. He's sensible enough. A good-for-nothing with only a background to rely on is just a second-generation wastrel. If the Lu fairy married him, I'd feel it was a waste for her. Excellent, the Lu fairy is now a free agent, meaning I still have a chance. I must make a move. Many people believed that Ningbei was self-aware and took the initiative to call off the engagement because he knew he was not worthy of Lu Ruyan. Most people were sarcastic, mocking, and ridiculing him, but some felt sorry for Ningbei's current situation. It is indeed sad that the former young prodigy has fallen to such a state. In fact, regarding the matter of Ningbei digging out his own bones to save his younger brother, the public hardly knew the inside story because his father, Ning Qingsong, ordered a deliberate blockade of the information. Everyone assumed that Ningbei had encountered a mishap during cultivation, causing his cultivation to plummet. After all, his previous breakthroughs were so rapid, this possibility couldn't be ruled out. Demon suppressing King Manor. Inside a room, Ningbei, who had been unconscious for several days, slowly opened his eyes. His body had returned to its original state, no different from an ordinary person. Recalling the pain he had previously faced, Ningbei felt lingering fear and indignantly said, "System, are you messing with me? I almost thought I was going to die." "Ding, please rest assured, host, I was just implanting the evil god bloodline for you." This is an unprecedentedly powerful physique and a perfect match for the indestructible evil god art you cultivate, the system replied. Wait, my cultivation seems to have improved a lot. Ningbei noticed something. He immersed his mind to check the situation inside his body, and the result surprised him greatly. Previously, his foundation was damaged and his cultivation had declined severely, causing him to stagnate in recent years, always remaining in the first realm. Now that he has obtained the evil god bloodline, his foundation has been restored and his cultivation has leaped from the body refining realm to the core spirit realm. As everyone knows, there are a total of 12 realms in the world, namely the body refining realm, chi gathering realm, core spirit realm, spirit sea realm, fate platform realm, void writing realm, golden body realm, return to origin realm, enlightenment realm, nirvana realm, celestial realm, and true god realm. Each realm is further divided into the initial stage, middle stage, late stage, peak stage, and perfection. And Ningbei's cultivation is currently at the perfection stage of the core spirit realm. Reaching this realm meant that spiritual power began to emerge from his dantian, allowing him to use more powerful combat skills and techniques. Compared to the previous two realms, this was a huge watershed. Therefore, only those at the third realm could be considered true cultivators, marking an important step onto the path of cultivation. Although there is still a considerable gap compared to my previous fifth realm, I believe I can catch up soon. Ningbei's eyes flickered. Fifth realm cultivators could be considered experts in their own right at the level of family heads in small clans. They could enjoy good treatment even in large factions. Once, at the age of 16, he broke through to the fifth realm, setting a new record for the fastest breakthrough to the fifth realm in the Great Wei dynasty. Later, this record was broken by his younger brother at the age of 12. Remembering that youth who was once dying in bed, begging him bitterly, a cold glint appeared in Ningbei's eyes. His younger brother, Ningwak, was born with divine eyes and possessed monstrous talent, making him even more important than himself in their parents' eyes. If he hadn't been momentarily soft-hearted and agreed to have his divine bone extracted, that kid would have died long ago. How could he be so glorious today? If that were all, Ningbei, after transmigrating, wouldn't necessarily harbor animosity towards this younger brother of his. The root cause was that his younger brother was an ingrate. According to his previous memories, this younger brother of his appeared to be a gentleman on the surface but was actually extremely hypocritical and scheming. He originally thought that after his younger brother used the divine bone to escape mortal danger, he would be grateful to his elder brother, or at the very least treat him with respect. However, unexpectedly, this kid directly turned against him and denied their relationship. His attitude gradually changed from enthusiastic to distant and indifferent, even with a hint of contempt. Especially one time, the words he spoke to him completely exposed his ingrate nature. Brother, I know you resent me, but true powerhouses never complain about their circumstances. The fact that you've come this far is entirely due to your own lack of effort. It was evident that, in Ningwak's worldview, his achievements were solely due to his own abilities, with no relation to his brother's sacrifices, let alone any life-saving grace. Being extraordinary by birth, he was entitled to all of this. Even his brother was merely a stepping stone for him. Ningwak had completely forgotten the scene when he was 10 years old, lying in bed with severe poisoning, his handsome little face weak and pale, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes, clutching his brother's sleeve and begging bitterly. Thinking of this, Ningbei felt that the original owner's sacrifices were not worth it. You gave up a promising future to save your younger brother, but after your younger brother took off, he turned around and accused you of not working hard enough. Really, alas. Brother, rest assured. Now that I've taken over this body, all the grievances you've suffered in the past, I will return them all. Those who betrayed you, I will make them repay 1,000-fold. Perhaps it was due to the evil god bloodline, but Ningbei's entire temperament was subtly changing, adding a touch of arrogance and malevolence. The immediate priority was to seize the time and improve his cultivation. One had to know that Ningwak had reached the fifth realm at the age of 12. Now, 7 years had passed, and at 19, who knew what terrifying level his cultivation had reached? If it were before, catching up would undoubtedly be a fool's dream, but now, everything is possible. Next, let me see what is so extraordinary about this cultivation method. Chapter 5, Teaching the Little Sister a Lesson. Ningbei sat down cross-legged, and in supreme divine grade cultivation method appeared in his mind, the undying evil god art. In this world, whether it be combat skills or cultivation methods, all have grades, from low to high. They are yellow grade, mysterious grade, earth grade, heaven grade, and god grade. His father, Ning Qingson, relied on a heaven grade cultivation method to eventually become the demon-suppressing king, whose fame shook the world, and whose achievements surpassed all others. It is worth mentioning that the higher the level of the cultivation technique, the greater the difficulty of cultivation. Therefore, sometimes the higher the level, the better, and the most important thing is to suit yourself. As for the top-level divine-grade cultivation techniques, they have already been lost in this era. Even if they exist, not everyone can cultivate them. However, Ningbei possessed the evil god bloodline, which was perfectly compatible with this indestructible evil god art, making cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. Ding! Detected that the host wants to cultivate a cultivation technique. Do you want to spend points to activate one-click breakthrough? Breakthrough, Ningbei said without hesitation. Being able to skip the hard cultivation in the middle, it's so great to have a golden finger. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 points to break through the first form of the indestructible evil god art. Swish, Ningbei suddenly felt a chill all over his body. His consciousness came to a world of earth-shattering destruction, comparable to the end of the world. What came into view was a terrifying figure, similar to a human but not a human, similar to a demon but not a demon, similar to a god but not a god, similar to a devil but not a devil. That terrifying figure exuded an overwhelming aura of evil. Its vast body towered hundreds of millions of feet high, surpassing all living beings with absolute dominance. Behind its head hung a dark red halo like a great sun, its aura extremely bizarre, as if it were the source of all turmoil, the embodiment of darkness. Ningbei only glanced at it, and his mind was flooded with miserable screams, wails, and roars. Countless emotional voices intertwined chaotically, like a series of bombs detonating. Ah! Ningbei's head was splitting with pain, his emotions of horror and shock reaching their peak. The next moment, the towering, terrifying figure seemed to sense something and cast a gaze towards Ningbei. In a daze, Ningbei saw an unfamiliar yet somewhat devilishly handsome face, revealing a meaningful smile to him. Boom! Subsequently, the scene collapsed. Ningbei's consciousness returned to the real world. The terrifying scene he had just witnessed frightened him so much that it took him a long while to recover. What kind of existence was that? Why did it appear in my mind? A chill ran down Ningbei's spine, and his heart pounded wildly. Especially that strange smile at the end, giving him a chilling feeling deep inside. Combining this with the characteristics of the undying evil god art, could that guy be the first-generation evil god? It's truly terrifying. Will I also become like that in the future? Ningbei frowned. However, the situation is pressing. He has no right to choose and must constantly become stronger. If that day really comes, he won't regret it. Casting aside distracting thoughts, Ningbei began to examine the cultivation technique. The evil god art has a total of 9 forms. Each form grants different divine abilities. Now that he has unlocked the first form, it means he can initially use the power of the technique. Speaking of which, these 100,000 points of merit only unlocked the first form. How much will the second form cost? Ningbei asked. Ding, answering the host, the second form requires 500,000 points of merit, the system replied. 500,000 points of merit, Ningbei mused. Through the previous conflicts, he obtained over 10,000 points. Now, where could he find such a good thing? Just then, a spoiled and willful girlish voice came from outside the house. You stinky blockhead, get out here. Explain to me why you want to break off the engagement with Sister Ruyan. If you don't explain clearly, I won't spare you. The one shouting was Ningbei's youngest sister, the third child, the last child born to Shin Yunqi, named Ning Yaoyao. Perhaps the previous 2 children had used up all of Heaven's favor, as Ning Yaoyao, as the younger sister, possessed only mediocre talent. However, because of her noble birth, she was able to enjoy a large number of the royal palace's treasures, as well as the diligent guidance of Shin Yunqi, the current sword immortal, allowing her to reach the mid-stage of the 4th realm at the age of 16, making her one of the best among the younger generation. Being the youngest daughter in the family, and the apple of her parents' eyes, she was spoiled rotten from a young age. Now, she has developed a willful and headstrong demeanor. Brandishing the title of the Jinyao King's daughter, she struts around outside, and no one dares to provoke her. In Ningbei's memory, this younger sister of his was no pushover. She pretended to be a good girl in front of their parents, but outside, she was a mischievous little devil, extremely spoiled and unreasonable. Most importantly, after Ningbei lost his halo as a prodigy, this younger sister also revealed her true colors. She would make trouble for him whenever she lost her temper, and secretly, she especially liked to kick him in the butt, completely disregarding him as her elder brother. She even gave him a nickname, Stinky Wood, meaning he had to be like a piece of wood, never fighting back when hit, never talking back when scolded. On the other hand, Ning Yaya behaved as docile as a cat towards the favored second brother, Ning Wukei, acting cute and coquettish in every way to win his favor. Therefore, Ningbei loathed this younger sister, a typical opportunist who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Thinking of the points he currently needed, Ningbei sneered, "My good sister, your timing is truly impeccable." The shouting outside the house continued, growing more intense. "Stinky log, don't you play dead with me, young lady? If you don't come out, I'll kick the door down." At this moment, a girl wearing a cyan silk dress, with snow-white and smooth skin, and a well-developed chest, was standing outside the house with her hands on her hips, shouting and cursing. Her pretty and refined face was full of anger, looking like she was there to interrogate someone. Ning Yaoyao was very angry. She had always been particularly satisfied with this older sister, Lu Ruyan, because every time a festival came, Lu Ruyan would send someone to give her a gift, either a unique and precious piece of jewelry or a valuable magical artifact. For this reason alone, Ning Yaoyao highly approved of this future sister-in-law. As a result, as soon as she returned home, she was informed that her elder brother had taken the initiative to break off the engagement, which was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for her. Immediately, she came to find her elder brother in a fit of anger. "You stinky blockhead, you forced me to do this." Ning Yaoyao's temper flared up and she was about to rush over and kick the door to pieces. Just at that moment, the door opened with a crash. A slender and handsome young man walked out, a teasing smile on the corner of his mouth, his eyes seemingly looking at a lamb that had voluntarily come to his door. Ning Yaoyao froze in place, looking at the young man in front of her whose temperament had changed somewhat, and felt a strange palpitation in her heart, feeling a little unfamiliar. "My good sister, do you want to ask your elder brother for an explanation?" Ning Bei stood with his hands behind his back, smiling enigmatically. Ning Yaoyao regained her senses, secretly ashamed and annoyed. How could she be afraid of this good-for-nothing elder brother? This is really inappropriate. Stinky blockhead. Who is your good little sister? Hurry up and explain to me why you want to break off the engagement. Sister Ruyan is such a good person, is she not worthy of a toad like you? Ning Yaoyao's words were sharp and her mouth was venomous. She didn't care about her elder brother's face and reprimanded him disrespectfully right from the start. Ning Bei was not annoyed and smiled slightly. "I want to cancel the engagement, so I will. Why should I explain it to you? As for you, being my younger sister, you actually dare to speak to your elder brother in such an attitude. It seems you lack discipline on a daily basis." He emphasized the word discipline particularly heavily. Ning Yaoyao was stunned at first, almost suspecting that she had misheard. After she reacted, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Her silver teeth gnashed, and her eyes almost spewed out flames of anger, like an angry little leopard ready to pounce, tear, and bite at any moment. In her eyes, since Ning Bei lost his divine bone, his status in the mansion had plummeted and he had become completely without dignity. She would hit him whenever she wanted and scold him whenever she pleased. Ning Bei could only swallow his anger because of his lack of strength. Now, the fact that he dared to lecture her in a condescending manner was unacceptable to the usually willful and unreasonable Ning Yaoyao. "You stinky blockhead. Looks like you're itching for a beating. It just so happens that mother is in a bad mood because of you, so I'll teach you a good lesson on her behalf." Ning Yaoyao rolled up her sleeves and went straight for Ning Bei, striking him with a palm. Although she didn't use any combat skills, her powerful palm force was enough to seriously injure a low-level cultivator. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Ning Bei's eyes. Knowing full well that his cultivation was weak, she deliberately used such a cruel move. If it had been the original owner of this body, he would have been sent flying with a palm strike, vomiting blood repeatedly, and unable to get out of bed for at least a year and a half. What a cruel heart. Humph. Ning Bei sneered and thrust out his palm. The force was turbulent, carrying with it an overbearing momentum. Bang! Palms collided, stirring up a wave of air, raising the surrounding dust and fallen leaves. What? Ning Yaoyao's expression suddenly changed, and then an astonishing force shook her back several feet. Her entire arm was numb and aching, her bones felt as if they were about to shatter, and her palm trembled uncontrollably in pain. Looking at the unmoving youth in front of her, Ning Yaoyao's heart was as if a huge wave had been set off. How is this possible? This is definitely not the power that a body-tempering realm cultivator could possess. Ding! Detected that the host has hurt his sister for the first time, reward of 10,000 points. The system prompt sounded. The corner of Ning Bei's mouth twitched. System, the way you say that makes people think otherwise. Chapter 6, Made My Sister Cry. Ning Yaoyao came back to her senses from the shock and said angrily, "I don't believe you are better than me, take this." To further probe Ning Bei's true strength, Ning Yaoyao didn't hold back this time. Her attack was the profound rank high-grade combat skill recorded in the Jinyao King manner, the mountain shaking palm. As everyone knows, the higher the rank of a combat skill, the rarer it is. A profound rank combat skill is hard to find circulating on the market, and even if there is one, it would be auctioned off at a high price. And Ning Yaoyao, born in the Jinyao King manner, naturally doesn't lack this kind of high-level profound rank combat skill. Mountain shaking palm. Ning Yaoyao released a strong wave of spiritual energy, slamming out a powerful palm, and shouted, "Hee, I can do it too." Ning Bei didn't panic and, relying on the original owner's muscle memory, also displayed the mountain shaking palm in imitation. Spiritual energy fluctuations spread out, forming circles of ripples. This is the core spirit realm your cultivation has actually improved. Ning Yaoyao was shocked. She thought that Ning Bei would only be able to stagnate in the body-tempering realm for the rest of his life, but she didn't expect him to break through to the core spirit realm without a sound. So what? This grandma is at the mid-stage of the spirit sea realm. Thinking of her cultivation, Ning Yaoyao was filled with confidence again. The spirit sea realm, as the name suggests, means that the reserves of spiritual power are like a vast sea. Although there is some exaggeration in it, it is not something that the mere core spirit realm can compare to. Driven by the surging spiritual power within her, the power of the mountain shaking palm was enough to seriously injure a powerhouse of the same realm. Boom! A dull explosion. Ning Yaoyao's body flew backward, crashing heavily into a crooked neck tree. She couldn't help but groan in pain, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, her beautiful eyes revealing deep shock. What she didn't know was that, unlike her mediocre talent, which only allowed her to cultivate the mountain-shaking palm to the entry level, her eldest brother had already cultivated this mysterious grade high-rank combat skill to the great accomplishment level at the age of 16, greatly increasing its power. The proficiency of combat skills is divided into entry, minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection. Each stage of breakthrough brings a crazy surge in power, and of course, the difficulty increases accordingly. Moreover, there are hardly any cultivators in this world who can cultivate a battle skill to perfection, except for the person who created it. So, reaching the great accomplishment level of proficiency is, in a sense, the ceiling. Ning Bei mocked, "Stinky little sister, your skills are lacking. To practice such a good set of palm techniques so poorly, you're even dumber than a pig. You." Hearing these extremely insulting words, Ning Yaoyao's throat felt sweet with anger, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding, detected that the host made his sister bleed, reward of 50,000 points. Ning Bei's expression became unnatural. This system is toxic, isn't it? It's clearly a very serious matter, but it has to be overinterpreted. Ning Yaoyao gritted her silver teeth, and anger almost overcame reason. A long sword, 3 feet in length and as thin as a cicada's wing, appeared in her hand, named Azure Frost Sword. Unlike ordinary mortal weapons, this was a genuine magical artifact and of the highest grade. Those in the first realm used mortal weapons. Only upon reaching the second realm were they suitable for magical artifacts, and a top-tier magical artifact was something even 5th realm cultivators would flock to. Above magical artifacts were treasured artifacts, spirit artifacts, and divine artifacts. Given Ning Yaoyao's realm, using such a magical artifact was already overkill. Higher-level magical treasures would be difficult to wield effectively unless she later achieved success in her cultivation and obtained the advanced magical treasures her parents had given her. Today, I must chop off your dog paws. Ning Yaoyao angrily raised her sword and attacked, her figure as graceful as a startled swan, her swordsmanship profound and unpredictable. This was clearly a simplified version of her mother Xin Yunqi's White Lotus swordplay. Xin Yunqi loved her daughter very much. Knowing that her comprehension was average, she simplified her own White Lotus swordplay and passed it on to her. Originally a rare heaven-grade swordplay, in Ning Yaoyao's hands, it became an earth-grade, middle-rank swordplay. Even so, the power she unleashed with her cultivation was still extremely astonishing. Swish! A surge of sword energy came crashing down, far beyond what a third-realm cultivator could handle. If that's the case, Ning Bei, also recognizing the danger, secretly circulated his internal energy. Boom! An even more powerful aura erupted from his body, his pupils dyed with a bloodthirsty crimson glow like a blood moon. His long black hair danced wildly, and most strikingly, a bizarre dark red halo floated behind his head, making him appear increasingly sinister yet with a hint of divinity. Undying Evil God Art, First Form, Eternal Silence Dark Wheel. In the Eternal Silence Dark Wheel state, one's own strength can be greatly enhanced, including speed and power. What is this? Ning Yaoyao's pupils constricted violently, a premonition of disaster suddenly arising in her heart. With a whoosh, Ning Bei, empowered by the Eternal Silence Dark Wheel, easily evaded Ning Yaoyao's strike like a phantom. His speed was several times faster than before, causing many 4th realm cultivators to admit defeat. How can he be so fast? Ning Yaoyao was shocked to find that the other party seemed about to be hit by her sword, but each time he could skillfully evade it. Stinky blockhead, if you have the guts, don't dodge. Fight me like a real man. Holding a top-tier magic weapon, Ning Yaoyao felt a sense of powerlessness as if her fist was hitting cotton. As time went on, she became increasingly frustrated and anxious, and her originally impenetrable swordplay gradually became chaotic. Heh, you asked for it. Don't cry and beg for mercy when the time comes. Ning Bei was also tired of playing around and began to launch a fierce attack. In an instant, vigorous blood energy burst out from his body, like a rising sun. Ning Bei stepped according to the gang steps, impressively unleashing his fist techniques. Each fist imprint contained a heart-palpitating power. Pajun 9 Fists. This was a fist technique that all high-ranking generals in the Demon Suppression Army were required to learn, focusing on being powerful and overbearing, with each punch stronger than the last. Damn it, Ning Yaoyao was beaten back again and again, the blood within her body churning madly, making her extremely uncomfortable. She had a kind of illusion that she was fighting with a primeval remnant species. Is this the White Lotus swordplay your mother passed on to you? I think it's more like idiot swordplay, a perfect match for you, haha, Ning Bei mocked. Completely suppressed, Ning Yaoyao was so angry that she was about to shed tears and almost lost control of her emotions, saying, "You're the idiot, your whole family are idiots." Overwhelmed by anger, she subconsciously cursed herself as well. A typical case of killing 1,000 enemies but damaging yourself 800. Indeed an idiot. Seeing that the time was right, Ning Bei resolutely delivered the final punch. The momentum was like shattering mountains and rivers with a fist, majestic and grand. Boom! The domineering fist imprint shattered that snowy white sword radiance and together with the Azure Frost sword, sent it flying away, diagonally inserted into the distant corridor pillar. Not good. Ning Yaoyao's hair stood on end. She wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. That man was faster than her, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of her. The next second, a huge pain struck her lower abdomen, suddenly spreading throughout her body. Ning Yaoyao opened her mouth and vomited blood, finally collapsing to the ground, completely losing her fighting ability. Huff! After the battle, Ning Bei cancelled his state, and the round, dark red halo disappeared into the air. At this moment, his younger sister's stomach felt like a turbulent sea. The pain caused her abdomen to twitch, and large beads of sweat slid down her cheeks. Crystalline tears fell like small pearls. Ding detected that the host used too much force and made his sister cry, rewarding 50,000 points. Ning Bei's lips twitched when he heard that. System, please organize your language more carefully next time. But then again, teaching this ignorant little sister a lesson earns points pretty quickly. Thinking of this, Ning Bei revealed a meaningful smile. You blockhead, I'm going to tell mom and dad that you hit me. Ning Yaoyao endured the pain, her eyes filled with resentment, and gritted her teeth as she spoke. Ning Bei shrugged, not caring in the slightest. You are welcome to complain. It's your right. But when we get back, I'll beat you even harder, just like you used to do to me. Also, from this moment on, you are not allowed to call me blockhead anymore. You must address me as big brother. Don't be disrespectful. Perhaps spoiled and used to being bossy, Ning Yaoyao didn't realize the shift in their status. Instead, she acted like a young lady, putting on a fierce act, saying, I just want to call you that. So what? You're a blockhead. A blockhead. Slap. A resounding slap. Ning Yaoyao's cheek instantly swelled up, leaving a clear palm print, and blood streamed from the corner of her mouth. Realizing she had been slapped, Ning Yaoyao felt even more anger and humiliation, and shouted with a stiff neck. Ah, stinky wood. If you have the guts, kill me. Smack. Another loud and heavy slap. Ning Bei smiled, showing no tenderness or pity. Stinky wood. Smack. Stink stinky wood. Smack. Stink. Smack. 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 Several slaps landed hard and fast. Ning Yaoyao's eyes saw stars, her head buzzed, and she couldn't tell east from west for a moment. Her hair was disheveled, her cheeks were swollen like a pig's head, and blood was flowing from her nostrils. She no longer resembled her previous delicate and lovely self. Ning Bei, still smiling, said, My good sister, do you know what to call me now? Looking at the smiling, handsome young man in front of her, a bone-chilling coldness rose from the depths of Ning Yaoyao's heart. She had no doubt that if she continued to be stubborn, she might be beaten to death. Thinking of this, she opened her mouth. Seeing this, Ning Bei raised his hand to continue hitting her, scaring Ning Yaoyao to kneel on the ground and beg bitterly, Big brother, don't hit me. Little sister knows she was wrong, boo-hoo. Chapter 7, Big brother, you're so good to me. His palm suddenly hovered in the air, then gently landed on the woman's head. Ning Bei looked at her with a gentle expression and stroked her head. Good girl, that's right. It's good to correct your mistakes, you're still a good child. What he didn't know was that, set against the backdrop of the evil god Halo, his smile was incredibly eerie. Coupled with his soft, gentle voice, he was as terrifying as a devil. Ning Yaoyao was so frightened that she trembled all over, lowered her head, and sobbed, her inner shadow infinitely magnified. Ding detected that the host has completely conquered his little sister. The whole process was simple and brutal, even I, as the system, couldn't help but cheer. Rewarding 100,000 points. Ding, a free draw on the advanced roulette has been triggered. Do you want to use it? A system notification sounded. Ning Bei's eyes lit up. There's such a good thing. Use it. Drawing. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine grade movement technique, Chaos Lightning Shadow Steps. Ning Bei's breathing hitched. Has his luck exploded? As far as he knew, the Demon Suppression King Manor had once collected a heaven grade low rank movement technique, but the entry requirements were extremely strict, requiring one to reach the 7th realm. Logically speaking, this divine grade movement technique should be many times more difficult, but fortunately he had the system as his golden sheet, and as long as he had enough points, he could break through proficiency. After all, on the road to becoming a Cthulhu, being enemies with the whole world is normal practice, so running fast is very necessary. As long as you don't die, you can develop like crazy. Continue to stir up trouble. Jia. Ning Bei was in a great mood and subconsciously let out the classic laughter of a villain. Perhaps it was because he was too immersed in the role, but his laughter became more and more unbridled and arrogant, like a frenzied demon. Hearing this strange laughter, Ning Yaoyao stopped sobbing, raised her head with tear-streaked face in surprise and doubt, and seeing this bizarre scene, her leaping heart almost stopped. Poor her, or had she ever seen such a scene? Her body and mind had already suffered serious damage, and now she was even more frightened out of her wits. Her eyes rolled back and she actually fainted. Ding detected that the host, because of laughing too pervertedly, has scared his sister into a permanent psychological shadow, rewarding 100,000 points. Ning Bei's laughter stopped abruptly, and a big question mark appeared on his forehead. Holy crap, this works too! Ning Bei was speechless. But for the sake of so many points, he was too lazy to bother with such things. Or, I can first learn the chaotic lightning shadow step. Currently, he has more than 400,000 points. Spending a portion of the points to reach the entry level is not a loss for him at all. Ding, detected that the host wants to learn the chaotic lightning shadow step. Do you want to enable one-click breakthrough? Breakthrough, Ningbei said decisively. Anyway, his sister was in his hands, and he could continue farming points if he didn't have enough. He had no pity for this sister at all. If he hadn't become strong, he would have been the one suffering next. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 points to successfully break through the Chaos Thunder Shadow step to the entry level. In the blink of an eye, Ningbei mastered this divine movement technique. He frantically mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and wisps of palpitating black lightning escaped from his body. The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot out of thin air. Swish, swish, swish. Throughout the huge arena, blurry phantoms appeared from time to time, dragging streaks of black lightning along the way. The speed was extremely fast, like lightning. After about a dozen breaths, Ningbei returned to the spot, and the black thunder light surrounding him gradually dissipated. Compared to before he used it, the speed just now was completely different. Now, even if a dozen Ning Yao Yao besieged him, they wouldn't be able to hurt a single hair on his head. The only drawback is the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. It's still too difficult to use this divine-grade movement technique with his current cultivation level. Ningbei opened the system shop and was immediately stunned by the dazzling array of elixirs, combat skills, cultivation methods, and magical treasures. I should break through to the 4th realm first. After thinking for a moment, Ningbei decided to spend 50,000 points to purchase a top-tier heavenly spirit pill to break through to the spiritual sea realm. Once he reaches the spiritual sea realm, the spiritual energy within his body will increase 100-fold, which is fundamentally incomparable to the Dan spirit realm. This is also why Ning Yao Yao was so confident before. Unfortunately, she encountered a super freak, otherwise she wouldn't have been so miserably abused. After redeeming the heavenly spirit pill, Ningbei went to a nearby pavilion, sat down cross-legged, swallowed the pill, and began his breakthrough. In the courtyard, not knowing how much time had passed, Ning Yao Yao suddenly woke up from a nightmare, breaking out in a cold sweat. In the dream, she was relentlessly slapped by a demon who looked just like her elder brother. In the end, the demon let out an extremely strange laugh, which was unbearable, causing her to wake up. My face, why does it hurt so much? Ning Yao Yao took out a mirror she carried with her. When she saw the pig-like face in the mirror, beaten beyond recognition, she was so frightened that the mirror fell to the ground, and she burst into tears with a wail. Ah, a ghost. She realized that it was all real. I must leave here quickly. Ning Yao Yao scrambled to her feet, trying to flee this place. Little sister, where are you going? Suddenly, a mocking voice floated over. Ningbei's eyes shone brightly. Having just broken through, the aura around him was much stronger than before. Thanks to the heavenly spirit pill and his terrifying talent, he not only broke through as desired but also reached the perfected spirit sea realm in one fell swoop. At this rate, he believed that he would soon be able to return to the 5th realm. In a great mood, Ningbei sat in the pavilion, leisurely brewing tea. Seeing his younger sister wake up, he immediately called out to her. Ning Yao Yao froze on the spot as if she had been immobilized. Turning her head, she saw the young man looking at her with a smile. The fear in her heart surged like a flood, and a chill ran down her spine. Big brother. Having learned from her previous lesson, she didn't dare call him by his nickname again. Seeing his sister become so sensible and obedient, Ningbei felt very gratified. His painstaking efforts had not been in vain. Little sister, come over here to big brother. Ning Yao Yao hesitated for a moment and had no choice but to brace herself and walk over. In the next second, Ningbei suddenly raised his hand. Ning Yao Yao thought she was going to be slapped again. She instinctively closed her eyes, her delicate body trembling with nervousness. However, this time Ningbei wasn't going to hit her. A delicate and small jade cream appeared in his hand. Take it. This will help with the injuries on your face, and it also has a whitening effect on the skin after application. Consider it a small compensation from your older brother. Ah. Ning Yao Yao opened her eyes, and upon seeing this, her beautiful eyes widened larger than bells, filled with disbelief. This sudden care made it difficult for Ning Yao Yao, whose body and mind had been hurt, to adapt. For a moment, she didn't dare reach out to take it. Ningbei said sternly, "Do you think your older brother would harm you? Take it quickly, and try applying some." Under pressure, Ning Yao Yao braced herself and took the jade cream. Tentatively, she opened it and a refreshing fragrance wafted out, not like something poisonous. Brother, is this really okay? I'm afraid Ning Yao Yao was still uneasy, her eyes brimming with tears. Ningbei pretended to be solemn and said, "You can try it on the spot. If there's a problem, your brother will smash it." Forced by the situation, Ning Yao Yao dipped a little jade balm with her finger and carefully applied it to her red and swollen cheek. Suddenly, she felt a cool sensation on that spot on her face. Alarmed, she quickly took out a mirror to check and was surprised to discover that the area where she had applied the balm had miraculously reduced the swelling and had even become more tender and white. Heavens! Ning Yao Yao couldn't believe it was real. The effect of this jade bomb was too powerful. It was 10,000 times better than all the beauty pills she had used before. Most importantly, it instantly healed even the wounds on her face. There was no need to worry about disfigurement at all. Everyone has a love for beauty, especially a young girl like Ning Yaoyao, who definitely values her face more than her life. Immediately, she cast aside her wariness and unhesitatingly applied more jade bomb to her face. Her entire face instantly felt cool, as if it were immersed in ice water. Looking in the mirror again, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the injuries on her face had healed. Moreover, the skin on her face was even more tender, smooth, and firm, as white as if it were glowing, and her beauty had directly risen to another level. Ning Yaoyao was overjoyed and turned to look at the young man in front of her. "Thank you, big brother." At first, she was both afraid and hateful of Ning Bei. As a result, the other party gave her such a good thing, and the hatred in her heart suddenly dissipated a lot, and a sense of gratitude emerged inexplicably. "After all, you are my sister, so I will naturally be good to you. I hope you don't take those unpleasant things from before to heart," Ning Bei said in a gentle manner, looking like a caring big brother. But while saying this, the corner of his mouth curved into an imperceptible arc, and he secretly said in his heart, "My good sister, enjoy it with peace of mind, he. In fact, that box of jade paste was not an external object but was bought by Ning Bei in the system store for 100 points, called Yang Snow Jade Paste. Although applying it to the face can achieve the effects of whitening and rejuvenating the skin, the side effect is that after a period of time, the face will begin to fester and ulcerate. To suppress this symptom, one can only continue to apply this jade cream. Even a celestial being couldn't help. Poor Ning Yaoyao still naively believes that her elder brother is just giving her a sweet date after a slap on the face. But what he gave wasn't a sweet date at all, but a poisonous one. Ning Bei didn't feel any guilt about this because he had already seen through his sister's true colors, so he wouldn't have any soft-heartedness. Ding, detected that the host is rottenly evil, using despicable means to scheme against his sister, rewarded with 100,000 points, the system prompt sounded. Ning Bei was indifferent. "Is it my fault?" The pitiful Ning Yaoyao was still kept in the dark. Hearing her elder brother's sincere words, the last bit of resentment and resistance in her heart also dissipated, replaced by a deep sense of being moved. As expected, my elder brother still loves me very much. Chapter 8, Heaven-Defying Parents. "Brother, your little sister is here to make tea for you. Please drink slowly." Ning Yaoyao carefully put away the jade bomb as if it were a treasure. Then, she deftly made a cup of tea, thoughtfully blew on it before putting it to her lips, and respectfully handed it to Ning Bei, saying attentively, Ning Bei nodded, took the tea, and leisurely drank it, feeling particularly comfortable. "Brother, where did you get this magical jade bomb?" "Little sister wants a few more boxes," Ning Yaoyao couldn't help but ask tentatively. After all, with such remarkable whitening effects, if this product were launched on the market, it would definitely set off a frenzy. Given her status, it's impossible that she wouldn't know about it, so she's very curious about the source of this jade bomb. Ning Bei smiled meaningfully and said, "You don't need to ask about anything else. In short, your big brother has plenty. When you run out, you can always ask me for more. There's enough for you." "Thank you, big brother, you're so good to your little sister." Seeing this, Ning Yaoyao wisely stopped asking questions and said sweetly. Just as the siblings were putting on a heartwarming and harmonious act, a family general from the prince's mansion rushed over to report. "Young master, the prince wants you to come over immediately." "Oh." A sharp glint flashed in Ning Bei's eyes. That person was his father in this life, the famous demon-suppressing king, and also the originator of digging out his divine bone back then. Calling him over at this time, combined with the recent matter of the annulled engagement, the purpose was self-evident. "Big brother, don't be afraid. After all, you are so powerful now, father will definitely consider the situation and forgive you." Ning Yaoyao rolled her eyes and pretended to comfort him. Having been severely taught a lesson, she already knew that her big brother was no longer a good-for-nothing. His status in the mansion would also improve in the future, so she had to take this opportunity to perform well. "I need his forgiveness." Ning Bei sneered, his eyes full of contempt. His cultivation was improving too quickly. If he went, that guy would definitely notice, and there would be some trouble. But fortunately, he possessed the bloodline of the evil god, which allowed him to perfectly conceal his cultivation. Even if a true god were to arrive in person, they would not be able to see through his true strength. Having broken through the fourth realm, he had already figured out the advantages of the evil god's bloodline. It was indeed evil enough. "I want to see what tricks this old bastard is up to." 10 minutes later, Ning Bei calmly stepped into the main hall. As soon as he entered, he felt the air pressure was very low. His mother, Shin Yunchi, was standing to the side, her face not looking too good. In the main seat at the front, sat a middle-aged man wearing a purple gold crown and a gilded black robe. His eyebrows slanted upwards into his temples, he had a goatee, and his eyes contained a restrained divine light, burning and compelling. He possessed an inherent aura of domineering kingship. He was the peerless powerhouse of this era, the demon-quelling king, Ning Qingsong. Seeing his eldest son appear, Ning Song slammed the table and angrily rebuked, "Rebellious son, what is your crime?" The angry roar was like thunder, echoing and reverberating. Ning Bei remained indifferent, coldly watching this middle-aged man. In the eyes of the outside world, his father is a great hero admired by the world, deeply loved by the people, and his image can be described as glorious and tall, without any shortcomings. But in his eyes, he is a selfish and self-interested old fogey who cares extremely about face, has a pedantic and conservative mindset, and is good at oppressive education. Back then, the original owner trusted this guy too much and agreed to have his divine bone extracted. As a result, after losing his value, he was subjected to all kinds of contempt, disgust, and neglect in this family. Ning Bei's heart is filled with disgust for this hypocritical father. "Heh, what have I done wrong?" Ning Bei was not flustered, and sneered. Ning Song was stunned, never expecting his eldest son to dare to talk back. His chest was about to explode with anger, and he questioned, "Who allowed you to make decisions on your own and break off the engagement with the Lu family? Don't you know that marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers? You have no right to choose." Ning Bei said, "What a no right to choose? Anyway, I have already broken off the engagement. That Lu Ruyan is simply not worthy of me." Ning Song laughed in anger. "What do you mean not worthy of you? She is at least the direct daughter of the Lu family, a proud and outstanding figure of the younger generation. And what about you? Apart from the title of heir to the Demon Suppression King Manor, what else is worth praising? You are still stuck in the body refining realm, making no progress. You have utterly disgraced my old face." At this point, Ning Song's eyes showed disappointment, looking like he wished Ning Bei could be made of steel. His eldest son was once his pride, but he never expected that since that incident, all the glory had faded away, and he had fallen into a good-for-nothing with extremely poor talent. It's such a disgrace to him. Even though Ning Bei was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He roared, "Why did I become like this? Don't you, as my father, have any idea why? Back then, when my younger brother was critically injured, you kept urging me to extract my divine bone to save him because, in your heart, my brother had greater potential for growth. For the sake of the family's grand future, I was expendable. Fine, for the sake of my family, I was willing to sacrifice myself, exchanging my divine bone for my brother's life. This led to my cultivation regressing, my foundation being damaged, and becoming a laughingstock to the entire world. Even so, I had no regrets. But how did you treat me? Just because I lost my value, you started to dislike and neglect me. I have no status in this family and am subjected to endless contempt. Now, it's turned out well. You're blaming me for being worthless and disgracing your title as the Demon Suppressing King. I ask you, isn't my current state all you're doing? The one who should be admitting fault isn't me, it's you." Perhaps due to disharmony in his previous family, coupled with the influence of the original owner's memories, Ning Bei's pent-up emotions instantly erupted. Years of dissatisfaction and resentment poured out. At this moment, he pointed a finger at the middle-aged man in front of him and roared, "There are parents in this world who clearly break your wings of flight with their own hands, yet turn around and accuse you of not knowing how to fly. As if your lack of success in this life is due to your own reasons. As for their mistakes, they don't mention a single word." And Ning Song is a very typical example. It was clearly he who single-handedly created the tragedy of his eldest son, but he didn't realize it was his own problem. Instead, he turned around and blamed his eldest son for being unpromising. Ning Bei, after transmigrating, was not used to his behavior and directly started the furious rebuttal mode. Ding, detected that the host has furiously rebuked an old coot for the first time, rewarding 50,000 points. Bayer, you mother Shin Yunshi looked astonished, as if she was meeting her eldest son for the first time. It should be known that in the past, as long as her husband spoke, Ning Bei would not dare to disobey in the slightest. He always appeared obedient and would immediately lower his head and admit his mistakes when scolded. However, Ning Bei's temperament has changed drastically now. He not only ignores his father's authority but also dares to talk back to his face. The most shocked person was none other than his father, Ning Song. The key point is that Ning Bei's words were sharp and insightful, directly hitting his sore spot as if tearing off a fig leaf. For a moment, Ning Song, unable to refute, felt that he had lost all face. He was so angry that he instantly turned red, veins popping out on his forehead. A monstrous rage erupted from the bottom of his heart, sweeping through his chest as if to burn his entire body. What a joke! A son lecturing his father. How could there be such an absurd thing in the world? Immediately, he slammed the table and stood up, unable to bear it any longer. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "Insolent child. No matter what, it's not your turn to lecture me." Ning Song felt that as a father, even if he had made a grave mistake, his child should not criticize him. Where would that leave his dignity? Besides, as the heir of the Demon Suppression King's mansion, he already possessed the greatest protective charm. What more could he want? Moreover, his usual reprimands towards Ning Bei were intended to temper him, making him stronger and more resilient. Yet, this boy not only failed to understand his good intentions but also turned around and blamed him. He was truly too insensible. Bayer, quickly apologize to your father and let's just drop this matter, Shin Yunshi said, seeing the gravity of the situation, stepping forward to smooth things over. Ningbei glanced at her askance. I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Shin Yunshi sighed. Bayer, mother knows you've endured much grievance these past few years. Your father simply expresses himself poorly. But as a son, you shouldn't be so disrespectful to your parents. After all, we raised you. You should know how to be grateful. These words made Ningbei feel nauseous. He had underestimated the original owner's parents' ability to defy the heavens. They were truly birds of a feather. Just indulge him. Look at the mess he's made now. It's laughable that I, Ning Qingsong, with all my life's achievements, would raise such an unaccomplished son. The more Ning Qingsong spoke, the more agitated he became, as if he were the biggest victim. Ningbei was so angered he laughed. In that case, I won't stay in this family any longer. Whether I live or die outside from now on, it will have nothing to do with the Ning family. His tone was firm and resolute, containing a sense of determination. After speaking, he turned and left without looking back. Chapter 9 Goal. Ning Qingsong stood there dumbfounded, almost doubting he had heard correctly. Then, after reacting, he roared in great anger, leave. The further you go, the better. Without the protection of my demon suppression prince's estate, what kind of person do you think you can become with your meager abilities? Bayer, calm down. Shin Yunshi was shocked and was about to rush out, but Ning Qingsong grabbed her. Yunshi, this rebellious son is just saying it. Don't go over there, or he will take an inch and want a mile. Shin Yunshi stamped her feet in anger. No matter what, he is our son. Although the matter of breaking off the engagement was somewhat biased, it shouldn't have come to this. This is his fault. He even dared to take advantage of the situation. Yunshi, don't worry. This rebellious son is only at the body refining realm. Even if he runs away, he will only stay in Yuzhou City, indulging in sensual pleasures. When will he run out of spirit stones? Naturally, he will return with a disgraced face. Ning Qingsong sneered with a look of seeing through the trick. Until now, he still believed that Ningbei was an easy target to manipulate. Just now, he was just being quick-tongued. When he comes back in disgrace one day, he will see how he settles the score. After walking out of the royal palace facing the bright sunshine, Ningbei suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment, a feeling of a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. Deng detected that the host has completely rebelled against the family, severed the shackles of kinship, and rewarded 300,000 points. The system prompt sounded. Who? Ningbei's expression softened a little. He regarded this generous sum of points as compensation for his mental distress. Communicating with such perverse parents, every sentence was a challenge to his values. He suddenly admired the original owner for being able to stay in this family. Brother, it wasn't easy for you. Now, adding up all the points, I have enough to unlock the second form of the undying evil god art. Ningbei's eyes were full of anticipation. The eternal silence dark wheel of the first form could greatly enhance his combat power, so he wondered what kind of special ability the second form possessed. System, break through to the second form for me. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 500,000 points to break through to the second form of the undying evil god art. Ding, triggered a free lucky draw for the magic treasure roulette. The highest prize is a divine artifact. The system prompt sounded. Ningbei's pupils dilated, and his expression was very surprised. Divine artifact. Is it that good? Anyway, it's free, might as well try my luck. Let's see how my luck is. Drawl. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a god-devouring pearl. Would you like to view the treasure's information? Hearing about the god-devouring pearl, Ningbei was immediately overjoyed. This name, it sounds like a proper divine artifact. I am indeed blessed by the lucky stars. View information. When the introduction panel of the god-devouring pearl appeared before his eyes, the smile on Ningbei's face instantly disappeared, his eyes widened, revealing a deep sense of astonishment. Well this. After a while. Inside the Wang Manor, a girl in a jade green dress with a worried heart tiptoed into the main hall. Strange, where is big brother? Looking around, Ning Yaoyao's expression was puzzled. Yao Yao, what are you looking for? Shin Yunshi, seeing her daughter looking around, said with a stern face. Because of the conflict that had just occurred, her mood was also affected and her tone was a bit annoyed. Mother, where did elder brother go? Didn't he come here? Ning Yaoyao asked tentatively, vaguely sensing that the atmosphere was not right. That rebellious son has already run away from home. Ning Qingsong said angrily, the mere mention of it setting him off. Ning Yaoyao was shocked. This was not what she had expected. That rebellious son has no ability but a big temper. With his current body refinement realm cultivation, he doesn't even qualify to enter the demon suppression army, yet he dares to challenge me. What does he have to rely on? I am his father. Ning Qingsong was obviously still brooding over what had just happened, and said indignantly, say a little less, will you? Shin Yunshi advised. Hearing these words, Ning Yaoyao's brain seemed to crash, and she stood there dumbfounded. What's going on? Clearly, elder brother is more powerful than I am. She felt it was absurd. Not to mention her mother was a contemporary sword immortal with incredibly discerning eyes. Her father even possessed the 11th realm, a celestial being cultivation, practically a living deity on earth. This combination, and they still couldn't see through their eldest son's true capabilities. Dad, eldest brother's strength is even greater than mine now, Ning Yaoyao said, forcing herself to speak. Ning Qingsong's expression darkened. Yaoyao, do you think it's fun to make fun of your father? There's a time and place for jokes. Your father is in a fit of anger and has no interest in fooling around with you. Xin Yunqi frowned and scolded. Although her youngest daughter's aptitude was barely passable, fortunately, she had her careful guidance. A simplified version of the White Lotus sword technique coupled with a top-tier magic artifact made her absolutely outstanding at the 4th realm level. As for her eldest son, he was just an ordinary body refinement realm cultivator. Seeing that her parents didn't believe her, Ning Yaoyao felt wronged. If she hadn't been beaten so badly earlier, she would have also found this matter absurd. But then she thought about it. If eldest brother wasn't around, there would be no one in the prince's mansion to compete with her for favor. Her heart suddenly became much happier. Dad, Mom, please calm down. I'm going to practice my sword. Ning Yaoyao found an excuse, turned around, and slipped away. That child, Xin Yunqi said helplessly. Watching the departing figure of the girl, Ning Qingsong shook his head and said, average talent, hard to achieve great things. Fortunately, we have Kair. He is the hope of our Ning family. The person he was referring to was his youngest son, Ning Wak, the young supreme being known as the #1 genius of Great Way. Ning Wak, who possessed divine bones, could be described as a tiger with wings. Later, he joined the Tianheng Holy Land, became a holy son, and was unmatched in the younger generation. Ning Qingsong placed high hopes on this youngest son and loved him the most. It's just that we let Kair join the Tianheng Holy Land. I don't know if it was the right thing to do. I feel that this child is getting further and further away from us, alas, Xin Yunqi sighed. Ning Qingsong thought of something, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This is something that cannot be helped. After all, his identity is too sensitive. Sending him to the Tianheng Holy Land is the safest way out. The assassination attempt on his youngest son was full of doubts, and the origin of the mysterious assassin remains unknown to this day. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. He had no choice but to harden his heart and send his youngest son to the heavenly balanced sacred ground, which added another layer of protection. The Tianyuan continent is divided into eastern lands, southern wilderness, northern barbarians, central province, and western desert. The Great Wei dynasty is the strongest empire in the eastern lands. In addition, there are 6 sacred grounds, and the heavenly balanced sacred ground is the head of the 6 sacred grounds. Years ago, Ningwak was sent to the heavenly balanced sacred ground. Because of his unparalleled talent, he was selected as the holy son and is the perfect candidate for the next generation's leader. No one can cut off the glorious future of my Ning family. Kair, your father's wish depends on you to fulfill it. Ning Qingsong's eyes were filled with infinite fanaticism, hoping that his youngest son would fulfill his wish and achieve the realm of a true god one day. As for the eldest son who had lost his value, he was dispensable in his eyes. Yu Province City is a large city and an important pass to resist the northern barbarian demon clan. Ning Bei, having acquired a new set of attire, walked down the street with a carefree air. He wore a dark red and black robe, his hair casually tied back with a flowing red ribbon. His face was handsome, and his dark eyes were as deep as the night sky, carrying a hint of ineffable mystery. Any young woman who happened to meet his gaze couldn't help but feel her heart race, a stirring of springtime within her. Thinking about the god-devouring pearl he had just drawn, Ning Bei felt a bit puzzled. This was an extremely special magic treasure. Its grade was merely a low-level magic tool, not even as good as his younger sister's Azure Frost Sword. But what made it so special? It was because it could endlessly increase its power and raise its grade by devouring the flesh and blood of living beings. In the end, it could reach the level of a divine artifact. Therefore, Ning Bei said it was a special magic treasure, but it would take time and effort to improve it. Most importantly, this thing is quite picky. Things like chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep are ineffective, and the same goes for ordinary people. There are too many impurities in their flesh and blood. Feeding it would be a waste. It must be powerful creatures with strong bodies to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Ning Bei pondered. To put it simply, this is a picky eater. But if it can be cultivated well, it will be a great help to him. 1,000 miles east of Yuzhou City, there is a dangerous place called the Yindang Mountains. It is said that there are many fierce beasts haunting there, all of them full of blood and vigor, with powerful bodies. They are excellent nourishment for the god-eating pearl. I can go there and try. With a goal in mind, Ning Bei walked towards the nearest city gate. Chapter 10 Dogs Bite Dogs. Suddenly, with his keen hearing, he heard several familiar voices nearby. Young Master Wang, please spare me. I haven't offended you recently. Consider yourself unlucky to have met me today. Quickly kowtow to my dog a few times, or you'll suffer. Dead fatty, are you not going to do it? Are you looking for a beating? Ning Bei seemed to think of something. He frowned, and his body flashed as he moved towards the source of the sound. Arriving at a slightly wider alley, several figures were standing there. A youth in ornate clothing, with a mean look, held a calf-sized, muscular, snarling dog in his hand, a playful smile hanging on his lips. Two lackeys were holding down a fat man dressed in a bright red brocade robe. The fat man's expression was currently aggrieved and indignant as he was forced to kneel on the ground, his heart filled with humiliation and resentment. The fatty was called Zhuang Tao. His family ran a restaurant. All the restaurants in Yuzhou City were his family's business. And that youth holding the snarling dog was named Wang Wei. His background was quite significant. Besides the demon-suppressing king's mansion, there was a second superpower in this Yuzhou city, and that was the Wang family. Wang Wei's father is the city lord of Yu province, holding significant military power locally and possessing a high position and great authority. Although he is far inferior to the demon-suppression king manor, he is still a high-ranking official appointed by the imperial court. The Wang family, on the surface, assists the demon suppression king manor in resisting the northern barbarian demon clan, but in reality, everyone with discerning eyes knows that this is a chess piece placed by the imperial court in Yi province to monitor the demon suppression king manor. As the eldest young master of the Wang family, Wang Wei naturally has a prominent status. In Ningbei's memory, before his divine bone was dug out, the other party had always been very respectful to him, flattering and fawning over him in every possible way. After he was reduced to a good-for-nothing, the lackeys around him almost left him, especially Wang Wei, who added insult to injury. In recent years, whenever he encountered him, he would intensify his mockery, and his words were extremely insulting. Zhuang Tao was the only follower who still supported him after he lost power, and he still respected him very much. It was precisely because of this that Wang Wei always brought people to suppress and humiliate him. Regarding this, Ningbei suddenly recalled a popular saying from his previous life. Peaks produce false followers, twilight witnesses true believers. Wasn't this the best illustration of the current situation? Stop it. Everyone was stunned, turning their heads to look. They saw a handsome young man walking slowly with his hands behind his back. Out of recognition of this friendship, Ningbei decided to help this fatty out. Wang Wei sneered, "Who do we have here?" It turns out to be the famous good-for-nothing young master. Only you would be willing to stand up for this pig, ha ha ha. In the past, he would never have dared to say such a thing. But ever since he learned that Ningbei had become a useless cripple and had no status in the Jinyao King's mansion, he no longer had any scruples and became increasingly reckless. Most importantly, he had not harmed the other party's life. He was merely indulging in verbal sparring, and besides, it was just a conflict between juniors. As long as he didn't cross that red line, the Jinyao King's mansion wouldn't bother him. Boss, leave me be. I'll just consider myself unlucky this time. I'll be more careful next time. Zhuang Tao saw that familiar youth standing up for him. A warm current surged in his heart, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of powerlessness, and he hurriedly shouted. He thought that the other party was still the Ningbei of the past. Ha! Wang Wei laughed contemptuously. Hurry up and get lost. You should be thankful you have a good father. Otherwise, the one kneeling here kowtowing to my dog would be you, right, Big Black? Roar! The mutated-looking ferocious dog he held in his hand bared its sharp teeth at Ningbei, letting out a warning growl. Its eyes were blood red, its limbs were incomparably thick, and its entire body was covered with hard black scales gleaming with a metallic luster. This kind of dog is called a demon dog. It is extremely valuable. Once it recognizes its master, it is very loyal and possesses fierce combat power. When fully grown, it can reach the completion of the third realm, making it a favored pet among many aristocratic young masters. And Wang Wei's demon dog was already an adult when he bought it, possessing the combat power of the third realm completion. It was also his capital for showing off when he went out on weekdays. He liked to walk around with this dog, scaring ordinary people. Ningbei revealed a set of snow-white teeth. Just because of those words, you have already found a way to your death. Who the hell are you trying to scare? You can't even beat the dog I raised, and you dare to clamor about killing me. Wang Wei said with disdain. In his eyes, Ningbei was just a body refinement realm trash, and his demon dog was at the dance spirit realm completion. A casual paw strike would cost him half his life. And he dares to presumptuously claim that he has found a way to his death. Hilarious. Ningbei's smile was meaningful. Since that's the case, the next second, his pupils suddenly turned dark purple and his eyes swirled with a strange, ethereal light, seemingly capable of captivating souls. His gaze fell on the demon dog, and he commanded, "Go, bite the guy behind you to death." Wang Wei froze, then burst out laughing, clutching his stomach and bending over, looking at Ningbei as if he were looking at an idiot. "Are you stupid? How could my dog listen to you? I think you're not only a useless heir but also a cerebral palsy heir. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, the laughter stopped abruptly. In Wang Wei's incredulous gaze, the demon hound, as if seeing him as an enemy, pounced over, opening its bloody maw, its eyes flashing with fierce light. Then, amid the exclamations of the two lackeys, Wang Wei was knocked to the ground by this ferocious demon hound, which bit through his neck, and fresh blood instantly spurted out, flowing all over the ground. How could this be? Wang Wei tried hard to widen his eyes, but his vision became increasingly blurred, and soon he lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss, his head tilting to the side. He's dead. In the alley, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. This unbelievable scene terrified everyone else. The dignified young master of the Wang family was actually bitten to death by his own dog. You did it, you must have done it. The two lackeys snapped out of their shock and pointed at Ningbei in horror. After all, if it weren't for the order issued by the other party, this demon dog would not have bitten Wang Wei to death. You too, forget what happened today, go back and find a latrine to scoop up feces and eat it until you're full. Ningbei's pair of eerie dark purple eyes, seemingly containing some kind of magic, coldly watched the two people and ordered. The two lackeys shuddered as if electrocuted, their eyes becoming dull, and they whispered, yes. Suddenly, they walked outside like puppets on strings. Ningbei revealed a satisfied smile. It seemed that this new ability was really quite practical, and it was worth spending 500,000 points to unlock it directly. This is the second stance of the indestructible evil god art, Evil Eye. Anyone who meets his gaze will be affected. He can issue commands at will, even alter memories, and even inflict mental attacks on targets during combat. Of course, the lower the target's cultivation, the easier they are to influence. If the difference in cultivation between the two sides is too great, the effect will be minimal. Ningbei's current cultivation is at the 4th realm completion, while the demon hound is at the 3rd realm completion. As for Wang Wei and the other two lackeys, they are at the 3rd realm peak and the 3rd realm initial stage, respectively. Therefore, his use of the Evil Eye ability is so effective. Ding, the host's actions are detected to be evil enough, rewarding 10,000 points. The system prompt sounded. Chapter 11, How Do You Want to Die? Zhuang Tao looked at this scene as if he had seen a ghost, his brain seemingly crashing. Then, he saw that familiar yet unfamiliar handsome young man, and couldn't help but shudder. He knew that all of this was caused by the other party. Boss, is that you? Zhuang Tao's scalp tingled, and he asked cautiously. Ningbei found it amusing. Taozi, of course, it's me. Hearing this form of address, Zhuang Tao's worried heart relaxed, and he excitedly said, Holy shit, boss, you're too awesome. How did you develop this ability? Amazing, truly fucking amazing. Ningbei smiled and said, You don't need to ask too much about that. In short, don't reveal today's events to a third person. Definitely, I'm not an idiot. Zhuang Tao's gaze shifted to Wang Wei's corpse, his face somewhat pale. But Wang Wei's identity is not ordinary. Now that he's dead, if the Wang family investigates, that's simple. Ningbei looked at the demon dog and commanded again, Eat everything below the neck of this corpse, and then take the head back to the Wang family. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon dog lowered its head and whimpered, then began to frantically devour its master's corpse. The sound of bones and flesh being chewed echoed continuously in the alley, making Zhuang Tao's hair stand on end and his heart turn cold. Taozi, do you think my actions are cruel? Ningbei asked. Zhuang Tao shook his head, not cruel at all. He deserved it. Besides, I heard that Wang Wei took this beast to the downtown area before, and as a result, this beast suddenly went mad and bit a mother and daughter to death. In the end, the Wang family just paid some money to settle the matter. The notoriety of the Wang family's young master was already well known in Yuzhou City. Ningbei's actions were, to some extent, acting on behalf of heaven. By the way, boss, have you recovered your cultivation now? Thinking of Ningbei's methods, Zhuang Tao asked with anticipation and excitement. He recalled how Ningbei, with the attitude of a young supreme, suppressed all the young disciples in Yuzhou City, making them unable to raise their heads. How glorious and infinitely radiant that was. Later, he heard that there was a problem with his cultivation, which led to a sharp decline in his cultivation level. Now, his idol seems to be able to rise again, which makes Zhuang Tao's heart very excited. Sort of, but I'm going to venture into the outside world. Ningbei patted him on the shoulder. Taozi, goodbye for now. Zhuang Tao was a little surprised by this decision and nodded. With your abilities, boss, staying in this Yuzhou city is indeed meaningless. I believe it won't be long before your fame resounds throughout the entire Great Way again. He didn't know that Ningbei had already broken with the Demon Suppression King's mansion and thought it was a normal external training. Okay, I'm off. Ningbei waved his hand and turned away with a flourish. In the setting sun, his shadow was stretched out long. Zhuang Tao came back to his senses, glanced at the Nod corpse, and realized that this place was not suitable for a long stay, and he had to leave quickly. Slipping away. Soon, the demon dog had almost finished eating the corpse, and carrying the remaining head, it sprinted towards the Wang family according to instructions. Along the way, pedestrians were terrified and avoided it. Wait, that seems to be the dog raised by the Wang family's young master. The head it's carrying looks a bit familiar. Oh my god, how could it not be familiar? That head is the Wang family's young master. Damn, this beast killed its master. Amidst the exclamations, the demon dog ran to the Wang family with Wang Wei's head, immediately causing a huge sensation. My son ah! The head of the Wang family saw his beloved son's head and almost fainted. In a fit of rage, he personally ripped open the demon dog's stomach, discovering some unconsumed bones and limbs, as well as a ring that Wang Wei wore daily. The answer was already very clear. With the irrefutable evidence, the Wang family unanimously believed that this was a tragedy caused by the demon dog going mad and killing its master. When the news spread, many people applauded and felt that Wang Wei had received his retribution. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this had already left Yuzhou City and was on his way to the Yindang Mountains. 10 days later, inside a jungle, a handsome young man wearing dark red and interwoven clothing was sitting in front of a bonfire, roasting chicken wings. The chicken wings were roasted to a fragrant crisp, golden in color, and looked very appetizing. This was the closest location to the Yindang mountain range. Ningbei planned to replenish some energy here before venturing in to hunt ferocious beasts. Just as he was enjoying the roasted chicken wings in his hand, several voices suddenly rang out not far away. Junior sister Tang, rest assured, after entering the Yindang mountain range, senior brother will definitely do his best to protect you and will never let you suffer the slightest harm. And me, I will also protect junior sister Tang well. You can count on me for this sect mission. Two senior brothers, you are so good to me. I'll be counting on you next. Of course, of course. Two men and a woman walked over, talking and laughing. The woman was wearing a blue dress with fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs. Her laughter was radiant, captivating the other two men. This person was none other than Tang Xiaoqiao, Lu Ruyan's best friend. She was an inner disciple of the Chen Yuan Holy Land, one of the 6 great holy lands. Because of her outstanding appearance and wealthy family, she was usually pursued by many male disciples. Enticed by the generous rewards of a sect mission and fearing the dangers due to her lack of strength, Tang Xiaoqiao, the queen of simps, decided to bring along 2 devoted followers to help her complete the task. Most outrageously, these 2 pursuers were actually brothers, namely Jin and Li Yin respectively, whose father was the enforcement elder of the Chen Yuan Holy Land, holding a high position and great power. The invitedly brothers immediately perked up, feeling that this was a test from the goddess for them. Whoever performed well could win the beauty's heart. They immediately decided to put on a good show. Well, this world is truly small. Seeing Tang Xiaoqiao, Ningbei's lips curled into a meaningful arc. He hadn't forgotten that she had previously conspired with Lu Ruyan to set a trap and frame him. He didn't expect to meet her here today. Since she delivered herself to his doorstep, he couldn't be blamed for ruthlessly destroying a flower. Ha 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 ha. Tang Xiaoqiao was enjoying the flattery of her 2 ultimate simp followers when she suddenly noticed a familiar figure ahead. She looked closely and widened her beautiful eyes in shock, exclaiming in disbelief, "It's you." Tang Xiaoqiao never expected to run into Ningbei here. Junior sister Tang, who is this man? The Li brothers, seeing their beloved goddess reacting so strongly to a man, immediately revealed their hostility. Oh, him. He's just the good-for-nothing heir of the demon-suppressing king's mansion. Tang Xiaoqiao mocked. She especially emphasized the words good-for-nothing. What? He's the heir of the demon-suppressing king's mansion. That so-called young prodigy with divine bones. The younger brother, Li Yin, sized up the handsome young man with curious eyes, as if looking at a rare animal. Bullshit, young prodigy, he's been a cripple for a long time. What a waste of such good divine bones. The elder brother, Li Jin, sneered. The Li brothers made no attempt to hide their disdain for Ningbei. Moreover, there was an element of jealousy in their attitude towards Ningbei. This was easy to understand. His father was the demon-suppressing king, his mother a contemporary sword immortal, and he even possessed a divine bone within him, an unparalleled talent. Yet, he managed to squander such a good hand of cards. Anyone envious would gloat and cheer in schadenfreude. The Li brothers were a very typical example. They were about the same age as Ningbei. This super genius, whom they could only look up to in the past, had now fallen to this state. Of course, they had to mock him properly. He even broke off the engagement with my good friend a while ago. It's all for the best. Ruyan was popular to begin with, and now even more talented young men are pursuing her. Any one of them is 100 times better than him. Tang Xiaoqiao deliberately taunted, trying to provoke Ningbei. Although she found it strange that he would appear here without any bodyguards, she had to take this opportunity to vent her anger. Hearing this, Ningbei was not annoyed. He finished the chicken wings in a few bites, took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth elegantly, and got up with a smile, looking harmless. However, what he said next left Tang Xiaoqiao and the other 2 in disbelief. Speak. How do you wish to die? Chapter 12, Tang Xiaoqiao's regret. The 3 of them exchanged glances, utterly astonished. Tang Xiaoqiao was the first to react, rebuking him angrily. Ningbei, what's gotten into you? Even if you are the heir of the demon suppression king's mansion, you have no right to order your subordinates to kill us. Don't think I don't know your background. You're just a useless pawn that's been discarded. She felt that Ningbei was bluffing. An unimportant, good-for-nothing heir wouldn't even have the authority to mobilize the king's mansion's experts. How could he possibly talk about killing the 3 of them? How laughable. Someone like you dares to put on airs in front of us brothers. Little brother, go and teach him a lesson. Just don't beat him to death. After all, he is still the heir of the demon suppression king's mansion, hee. Li Jin sneered. Bro, leave it to me. Li Yin cracked his knuckles, a sinister smile on his lips, as he released the aura of the early 5th realm. The fifth realm is also called the Destiny Platform realm. Cultivators can condense a Destiny platform, greatly enhancing their vitality. Even injuries can show signs of self-healing in a short period. In layman's terms, cultivators in this realm have very tough lives. Don't worry, I will torture you well, humiliate you. Li Yin walked step by step, a look of excitement appearing in his eyes. Being able to trample the former young prodigy underfoot is an extremely rare feeling. Ningbei smiled playfully, is that so? In the next second, he used the Chaos Lightning Shadow Step, his figure as fast as a ghost, with wisps of black lightning scattering along the way. Bang! A dull thud rang out heavily. Li Yin's body trembled violently, and he slowly lowered his head to look, disbelief in his eyes. His abdomen was pierced by a fist directly through his body, with blood gurgling out. Ningbei said with disdain, Tisk Tsk, you are too fragile. Because Li Yin was a fifth realm cultivator, he used his full strength when he punched, and he also used a divine level movement technique. Under this combination, the power of the punch was amplified to a terrifying degree. Poor Li Yin, due to being too careless and underestimating his opponent, didn't even have time to react and couldn't even withstand a single move. You. Blood flowed from the corner of Li Yin's mouth, his pupils gradually dilated. As Ningbei withdrew his fist from his abdomen, he lost his support and fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Bearing such a massive injury, even as a life platform realm cultivator, he was powerless to reverse his fate. Seeing this scene, the other two were dumbstruck. How is this possible? The most shocked of all was Tang Xiaoqiao. Not long ago, in her eyes, Ningbei was still a weakling in the body refinement realm, yet now he had killed a life platform realm cultivator with a single punch. That was still a fifth stage cultivator. In the Qianyuan Holy Land, they were considered outstanding inner disciples. Brother! Li Jin shouted in grief. Although Li Yin often fought with him over women, they were brothers after all. Now that his brother was killed, how could he, as the elder brother, endure it? Ning, I want your life. In his rage, Li Jin produced a sharp long sword, releasing intense spiritual energy fluctuations. With a whoosh, his figure, as graceful as a startled swan, darted towards his target. This was a mysterious grade, middle-rank movement technique, the startled swan step. Li Jin's cultivation was much higher than his brother's, reaching the late stage of the life platform realm. With the boost from his movement technique, he was like a tiger with wings. Die! He thrust his sword, its cold light chilling. However, Ningbei was even faster, dodging the attack without missing a beat. A little something, but not much. A slightly mocking voice drifted in with the breeze, making it difficult for Li Jin to pinpoint his exact location. He was shocked to discover that Ningbei's movement technique was unpredictable and ever-changing, far superior to his own carefree step. Could it be an Earth-grade movement technique? Li Jin gritted his teeth, feeling troubled. He subconsciously assumed that Ningbei was using the demon-suppressing prince's manner's ultimate skill. So what if you can dodge? Watch how I cut you down. Li Jin frantically mobilized the spiritual energy within his body, executing a powerful Shin-grade high-rank sword technique, his proud trump card, which had already reached the lesser accomplishment stage. A vast sword wind rose from the ground, and the sword energy soared into the sky. Taste this. Ningbei sneered, his eyes suddenly turning dark purple, revealing a soul-stirring, eerie aura. Evil eye activated. Ugh, ah. In an instant, Li Jin's head felt as if it had been pierced by several steel needles, causing a splitting headache. Deep within his mind, chaotic wails, screams, and roars echoed, all sorts of negative sounds intertwined, as if he were in a terrifying nine-nether hell. This was the mental pollution of the evil eye. The sudden change disrupted the sword technique he was channeling. Taking advantage of this opening, Ningbei closed in and threw a punch. Boom! The air exploded. Li Jin's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. His chest was almost collapsed, his ribs were broken, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with pain and disbelief as he said with difficulty, This is a mental attack. Mental techniques are extremely rare, and the difficulty of cultivation is enormous, requiring a certain special talent. He didn't expect Ningbei to master this kind of technique, which is even rarer than many Earth-rank combat skills. Finished. If you're done, you can die. With a swoosh, Ningbei flashed in front of him, and in Li Jin's terrified eyes, he raised his foot and stomped fiercely on his chest. With a crack, Li Jin's eyes bulged out, and he died without closing them. After killing people in succession, Ningbei not only did not feel afraid but felt an indescribable excitement. Perhaps due to the potential influence of the evil god bloodline, his temperament had changed. Tang Xiaoqiao, who was standing stiffly in the distance, looked terrified and was frightened to the bone. In her eyes, the Li brothers were both top-notch experts, especially the elder brother, Li Jin, who had a great reputation in the inner sect and had achieved good results in the sect's grand competition. As a result, they were solved by Ningbei in one go. Is this still the good-for-nothing she knew? Was he pretending all along? Ningbei turned his head to look at a graceful figure in a blue dress in the distance, grinning and revealing his white teeth. It's your turn. Not good. Tang Xiaoqiao's heart trembled, and she turned to run. but her speed was not even as good as the dead Li Jin. How could she escape Ning Bei's clutches? In the blink of an eye, she was intercepted. Ning Bei said playfully, "Can you escape?" Looking at this handsome young man with a devilish smile, Tang Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with great fear. She never thought that one day she would be reduced to fish on the chopping board, at someone's mercy. "You, how did your body recover?" Tang Xiaoxiao said with a pale face. This was a very bad sign. If she had known, she would never have dared to provoke him face to face. After all, the other party was a peerless prodigy with divine bones. Did you all think that I, Ning Bei, would continue to decline? Little did you know that these past few years have been nothing more than a little hardship for me. Those who once laughed at me and humiliated me, I will make them pay a painful price. Ning Bei sneered. Tang Xiaoxiao's delicate body trembled, and her heart was filled with regret. If only she had known, she shouldn't have kicked him when he was down. She never expected that this good-for-nothing would have a day of strong resurgence. In the end, she had chosen a narrow path. But fortunately, she still had a chance. She made up her mind. Tang Xiaoxiao quickly adjusted her state, and the expression on her face became seductive. She twisted her waist like a water snake and knelt on the ground, deliberately tearing open her clothes to reveal her snow-white shoulders. Her beautiful eyes were filled with humble flattery. "Young Master Ning, it was that bitch Lu Ruyan who instigated me to do those things. Please, in your magnanimity, give me one more chance. I will do everything in my power to serve you well. You can do whatever you want to me, really." Chapter 13 System, can't even roast this, she's genuinely wicked. Seeing the complete 180-degree change in attitude of this green tea bitch, Ning Bei couldn't help but wear a strange expression. "Isn't Lu Ruyan your good friend?" Tang Xiaoxiao quickly said. "Not at all. I've disliked her for a long time. Moreover, all those terrible ideas for setting you up were hers. I was just forced into it. It's all that bitch's fault for not recognizing a true dragon among men, causing young Master Ning to suffer so much. Thinking about it now, my heart aches so much." Hearing such tea-filled words, Ning Bei exclaimed, "Good heavens," in his heart. "Look, this is a high-level player. Young Master Ning, I know you've held a grudge these past few years, so I'm willing to help you draw out all that resentment, just asking that you give Xiao Xiao a chance to prove herself. Pretty please." To survive, Tang Xiaoxiao abandoned her dignity and pretense, doing her utmost to ingratiate herself with the young man before her. She knew the value that Ning Bei possessed. If she could seize the opportunity to win his favor, what would it matter if she served him as a slave? Besides, she was good-looking and had a great figure. Although she was slightly inferior to Lu Ruyan, the key was that she was sultry. If the pitiful Li brothers were still alive and saw their beloved goddess flaunting her charms before their enemy, how devastated would they be? Seeing this, a flash of disgust crossed Ning Bei's eyes. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he opened the system shop and began browsing. After spending 500 points, a reddish-brown pill appeared in his hand, emitting a refreshing fragrance. "You, eat this." "Young Master Ning, what is this? Can I take it as an aphrodisiac?" He. "Laugh my ass, hurry up." Tang Xiaoxiao hesitated, but considering her current situation, she steeled herself and swallowed the pill. Before long, a strange smell emanated from her body, a smell much like cooked meat, and it quickly spread. "Very good. Next, you will be of great use." Ning Bei revealed a satisfied smile, then with a palm strike he shattered all her meridians, rendering her a cripple. "Ah!" Tang Xiaoxiao spat out blood, her eyes filled with deep disbelief. "What does this mean?" Recalling the changes in her body and the Yindang Mountains not far ahead, a terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Suddenly, a chilling coldness shot straight from her spine to the top of her head. "No, you can't do this to me. I still have greater uses. Please, I beg you, those beasts will eat me." Tang Xiaoxiao cried out in panic. Ning Bei sneered repeatedly. The pill he gave her had a very common name, meat fragrance pill. After taking this pill, the body would emit a fragrant meaty aroma, extremely enticing, possessing a fatal attraction to beasts. Ning Bei originally intended to kill Tang Xiaoxiao, but then he had a second thought. Why not make good use of her? As long as Tang Xiaoxiao was used as bait, more ferocious beasts could be lured over, saving him the trouble of running around to find them. It has to be said, this move was absolutely ruthless. Ding, detected host is insane and inhuman, reward of 200,000 points. The system prompt sounded. Ning Bei's expression was strange. Alright, I'll take that as a compliment." Looking at the pleading Tang Xiaoxiao, a sense of pleasure arose in Ning Bei's heart. "Enjoy the treatment I'm giving you." Saying that, an iron chain appeared in his hand, binding Tang Xiaoxiao tightly. Before leaving, he also summoned the god-devouring pearl, devouring the corpses of the Li brothers until only 2 skeletons remained. This scene made Tang Xiaoxiao's scalp almost explode, her heart filled with dread. What kind of strange magical artifact was this? It could actually devour the flesh and blood of living beings. "Ning Bei, you are at least the son of the Jinyao King's mansion. What's the difference between your actions and those of a demonic cultivator? Are you not afraid that Aunt Shin and Uncle Ning will find out about your secrets? What do those 2 people you speak of have to do with me? I can do whatever I want." Even the emperor can't control me in this world. You should worry more about yourself. Ningbei retrieved the god-devouring pearl, sneered, and then grabbed the rope, dragging Tang Xiaoqiao towards the Yindang Mountains as if dragging a dead dog. Aha, maniac, you maniac. If Ru Yen knew you were treating me like this, she would never let you go. Tang Xiaoqiao was dragged roughly along the way, eating a lot of dust along the way. Her image was completely ruined, and tears and snot streamed down her face as she cried out in despair. She completely forgot that she had just devalued her good friend to nothing in order to save her own life. Before long, they arrived at the outer perimeter of the Yindang Mountains. Here, ancient trees reached the sky, their branches and leaves luxuriant, making it difficult for the outside sunlight to penetrate, casting dappled spots of light on the ground. Finding a good spot, Ningbei hung Tang Xiaoqiao up, then retreated into an inconspicuous corner, secretly awaiting the arrival of the ferocious beast. He was also curious to see how effective this action would be. At this moment, the aroma of meat emanating from Tang Xiaoqiao spread further and further with a gentle breeze, diffusing in all directions. Damn, this is really fragrant. Luckily, I filled my stomach, or I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to resist myself. Ningbei took a deep breath, secretly marveling at the effect of the pill. Not long after, within the jungle, rustling sounds began to echo. One after another, terrifying beasts groped their way over, following the scent. Saliva dripped from their sharp teeth, carrying a fishy stench, and their bodies exuded a savage and fierce aura. Help! Help! Tang Xiaoqiao, watching the beasts appear one after another below, screamed, covered in cold sweat. The surrounding beasts raised their heads, their scarlet eyes fixed on the woman hanging high above, a deep sense of greed emerging in their eyes. In their eyes, this was a delicious meal. But the problem was, there were so many competitors present, an inevitable fierce battle was about to unfold. Roar! The roars of the beasts rose and fell, each deterring the others. Seeing this scene, Ningbei almost couldn't contain the excitement in his heart. Good heavens, there were already 70 or 80 beasts attracted here, and the number was still increasing. It's just that their levels are a bit low, all between the first and third realms. Considering this was the outer perimeter of the mountains, Ningbei understood. He planned to harvest a wave and then delve deeper into the mountains. Just then, a large-scale battle erupted. After all, this group of fierce beasts had lived here for so many years and had never smelled such fragrant meat. They couldn't imagine how delicious it would be in their mouths. In the heat of the moment, they all scrambled for the food, quickly turning into a chaotic scene of mutual slaughter. The corpses on the ground gradually increased, and a large amount of blood stained the soil red. A pungent smell of blood permeated the air. Oh heavens! Tang Xiaoqiao stared at everything in astonishment, her heart deeply shaken. The fierce beasts at the scene had already become bloodshot, completely unaware that there was a sly character secretly laughing in the dark. Ding detected that due to the host's despicable behavior, more than 100 fierce beasts have died, rewarding 50,000 points. Ding, detecting that due to the host's despicable behavior, the death of more than 300 fierce beasts has been caused, rewarding 100,000 points. Ding, detecting that due to the host's despicable behavior, the death of more than 500 fierce beasts has been caused, rewarding 200,000 points. System prompts sounded every now and then. Yes, that's it, all become nourishment for my god-devouring pearl, hee. Looking at the increasing number of fierce beast corpses on the ground, Ningbei, the mastermind behind the scenes, smiled as brightly as a flower. Chapter 14, so angry her chest hurts. Soon, there were few fierce beasts left on the scene. The ground was covered with corpses of various sizes, and blood flowed like a stream, enough to splash water with a casual step. Tang Xiaoqiao, who was hanging on the tree and witnessed all of this, could no longer describe the shock in her heart. Several fierce beasts fighting each other soon produced a result. In the end, a third realm perfected azure crystal lion won. Dragging its wounded body, it looked towards the woman hanging from the tree. In its ferocious eyes, deep greed was hard to conceal. After fighting so desperately for so long, wasn't it all for this bite? Immediately, the azure crystal lion exerted force with all four limbs, and with a rumble, it leaped up. Opening its bloody maw, saliva dripped as it lunged towards Tang Xiaoqiao. The pungent, fishy stench assaulted her face. Seeing the dense, sharp teeth closing in on her, Tang Xiaoqiao screamed in terror. Ah! The terrified scream pierced the sky, extremely penetrating. Hey, this bait isn't for you to eat. At that moment, Ningbei descended from the sky, kicking the ferocious beast down hard. Boom! The azure crystal lion fell to the ground like a meteor, blood splattering, and the sound of bones cracking rang out. Poor thing, it didn't even have time to react before Ningbei crushed it to death with a single foot in its terrified gaze. Looking at the masterpiece before him, a hint of delighted smile appeared on the corner of Ningbei's mouth. Thanks to this wave of ferocious beasts, his current score has skyrocketed to 1,500,000. Now, let my god-devouring pearl have a good feast. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a dark red, fist-sized pearl and sent it flying towards the corpses of the ferocious beasts scattered all over the ground. Buzzing. The flesh and blood of the ferocious beasts' corpses on the scene rapidly drained away, flowing into the god-devouring pearl like streams. The god-devouring pearl released a blazing light, and its energy fluctuations were exceptionally strong. In just a few breaths, the corpses of thousands of ferocious beasts were transformed into grim skeletons, making people shudder. At the same time, the aura of the god-devouring pearl was continuously rising, its grade leaping from low-level magic weapon to high-level magic weapon. Unfortunately, these thousands of fierce beasts were all of low grade. If they were intermediate fierce beasts, the god-devouring pearl would surely have advanced to the rank of top-grade magical artifact. Ningbei wasn't in a hurry. After all, he was in the Indang Mountains and would naturally have the opportunity to encounter intermediate fierce beasts. You must know, he was only on the periphery of the mountains. Putting away the god-devouring pearl, Ningbei was in a cheerful mood and was about to take his bait to a deeper region. Suddenly, his nose twitched, and he vaguely smelled a faint odor of urine. Since there was no blood present, this urine smell was particularly noticeable in the air. Following the source of the smell, Ningbei raised his eyes and the expression on his face was somewhat strange. Seemingly frightened by the beijing mad lion just now, Tang Xiaoqiao could no longer control herself. Her skirt was wet, and a stream of urine slowly flowed down her thigh. That's right, she was so scared that she had incontinence. Noticing her own embarrassment, Tang Xiaoqiao's face was as red as if blood would drip from it. Her heart was filled with shame and anger, and her eyes revealed a hint of resentment. Are you satisfied now? You pervert, madman, shameless scoundrel. Ningbei sighed and said, kindness is truly repaid with ingratitude. You should know that I just saved you. This appearance of feigned sadness falling into Tang Xiaoqiao's eyes was undoubtedly like a critical blow. She was so angry that her breasts hurt like crazy. Ah, you're shameless. You stinking shameless person. Tang Xiaoqiao completely lost it, screaming at the top of her lungs. Ding, detected that the host is indeed shameless. Even a green tea bitch would admit defeat, reward of 10,000 points. Ningbei. Speechless. Anyway, justice resides in the hearts of the people. Adjusting his state, Ningbei took Tang Xiaoqiao down from the tree and then dragged her all the way towards the interior of the mountain range. This time, he repeated the same trick, continuing to hang the bait high up, and found a place to lie in wait, quietly waiting for the prey to take the bait. Before long, ferocious beasts appeared one after another, each with an even more powerful aura, all starting at the 4th realm, and even quite a few 5th realm beasts. Roar! The roars of beasts, large and small, rang out, echoing throughout the dense forest. Immediately following, an even more intense battle broke out. Watching the chaotic scene below, with the ferocious beasts madly slaughtering each other, Tang Xiaoqiao wanted to cry but had no tears, all hope lost. She never imagined that she would be reduced to a humble tool. Once she lost her value, her fate was predictable. Jia. Seeing this scene, Ningbei couldn't help but get excited again, letting out the classic laughter of a villain. Ding, detected that the host's despicable behavior has caused the death of more than 100 medium-level ferocious beasts, rewarding 100,000 points. Ding, detected that the host's despicable behavior has caused the death of more than 300 intermediate-level ferocious beasts, rewarding 200,000 points. Ding, detected that the host's despicable behavior has caused the death of more than 500 intermediate-level ferocious beasts, rewarding 300,000 points. System prompts rang from time to time. Easily, over 1,000,000 points were obtained. Good opportunity, I can break through again. Ningbei directly used it to break through the 3rd form of the Undying Evil God art with one click, and then spent 100,000 points to purchase top-quality pills for condensing the life platform from the mall, planning to break through the 5th realm in one fell swoop. The fighting outside gradually came to an end. The corpses of 4th and 5th realm ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. The degree of devastation was even worse than before. After all, this was a battle between intermediate-level ferocious beasts, and the destructive power was astonishing. Half an hour later, Ningbei officially condensed his life platform and broke through to the 5th realm. His cultivation level reached the late stage of the 5th realm. Having the evil god bloodline, his talent was even greater than when he possessed the divine bone. Coupled with the top-grade elixirs provided by the point store, reaching this point in a short time was quite normal. You have to know, the elixirs in here, the top-grade ones were truly top-grade. If you randomly threw one outside, it would be regarded as a masterpiece and auctioned off at a sky-high price in a high-end auction house. Ningbei exhaled a long breath, his pupils faintly flickering with dark red light. I can finally return to my former level. Although his cultivation had recovered to the 5th realm, Ningbei felt no joy in his heart, because this was just his starting point. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the achievement of rapid breakthrough, reward, 1 portable space. The system notification sounded. Ningbei's eyes lit up. Not bad, your system knows what's up. Then, his gaze turned to the outside, and the corners of his mouth curled into a blade-like arc, which, combined with his handsome face, appeared very enchanting. At this moment, almost all the ferocious beasts outside were dead, leaving only a few at the 5th stage locked in a stalemate. Ningbei had no intention of waiting any longer. Now that he had successfully broken through and was in peak condition, he wanted to find a few 5th stage ferocious beasts to practice with. Suddenly, The entire forest seemed to fall into an extremely low-pressure environment, and the air seemed to solidify. Roar! Several fifth-stage ferocious beasts, who were still fighting, were suddenly shocked and dared not move. What's going on? Ning Bei, who was about to set off, noticed that the atmosphere was not right. He subconsciously looked up at the sky. His pupils suddenly contracted into needles, because he saw a group of black-robed figures, 12 in total, with exceptionally powerful auras. But that was not the main point. The main point was that each of them could stand in the sky, suspended in mid-air. To achieve this, a cultivator must first break through the sixth stage, the sky soaring stage. Sky soaring stage experts can achieve the effect of free flight, which is a much greater advantage than cultivators running on the ground. In other words, these 12 figures were at least sixth stage experts. Ning Bei's eyes narrowed, knowing he had to remain still. Wait, these guys' black robes all have a common pattern. Could they be powerhouses from the ghost market? Noticing this detail, Ning Bei searched his memory and came to a conclusion. This strange pattern resembled a devil's eye with tentacles, giving people an uncomfortable feeling. According to his memory, this was the unified symbol of the ghost market powerhouses. The ghost market, located in the eastern part of Great Way, was a gray area beyond the court's control. Both righteous and demonic paths had to abide by the rules here. Here, one could purchase items that were explicitly prohibited outside, as well as items obtained through improper means, all of which could be listed for sale. In short, the black market was an excellent place to sell stolen goods, and even the imperial court had to turn a blind eye. The reason why the imperial court still allowed the existence of a place like the ghost market was that the master who founded the ghost market was once a top powerhouse who dominated the world. He had an extremely resounding title, known as the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor possessed overwhelming power and was ruthless. His rise was accompanied by endless slaughter, making him countless enemies throughout his life. Later, he assisted a prince who was then the least favored by the ministers, helping him successfully seize the throne and earning meritorious service. And this person is the current Wei Emperor, who rules the Great Way. It is precisely because of this strong relationship that the imperial court does not dare to send troops to encircle and suppress the ghost market. Over the years, the ghost market has recruited experts from all walks of life and has continued to grow, becoming a top force in the Great Way, and can be described as being at its zenith. Ning Bei didn't expect to encounter a group of ghost market experts here. What are they here to do? Chapter 15 Young Master of the Ghost Market. The leader was a young man with a stern face. When he lifted his hood, silver white hair fell down. His brow was filled with a fierce temperament, and his eyes were like cold stars, sharp and compelling. His gaze swept across the scene below, and his expression revealed a hint of strangeness. Young master, this woman is being used as bait to attract a battle between fierce beasts. The person who came up with this method is ruthless. Behind him, an old man with a hooked nose said in a deep voice. The young master he spoke of was named Yi Guhan. He is a super genius of the younger generation of the Great Wei dynasty, possessing a rare physique of slaughter. He is born to kill and can become stronger in battle. He is almost invincible in the same realm. Because of his outstanding talent and great potential, he was valued by the Ghost Emperor and adopted as a foster son, placing him second only to one person and above all others. Therefore, he has the name of Young Master in the Ghost Market, which means that he will inherit the position of the Ghost Emperor in the future, and his status is extremely honorable. Yi Guhan chuckled. Do you think that's the point? The point is the special scent emanating from this woman. No wonder these fierce beasts are going crazy for it. The young master is right. This old man is also very curious. What exactly did that person feed her? The effect is so peculiar. The hooked-nosed old man's eyes gleamed as he asked curiously. Old Chu, our target this time is not easy to deal with. Perhaps we can use that woman to achieve unexpected results. A sinister glint flashed in Yi Guhan's eyes as he spoke meaningfully. Old Chu was stunned for a moment, seeming to have thought of something. He quickly flattered, Young Master is indeed brilliant. Their mission this time was to go deep into the core of the mountain range to deal with an extremely rare variant species, the ghost-faced Serpent King. The ghost-faced Serpent King possessed a deadly poison that would kill anyone who touched it, but Yi Guhan insisted on extracting a refined toxic substance from its body to cultivate an extremely poisonous and evil art. If this technique was successfully cultivated, then Yi Guhan would be able to release terrifying poisonous gas with a wave of his hand, making it impossible to defend against. Its power would be so great that it could ravage thousands of miles like a plague, harming countless living beings. At that time, this would be his trump card, enough to pose a strong threat to any force. Therefore, the Ghost Emperor specifically sent a powerhouse like Hall Master Chu to cooperate with Yi Guhan in this operation. You must know that the Ghost Market has strict levels and clear rules. Apart from the Ghost Emperor, there are the two great protectors, the 6-star envoys, and the 10 Hall Masters, representing the strongest group of people in the Ghost Market. And Old Chu is one of the 10 Hall Masters, an old brand 8th realm expert with high status and power. For such a figure to be sent to assist Yi Guhan shows how much the Ghost Emperor values him. Since rumors say that the ghost-faced Flood Dragon King is also at the 8th realm, and it has terrifyingly poisonous abilities, this operation will not be easy. If they can find a way to trick it, they can establish a huge advantage in the early stages, making it easier to take it down. Seeing that Tang Xiaoqiao had the effect of attracting ferocious beasts, Yi Guhan came up with an extremely cruel method that would definitely work to scheme against the ghost-faced Flood Dragon King, having a fatal effect. "Go, bring that woman to me," Yi Guhan ordered. "Yes, young master." Immediately, a group of subordinates set off, quickly killing those few fifth realm ferocious beasts, and then brought Tang Xiaoqiao to Yi Guhan's presence. Originally, Tang Xiaoqiao thought she was saved, but when she noticed the patterns on their clothes, a possibility suddenly occurred to her, and her heart sank to the bottom. These are experts from the ghost market. So, she just left the wolf's den, only to enter the tiger's mouth. Tang Xiaoqiao cried out, "Esteemed sirs, please don't kill me. I am an inner disciple of the Qian Yuan Holy Land. Please, I beg you, let me go back." "Hey, do you think our ghost market is afraid of the Qian Yuan Holy Land? Besides, you're just an inner disciple. You're nothing." A subordinate couldn't help but sneer. "Do you have the right to speak?" Old Chu glanced coldly at the subordinate, who quickly lowered his head, trembling with fear. "Young master, this woman has been brought over. Let's set off now." Looking at the silver-haired youth with a cold face, Old Chu respectfully requested. You are Yi Guhan." Tang Xiaoqiao had also heard of the ghost market's young master's prestigious name, and was immediately shocked. "How dare you directly call out the young master's name?" Old Chu scolded, raising his hand to give her a slap. "Forget it. We have more important matters to attend to," Knight Lonechil said indifferently. "Yes. Wait." Tang Xiaoqiao seemed to remember something, and desperately shouted, "The heir of the demon-quelling princess estate is hiding nearby. He is the one who turned me into this. He is alone right now. Don't you want to capture him?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed drastically. Especially Knight Lonechil, whose eyes flashed with a fierce light, and a terrifying aura involuntarily emanated from his body, as if to freeze the space. "Is this true?" he questioned with sharp eyes. Tang Xiaoqiao suppressed the fear in her heart and hurriedly said, "It's absolutely true. He is nearby. You'll definitely find him if you search. Don't let him escape." "Heh, I didn't expect to run into the heir of the demon-quelling princess estate here. You, go find him for me immediately. I want to have a good chat with him," Knight Lonechil said with a cold smile. He had always regarded the Ning brothers as his rivals, first the elder brother Ningbei, and later the younger brother Ningwak. Compared to Ningbei, who had fallen from grace, Ningwak posed the greatest threat. Therefore, he wanted to use all his power to deal with Ningwak, and Ningbei was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Even if he was unwilling, it didn't matter, he had 10,000 ways to force him to agree. "Search carefully for me, and you must find that guy for me," Old Chu immediately ordered. At his level, his perception was astonishing. He was clearly aware of even how many grasshoppers were hopping in the bushes. Yes. The subordinates quickly dispersed to search, scouring every corner of the forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures crisscrossed, and the wind howled. Hiding in the shadows, Ningbei's heart sank. This Tang Xiaoqiao was trying to drag him down. Although he could perfectly conceal his aura by relying on the evil god's bloodline, he couldn't withstand a carpet search. He would be found sooner or later. The key was that, facing a group of experts above the sixth realm, he was currently unable to fight back. At that time, he would be like a fish on a chopping board, at their mercy. In that case, I'll use a trick to counter a trick and test out my newly unlocked move. Looking at the group of ghost market experts searching carefully below, Tang Xiaoqiao sneered repeatedly. "Ning, if I'm not having a good time, don't even think about staying out of it." Soon, a shout rang out, "He's here." Everyone looked over and saw a handsome young man walking out voluntarily, his face a little unsightly. "To meet the famous good-for-nothing prince here, what a coincidence," Yi Guhan said sarcastically. "Young Master Yi, don't be fooled by him. His cultivation has recovered. He even killed my two Fate Platform Realm senior brothers before." Tang Xiaoqiao said quickly, directly exposing Ningbei's secrets. "What?" The expressions of the crowd changed. Back then, the eldest son of the demon-suppressing king, Ningbei, was born with divine bones, causing a shock throughout the world. He reached the fifth realm at the age of 12 and was known as the Supreme Youth, with limitless prospects. Later, due to an accident, he became a good-for-nothing. This was well known throughout Great Wei. As a result, after 7 years, there was a turning point, and that good-for-nothing's cultivation had actually recovered. What this represents is self-evident. Truly, heaven is blessing the Ning family. Old Chu inhaled a breath of cold air. He couldn't imagine how glorious the demon suppression king's mansion would be when the Ning brothers had fully matured. Perhaps by then, in the entire Great Wei, no one would be able to shake it in the slightest. Yi Guhan's expression was icy, his gaze gloomy and terrible, and a deep sense of crisis welled up in his heart. This was definitely not the scene he wanted to see. Right now, he had no choice but to change his mind. Ningbei stared at Tang Xiaoqiao and said in a cold voice, "You meddlesome, cheap woman, I should have killed you just now. Ha, it's too late for you to regret it. You despicable fellow, I will make you pay the price for everything you've done." Seeing the other party deflated, Tang Xiaoqiao felt very happy inside. Ningbei, now that your cultivation has recovered, I can even less afford to let you go. Yi Guhan said coldly. What? You still want to kill me? Don't forget who I am. Ningbei seemed fearless. Killing you in this desolate wilderness, as long as we're thorough enough, even the demon suppression prince's mansion won't be able to find out, right? Besides, you're of even greater use to me. After Yi Guhan finished speaking, he signaled with his eyes. Old Chu understood and extended his palm. Swish, a dark purple hand condensed, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations, and slapped down towards Ningbei below. You! Ningbei was shocked and furious, wanting to resist, but he was slapped to the ground by the large hand, vomiting blood. This was a large hand condensed from true essence, far from what spiritual power could compare to. The 8th realm is also called the Guiyuan realm, returning to origin realm. Cultivators who reach this realm can condense vast amounts of true essence for attack or defense. Even a drop of true essence can split gold and pierce stone, with immense power. After Old Chu suppressed Ningbei, he ordered people to come forward and tie him up. Looking at Ningbei, who was tied up securely and in a disheveled state, Tang Xiaoqiao inwardly exclaimed with satisfaction, "Serves you right. You deserve it." "What exactly are you trying to do?" Ningbei said through gritted teeth, bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. "You'll find out later." Yi Guhan's smile was meaningful. He had coveted Ningbei's divine bone for a long time, but he never had the chance to act. Now, he might as well go all the way, take Ningbei back, first strip him of his divine bone, and then secretly dispose of him, eliminating a powerful competitor. Immediately afterward, the group headed to the deepest part of the mountain range, preparing to deal with the biggest target of this operation, the ghost-masked Flood Dragon King. After a long time, at the previous location, a handsome young man walked out from behind a large tree, a playful smile on his lips. If Yi Guhan and the others were to see him, they would be extremely shocked, because this person looked exactly like the Ningbei they had captured. Chapter 16, Turning the Tables. That's right, he is the real body. The Ningbei who left just now was fake, merely a clone he had created. The reason he could do this was all thanks to the third move of his undying evil god art, Evil Shadow Clone. The Evil Shadow Clone can inherit 60% of the main body's power, use all of the main body's moves, achieve telepathy, share vision, and, most impressively, self-destruct at any time, with the power depending on the cultivation level. Faced with the search and capture by the ghost market experts, Ningbei quickly condensed an Evil Shadow Clone, took the initiative to walk into the trap, and attracted everyone's attention. It was like throwing a smoke grenade, the purpose of which was to cover himself. Obviously, the effect was excellent. Neither Yi Guhan nor Old Chu, the one with the highest cultivation, could detect the slightest clue about his clone. After all, the Evil Shadow Clone can replicate everything one-to-one, whether its appearance or aura. Apart from the fact that its strength is 60% of the main body's, there's actually not much difference. It's normal that they couldn't see through the illusion. Regarding this, Yi Guhan and the others would never have imagined that a bomb that could be detonated at any time was hidden beside them at this moment. "I want to see what you're up to." A glint flashed in Ningbei's eyes as different scenes appeared in his mind, transmitted in real time by his doppelganger. He saw Yi Guhan and his group traversing through towering mountains, heading towards the deepest part of the mountain range. Their movements were completely under Ningbei's control at all times. "Let's collect these corpses first, then follow them. There's no rush, the show has only just begun." Looking at the corpses of ferocious beasts scattered all over the ground, Ningbei summoned the soul-devouring pearl to devour the flesh and blood. Boom! Brilliant light shone. The soul-devouring pearl directly advanced from a high-grade magic artifact to a low-grade treasure containing vast power and emitting terrifying fluctuations of aura. Ningbei had a premonition that if he were to unleash this soul-devouring pearl with all his might, none of the 10 sixth realm experts accompanying Yi Guhan would be able to withstand it. Sizzle! Having done all this, Ningbei used the Chaos Lightning Shadow Steps, transforming into a blurry figure with black lightning, and sped away, disappearing without a trace, leaving only pale white beast bones all over the ground. At the same time, Yi Guhan and the others had already entered the deepest part of the mountain range, groping their way forward. Along the way, occasionally, there were high-level ferocious beasts coming to harass them. Their cultivation levels were all around the 7th realm, but they were all deterred by the aura released by Old Chu and retreated tactfully. After all, ferocious beasts at this level are not low in intelligence and know how to weigh the pros and cons. Before long, the group arrived near a large cave, surrounded by grotesque rocks and a dense, eerie atmosphere. Yi Guhan instructed, "Release that woman for me." "Yes, young master." A subordinate untied the bag, revealing Tang Xiaoqiao, whose face was filled with terror. Because of the odor emitted from Tang Xiaoqiao, Yi Guhan ordered his men to put her in a bag in advance to seal the odor as much as possible. Being able to see the light of day again, Tang Xiaoqiao didn't feel happy. Instead, she had a premonition of her impending death, crying and desperately begging, "Let me go, please. You can do whatever you want with me, really, I can accept anything, but please don't kill me." Because her hands and feet were tied, she had no choice but to squirm desperately on the ground, struggling to reach Yi Guhan's feet, crying out, "Young Master Yi, don't kill me, please don't kill me. I've always admired you so much. I'm your fan, Sob." Hearing these words, Old Chu and the others had strange expressions. Yi Guhan said playfully, "Oh, since you're a fan, then the time to test you has come." As he spoke, he took out a metal ball the size of a meatball. This metal ball was engraved with blue runes and seemed to contain some kind of terrifying energy. "This is a new product secretly developed by my ghost market called the Ultimate Thunder Explosion Bead. As long as I activate this talisman in my hand, the corresponding Ultimate Thunder Blast Bead will explode with a bang. Even an 8th realm expert would lose half their life if they were hit directly." Hearing this, combining the current situation, Tang Xiaoqiao immediately thought of something. Her pupils trembled as if she were looking at a devil, and she stammered, You can't possibly be planning to accurately hit the target and maximize the damage. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to swallow it. When you're inside the ghost-faced flood dragon's belly, I can detonate it, which will give us a better chance of taking it down." Yi Guhan sneered. "You pervert, maniac demon." Tang Xiaoqiao screamed in extreme horror. She didn't expect the other party to be even more terrifying than Ning Bei. He was simply a living llama. The young master's intelligence is beyond compare. This old man is filled with admiration. Elder Chu also sighed at the breadth of Yi Guhan's imagination, unable to resist flattering him. "Looks like you aren't a die-hard fan. If you were, you'd be willing to die if your idol asked you to." Yi Guhan shook his head, feigning disappointment as he sighed. Immediately afterward, he forcibly stuffed the Ultimate Thunder Blast Bead into Tang Xiaoqiao's mouth, forcing her to swallow it. "Gulp!" Tang Xiaoqiao swallowed it with a pained expression, and before long, her face turned extremely pale and weak. In her heart, there was nothing but fear and deep despair. Her eyes landed on the handsome young man, and Tang Xiaoqiao said fiercely with resentment, "Ning Bei, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this? I wouldn't let you go, even as a ghost." Tang Xiaoqiao's logic was simple. If Ning Bei hadn't started the trouble in the first place, she wouldn't have been targeted by Yi Guhan and the others. But Tang Xiaoqiao never considered that if she hadn't conspired with Lu Ruyan to frame Ning Bei and mocked Ning Bei with the Li brothers in the forest, she wouldn't be in this situation today. All of this was her own doing. In the group, Ning Bei silently witnessed this scene and transmitted the image to the main body's mind. Ning Bei, who was sneaking over, looked a little surprised. Damn, is he really this ruthless? He originally thought that he was ruthless enough, but Yi Guhan's actions were even more insane. This is equivalent to turning Tang Xiaoqiao into a human-shaped bomb, letting the ghost-faced flood dragon king eat it, and then detonating it. I have to say, this guy is really creative. It seems that I still have a long way to go if I want to become a true villain. Ning Bei sighed. At this moment, everything was ready. Yi Guhan abandoned Tang Xiaoqiao and led his men to hide in a concealed location. Because she had swallowed the metallic object, Tang Xiaoqiao felt extremely uncomfortable in her stomach, but something even more terrifying was about to happen. Due to the incredibly fragrant scent emanating from her body, carried by the mountain breeze into the cave, a sound of a colossal creature moving soon echoed from within the dark cave. A pair of deep red eyes, as bright as lanterns, slowly emerged from the darkness, staring intently at Tang Xiaoqiao on the ground in the distance. Its breath stirred up billowing dust, and its breathing became heavy. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Guhan watched, a cruel smirk forming on his lips. It's hooked. Chapter 17, The Professional Corpse Collector Arrives. In Tang Xiaoqiao's terrified gaze, an ancient creature covered in black scales, resembling a flood dragon, moved its massive body into view. Its face was a bizarre, ghostly visage with sharp, protruding fangs, in short, a terrifying sight. That pair of blood-red eyes revealed a deep sense of greed, as if beholding the most exquisite food in the world. The ghost-masked Serpent King has appeared. Don't come over here, don't come over here. Tang Xiaoqiao watched the monster approach, her face full of helplessness and despair. During this process, other ferocious beasts around were restless, but their fear of the ghost-faced Serpent King overcame their inner impulses, and they dared not come forward to compete for food. After all, in this territory, the ghost-faced Serpent King is the undisputed overlord, with a long and lasting lifespan, and its power has been established for a long time. Under normal circumstances, high-level ferocious beasts, knowing there is danger, would not come to court disaster, because they have brains and know how to avoid danger. Therefore, even though the scent exuded by Tang Xiaoqiao possessed immense allure, the ferocious beasts all endeavored to restrain their avarice, deeply fearing being killed by the ghost-masked king. This is also why the ghost-masked Serpent King could exclusively enjoy Tang Xiaoqiao. At this moment, the ghost-faced Serpent King did not rush to devour the food before it, but circled her several times, its eyes warily scanning the surroundings. After quite a while, and having repeatedly confirmed that there was no mistake, the ghost-masked Serpent King could no longer restrain himself. He opened his blood basin-like mouth and bit down on Tang Xiaoqiao. Ah! A terrified scream rang out, only to abruptly stop. The ghost-faced Dragon King swallowed its opponent into its mouth, savoring and chewing with relish. Traces of fresh blood seeped from between its sharp teeth, making the scene particularly gruesome. Meanwhile, Old Chu and the others looked excited. Young master, that beast has swallowed it. Yi Guhan sneered, this is exactly what I was waiting for. Immediately, he channeled spiritual energy into the talisman in his hand. The surface of the talisman flashed with a strange luster, and then it turned into ashes, scattering in the air. At the same time, the ultimate thunderblast orb, swallowed into its belly, began to vibrate violently as if it had received a command, and cracks appeared all over its body, as if some terrifying energy was about to burst forth. Originally, the ghost-masked Serpent King wanted to return to its cave and have a good sleep after eating, but suddenly it felt a strong abnormality coming from its stomach. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded in its belly. Roar! The ghost-masked king raised its head and let out a wail. Countless blue lightning bolts emanated from its entire body, and wisps of blood seeped from its scales. Its mouth emitted a billowing black vapor like wolf smoke. Bear in mind, without any preparation, an ultimate thunder blast orb is enough to seriously injure an 8th realm powerhouse. Now, this thing exploded inside the abyssal masked serpent dragon's belly. The damage is simply maxed out. Smoke billowed, and lightning stretched 10,000 feet. Amidst the shrill screams, the ghost-masked flood dragon's pupils gradually diffused. Its massive body collapsed onto the ground like mud, motionless, emitting wisps of black smoke. Young master, we've taken down this beast, the group of ghost market experts said with delight. Old Chu said with a face full of smiles, it's all thanks to the wise leadership of the young master that our operation could proceed so smoothly. Admiration, admiration. Taking this opportunity, he delivered another resounding flattery. To be able to reach the upper echelons in the ghost market, one must not only have strength but also emotional intelligence. Flattering Yi Guhan now will bring high returns in the future. Why not do it? Yi Guhan glanced at him meaningfully but said nothing. This is a talent. Now that the target has been dealt with, all that remains is to collect the corpse. Let us go. Subsequently, Yi Guhan led his subordinates closer to the ghost-masked flood dragon. At the thought of getting his wish and successfully cultivating that supreme poisonous evil art, he couldn't help but feel excited. At that time, with a casual wave of his hand, he could poison tens of millions of living beings. He wondered who would dare to oppose him. Yi Guhan. Suddenly, the ghost-masked flood dragon king, who had been in a deathly silence, stirred. A pair of fierce eyes suddenly opened, and endless anger almost spewed out, staring intently at Yi Guhan and his men. Roar! The sound waves were mighty and extremely penetrating. Young master, be careful, this beast is not dead yet. Old Chu hurriedly stood in front of Yi Guhan, shouting violently. He knew his chance to shine had come. In any case, the ghost-masked flood dragon king had already suffered a great loss of vitality and could not possibly defeat him. He had to take this opportunity to show off his skills and gain favor in front of the young master. Old Chu, I'll leave it to you. Yi Guhan did not act rashly. The ghost-masked flood dragon king was, after all, at the peak of the 8th realm. Even if it was hanging on by half a life, its desperate fight was not something he, a 7th realm cultivator, could easily handle. It was better to leave this dangerous task to someone more reliable. Young master, rest assured, this old man will kill this beast. Old Chua's hair stood on end, and a majestic aura of the 8th realm perfection burst forth from his body. Whoosh! His figure was like a flying crane in the sky, aiming to kill the ghost-masked serpent king who was on the verge of death. Knowing that death was inevitable, a ruthless look flashed in the ghost-masked serpent king's eyes. Its belly began to churn violently, and it opened its mouth to spew out a cloud of highly poisonous green mist. The green mist swept out like a storm in an instant, leaving no grass or vegetation and corroding sand and stone wherever it went. After doing all this, the ghost-masked serpent king, barely holding on with that last breath, completely dissipated, falling heavily to the ground, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Crap! Boss Chu exclaimed in alarm, hastily deploying his true essence shield to resist, and anxiously shouted, Young master, retreat quickly. This is all poisonous mist. This isn't ordinary poisonous fog. It's the concentrated poison gas released by the ghost-faced serpent king in one burst before its death. Even an 8th realm expert would have their physical body corrode instantly upon contact, turning into a pool of blood. Yi Guhan felt his scalp tingle. Retreat! In any case, the ghost-faced serpent king is already dead. The top priority is to quickly avoid this poisonous fog and come back to collect the corpse after the fog dissipates. Only Elder Chu remained behind to cover the retreat. His full-force True Essence shield was proving insufficient against the surging poisonous mist, melting away rapidly like ice and snow encountering the blazing sun. Damn it, I can only hold on a little longer. Elder Chu frantically mobilized the True Essence within his body, covering his entire being like a viscous stream of water. Fortunately, he was a seasoned 8th realm powerhouse, his True Essence incomparably robust. As long as he could endure it and wait for the poisonous mist to dissipate, he would be safe. Approximately 1 incense stick's time later, Old Chu suddenly saw a familiar figure rapidly pass through, appearing extremely conspicuous within this poisonous fog. The handsome young man shuttled through the poisonous fog, a fist-sized dark red bead floating above his head, emitting a blazing light. The surrounding poisonous fog was being absorbed into it, unable to touch him in the slightest. After Ningbei learned everything through his doppelganger, he conceived a bold idea. That was to scavenge for scraps. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind entering. The poisonous fog spewed out by the ghost-faced Serpent King before its death gave him an excellent opportunity. While Yiguhan and the others were preoccupied, he could quietly sneak over and take away the ghost-faced Serpent King's corpse. But first, he had to resist the poisonous fog. Fortunately, the god-devouring pearl could even devour the poisonous fog, allowing Ningbei to enter unscathed. ISNT that the heir of the demon suppression king manor. How did he get in here? Elder Chu widened his eyes, almost thinking he was hallucinating, and felt a sense of absurdity in his heart. He remembered that Ningbei was clearly bound by the immortal binding rope and supervised by the young master and others. How could he have escaped and brazenly entered the poisonous fog? Ha! This old geezer is still here. Seeing that Elder Chu had noticed him, Ningbei raised his eyebrows. Anyway, the doppelganger will be exposed sooner or later, so he is not afraid of being exposed. First, take away the ghost-faced Flood Dragon King. Arriving in front of the huge corpse, Ningbei's eyes were a little fiery. A fierce beast at the peak of the 8th realm was enough to further enhance his god-devouring pearl. With a wave of his hand, he put the corpse into his personal space. Glancing at the stunned Elder Chu in the distance, Ningbei said with a contemptuous expression, "Old thing, what are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen someone picking up a bargain?" After speaking, he left triumphantly, leaving Elder Chu in a mess in the wind. Chapter 18, Yiguhan's Greatly Broken Defense. Although Elder Chu didn't dare to act rashly, Ningbei didn't take the opportunity to attack, trying to kill an 8th realm expert here. Just kidding, how could a 5th realm cultivator like him break through that majestic true essence? Don't end up getting yourself caught up in it. Realizing the huge gap in strength between them, Ningbei decisively chose to run. Ding! Detecting that the host's operation is very impressive, rewarding 300,000 points. The system prompt sounded. System, I just like how you've never seen the world. Ningbei grinned, pushing the Chaos Lightning Shadow step to its limit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, he sped through the mountains, and soon disappeared without a trace. Old Chu, left standing there, had a very interesting expression on his face. He still couldn't figure out how Ningbei had escaped, and with such incredible ability, to be able to move freely in the poisonous fog. Damn it, the ghost-faced Flood Dragon's corpse was taken away by that kid. Old Chu came back to his senses, instantly turning angry and humiliated, feeling a strong sense of shame in his heart. Within this terrifying poisonous fog, even if he wanted to stop him, he couldn't. Just like that, he could only watch as the spoils of battle were snatched away by an outsider. How was he going to explain this to the young master later? The more Elder Chu thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he hated Ningbei to the core. Half an hour later, the poisonous fog gradually dissipated, and the surrounding scenery had completely changed. The vegetation had withered, the rocks had almost completely dissolved, and deathly stillness pervaded everywhere. Even the earthworms in the soil could not escape. Cold sweat streamed down Elder Chu's forehead. He felt lingering fear, and there was a strong sense of emptiness within his body. He had still underestimated the horror of the poisonous fog. It had directly depleted all of his true essence, forcing him to use spiritual power to replenish it in the end. He had just barely managed to survive. At this time, he was no longer at his peak condition and could only be compared to an ordinary 7th realm cultivator. Before long, a group of figures rapidly flew over from the distance. Yiguhan looked at Elder Chu still alive, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterward, his gaze turned towards the front, and his pupils suddenly contracted into needles, because he discovered that the space in front was empty. Even the corpse of the ghost-masked flood dragon was gone. Impossible. Even if the poisonous mist has amazing corrosive abilities, it shouldn't have left not even a shred of remains. That was the ghost-faced Flood Dragon King, after all. Its entire body was a treasure, and even the ultimate Thunderblast Pearl couldn't shatter its body. Thoughts raced through his mind. Yiguhan darted in front of the old man and questioned him with agitated emotions. "Elder Chu, where is the ghost-faced Flood Dragon King?" Elder Chu felt guilty, his face bitter. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a familiar figure in the group, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Because he saw the culprit, Ningbei. "Young master, he's the one who stole the body." Elder Chu rushed forward, pointing accusingly. As soon as these words came out, the subordinates were dumbstruck, looking at each other in dismay. Yiguhan froze, veins popping out on his forehead. He roared, "Do you take me for a fool? This guy has been in the team from beginning to end, so how could he have stolen the ghost-faced Flood Dragon King's body? Are you hallucinating, you bastard?" Upon hearing this, Old Chu's mind buzzed. Just as he had seen, the other party was bound by the immortal binding rope and was being watched in real time by Yiguhan and the others. It was impossible for him to escape and then reappear before his eyes. Could it be that he was really hallucinating? The problem was, the corpse had indeed been taken away. Old Chu's heart was in a mess. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Ningbei, who revealed a smile that was not quite a smile. In an instant, Old Chu was struck by lightning. He roared and lunged at Ningbei, grabbing the latter's neck with almost uncontrollable emotion. "It's you! It must be you! Quickly hand over the corpse of the ghost-faced Flood Dragon King. Hall Master Chu, calm down. The subordinates were startled and quickly pulled the old man away. Yi Guhan's face was gloomy as he sensed that something was amiss. He still believed in old Chu. After all, there was no need to lie about this kind of thing. But the problem was that Ning Bei had never left his sight. How could he have openly taken the corpse? Then there was only one reason that could explain it. This Ning Bei might be a fake. When this thought emerged, even Yi Guhan was deeply shocked. Jia, it seems that even you have guessed it. Then there is no need for me to pretend anymore. The handsome young man, who was tied up, let out a strange laugh, and his eyes were full of mockery as he looked at Yi Guhan. Look, this kid admitted that the corpse was taken away by him. Elder Chu said with pleasant surprise, inexplicably feeling as if a misunderstanding had been cleared up. Yi Guhan's face was unsightly, and he felt a faint sense of unease in his heart. He coldly rebuked, Ning Bei, what do you mean? Subsequently, in the shocked eyes of everyone, the son of the demon suppression prince's mansion smiled even more strangely. Many cracks appeared on his entire body like a broken porcelain, exuding a terrifying aura of energy. Surprise! After uttering a sentence in English, Ning Bei's body exploded with a bang, and the surging energy raged out, spreading frantically in all directions. Not good. Everyone leaped up to avoid being affected. The power of the explosion was strong enough to threaten cultivators in the sixth realm. Ah! Miserable screams rang out one after another, seemingly indicating severe injuries. After the dust settled, the ground was a complete mess. Yi Guhan and Old Chu were fine, but the other 10 subordinates were not so lucky. They were relatively close, and with their cultivation at the sixth realm, they all suffered severe injuries after the explosion. One by one, they vomited blood, their auras weakened, and some even lost arms, clutching their stumps and wailing in agony. It was fortunate that they could fly. If they were fifth realm cultivators, they would all have died in that explosion. Young Master Old Chu realized that they had suffered a complete defeat, and, fearing he would be blamed, he shrank his neck. Who would have thought that this prince of the demon suppression manor was a fake, and could even chant incantations to self-destruct? Truly bizarre. Nightcold's face twitched, his fists clenched until they cracked, veins popping out on his neck. Utter humiliation, utter humiliation. Since his debut, everything had gone smoothly for him. Even when encountering tricky problems, he could always resolve them with his abilities. In his life's dictionary, there had never been the word failure. Now, not only had the spoils been snatched away, but he had been completely fooled from beginning to end. Rumble! A surge of raging anger swept through his chest, seemingly about to ignite his entire body. Night God Cold could no longer endure it. A monstrous killing intent erupted from his body, sweeping out like a storm, freezing every inch of the surrounding space. Ning Bei! The roar shook the mountains, even causing the clouds in the sky to dissipate. These two simple words contained infinite anger and hatred. This was the first time he had suffered such a great loss, but he vowed it would be the last. If he encountered it again next time, he would definitely avenge this humiliation. Far away, in a certain hidden mountain forest. Ning Bei stopped, gazing thoughtfully in a certain direction. I seem to hear a son calling out to me. Could it be an illusion? Chapter 19, Men are always loyal. Shaking his head, Ning Bei took out the corpse of the ghost-masked Flood Dragon King, intending to feed it to the God-devouring pearl. With a whoosh, the God-devouring pearl was summoned, hovering above the corpse, erupting with a terrifying power of devouring. In an instant, the flesh and blood of the ghost-masked Flood Dragon King's corpse rapidly surged into the God-devouring pearl like flowing water. Whoosh! The surface of the pearl emitted a dazzling dark red light, like an eerie star of calamity filled with an ominous aura. At this moment, the God-devouring pearl advanced from a top-tier magic artifact to a mid-tier treasure. Seeing this, Ning Bei suddenly had a feeling that if he were to unleash this God-devouring pearl with all his might, the 10 sixth realm experts from the previous ghost market would all die. Even if he encountered a 7th realm expert, he could still contend with them. This lucky find is simply too good. With his strength improved, Ning Bei was in a great mood. He put away the God-devouring pearl and decided to find a place to cultivate in seclusion before making further plans. 3 months later, accompanied by a surge of turbulent spiritual energy emanating from a certain cave, raising billowing dust, a handsome young man walked out with his hands clasped behind his back, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. His cultivation level had actually broken through to the 6th realm. The 6th realm, also known as the sky-soaring realm, the most obvious characteristic of cultivators who reach this level is their ability to fly through the sky. The feeling of breaking through is wonderful, but unfortunately, the integral points are almost spent. I have to continue to work hard. Ning Bei sighed as he gazed at the azure sky. During this time, he not only purchased various top-grade elixirs but also raised the Chaos Lightning Shadow Step from entry level to minor success, increasing his movement speed to a new level, which also led to his integral points currently remaining at a pitiful 50,000. However, Ning Bei didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, with his magical brain circuit, brushing another million integral points would be easy. Now, let me try flying first and see what it feels like to fly in the sky. Ning Bei was full of excitement. He gathered his strength and leaped, his figure shooting into the sky like a rocket with a whoosh. In the sky, Ningbei soared freely like a rock, feeling the movement of the surrounding airflow, and his heart was filled with a sense of exhilaration. This is what a true cultivator is. Many people are trapped in the lower 5 realms throughout their lives, and it is difficult to take the crucial step to reach the 6th realm. Only those above the 6th realm possess the various magical abilities of a cultivator. At this moment, Ningbei felt happy, flying freely in the sky, overlooking the vast mountains and rivers below. Suddenly, he saw a long line of people advancing along a winding mountain path. Judging from the materials they were transporting and the scale of their numbers, it seemed to be a merchant caravan. Ningbei originally intended to fly over them, but suddenly he caught sight of an extremely familiar figure. It's her. On the mountain road, a caravan of about 300 people was moving forward, the carriages rumbling and stirring up dust. The accompanying guards wore long sabers at their waists, their blood and chi were vigorous, and their eyes sharply scanned their surroundings. This was a trade caravan specifically dealing in the sale of goods. The caravan's leader was called Feng Yuanshan. He was a wealthy merchant with considerable power. In his early years, he retired from the military and made his fortune by reselling goods. This time, he wanted to take another gamble and make a big score. Tall and clad in splendid attire, his noble aura was overwhelming. He rode a majestic spiritual steed, its hooves like crystal agate, shimmering with a translucent luster, extremely eye-catching. Feng Yuanshan appeared calm and composed, as steady as an old dog, but in reality, his gaze would occasionally dart toward a beautiful figure riding alongside him. It was a fair-skinned, jade-like woman in a pink dress with a pure, youthful appearance. Her looks were those of a standard lowly, evoking tenderness, but in extreme contrast, she possessed enormous thunderous assets that, due to their size, would surge violently as she bounced on horseback. She was Xiaoyu, the maid who had previously worked in the Jinyao King's mansion. Later, she was inexplicably caught up in the scandal framing the heir Ningbei, which aroused the displeasure of Madame Shen Yunxi, so she was expelled. Now, Xiaoyu plans to return to her hometown to take care of her disabled father and her young sister. Speaking of Xiaoyu's father, when he was young, he was full of enthusiasm. At that time, the demon race was invading the border of Great Wei. He devoted himself to the army without hesitation and went to the front line to fight with the demon race. As a result, he was unfortunately seriously injured while fighting with the northern barbarian demon race, and he also lost a leg. Although he was rescued, he was reduced to a cripple. Even so, his father remained optimistic and had no regrets. He originally thought the compensation would be enough for the family's normal expenses for the next 10 years or so. However, fate didn't play out as he wished. Xiaoyu's mother contracted a terminal illness. Unwilling to accept this, his father sought medical treatment everywhere. In the end, even the compensation money was used up, but his wife still passed away in pain, leaving him and his 2 daughters behind. At that time, the family was so poor that they couldn't even afford to eat. Left with no choice, Xiaoyu's father had to rely on his comrades' connections to introduce the older Xiaoyu to the Jinyao prince's mansion as a maidservant. For the past 10 years, Xiaoyu had been serving tea and water, doing all kinds of menial tasks, but she had no complaints. On the contrary, she felt very happy because she could finally alleviate the burden on her family. At this moment, thinking of her father, who had difficulty moving around at home, and her younger sister, who was several years younger than her, Xiaoyu was eager to return home and visit them as soon as possible. Cough, cough. A cough interrupted her thoughts. Xiaoyu looked awkwardly at the middle-aged man beside her and asked cautiously, "Uncle Feng, what's wrong?" Her feelings for this middle-aged man were complicated. The reason she was able to get this opportunity was because he and her father were comrades in arms in their youth and had a life-or-death friendship. Her hometown, Panchurcheng, was too far from Yuzhoucheng. As a woman of slight build, she feared something might happen on the road. So, she had no choice but to seek help from her Uncle Feng, whom she had never met. Fortunately, considering their past relationship and that the caravan was passing through Panchur city, they offered her a ride. Only Xiaoyu felt a bit awkward because the way this Uncle Feng looked at her was quite strange, as if he wanted to possess her. Looking at this pure and lovely young woman, Feng Yuanshan forcefully suppressed the burning desire in his heart and squeezed out a kindly smile, saying, "Xiaoyu, in another 800 li, we should arrive at city. Please give my regards to your father." Xiaoyu nodded. "Okay, Uncle Feng, I will convey the message truthfully." Immediately after, she politely added, "Thank you." Xiaoyu's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head. Feng Yuanshan seemed to think of something, and changed the subject, saying, "Xiaoyu, although your Uncle Feng is this old, I'm well maintained, and I'm no worse than young people in that regard. Most importantly, my family is wealthy, and I definitely don't have to worry about money. If you follow me, you can live a better life. What do you say?" Along the way, Feng Yuanshan had been coveting his old friend's daughter for a long time. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her, and he was simply itching with desire. Especially her figure, it was really top-notch. Now, he couldn't bear it any longer and revealed his desires. Ah! Xiaoyu almost thought she had misheard. Her pretty face instantly turned red, and she stammered nervously, "Uncle Feng Yu, you must be joking, there's a bit of a generation gap between us." Feng Yuanshan thought there was a chance, and deliberately put on a straight face, saying, "Do you think your Uncle Feng looks like he's joking? Can't Uncle Feng have some pursuits with his strength? Is it wrong to like an 18-year-old girl? You need to understand, men will always like 18-year-olds. That's what true devotion is." Hearing this, Xiaoyu found it difficult to say, "But you're my dad's good friend. How can you have those kinds of thoughts about me? As the saying goes, good water should not flow to other people's fields. Your dad saved my life. I'm spending a lot of money to marry his daughter and call him father-in-law. Is he at a disadvantage? Besides, this is a close-knit arrangement," Feng Yuanshan said righteously. Clearly, he had his own set of logic. Xiaoyu was so angry that she wanted to cry. What was all this about? The surrounding guards had strange expressions and cast contemptuous glances at Feng Yuanshan. Damn, I really want to kill this shameless thing. Chapter 20, The Complexity of Human Nature. Uncle Feng, Alright, Uncle Feng is just saying. Don't rush to refuse now. Consider it carefully. If you really don't want to, Uncle Feng won't force you, Feng Yuanshan said with a smile. He did indeed harbor some lewd thoughts, being a genuine old pervert, but the thing was, he was a pervert with a bottom line and principles, a principled pervert. If Xiaoyu refused no matter what, he wouldn't force her. After all, if her father hadn't pulled him out of a pile of dead bodies back then, he wouldn't have the glory he had today. Just as Feng Yuanshan was pondering how to further persuade this woman, a noisy clamor suddenly erupted from all around. "Brothers, it looks like we've got a big fat sheep this time, enough for us to live it up for years. Charge! Anyone who dares to resist, kill them without question." In an instant, a group of fierce-looking bandits surged out from the hillsides on both sides of the road. They held all sorts of weapons, their eyes shining as if they had spotted prey, and they charged over, howling. "Ambush!" Seeing this, the head guard, with the highest cultivation, shouted in alarm and anger as he drew his sword. The guards hurriedly drew their sabers and engaged in a fierce battle with the constantly surging bandits. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Damn it, how can there be so many bandits on this road? I haven't heard of anything like this in recent years. Feng Yuanshan's face was unsightly as he struggled to pull the reins and control his startled spiritual steed. He had always been careful. The reason he dared to take this road was that he had not heard of bandits gathering to commit crimes before. But what was happening now was really unexpected. Tough luck for you. We've only recently become bandits and we're worrying about not having any way to make a living. It's a good thing you came. We really have to thank you. The leader was a bald man, burly and thick-waisted, holding a giant sword that looked like a door panel. He looked very intimidating, and he was grinning ferociously at Feng Yuanshan. Hearing this, Feng Yuanshan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He could only pin his hopes on the guards he had hired at great expense being effective. If this batch of supplies was robbed, it would really be a total loss. Moreover, there was the danger to his life. The head guard shouted angrily, "Insolent bandits, don't be so arrogant. Watch how I'll cut you down." Saying this, he executed a marvelous saber technique, swiftly slicing down over a dozen bandits along the way like lightning, his imposing aura pressing towards the bald man. "TSK, petty tricks, daring to display your incompetence before me." A mocking expression played on the bald man's lips. After gathering his strength and charging forward, he swung his greatsword down with a fierce chop. The sword energy surged mightily, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder. "You!" The head guard's eyes widened in horror, then he felt a massive force assault him, and the long saber in his hands shattered with a crack. Poochie! In an instant, his body was cleaved in two, and the bloody halves of his corpse landed on the ground. Overestimating yourself, daring to compare with the greatsword berserker, your cultivation is far too shallow. The bald man swung his door-sized greatsword, steadily resting it on his shoulder, his figure standing tall and imposing, giving off a powerful sense of oppression. "The boss is mighty," the bandits shouted in excitement. On the merchant caravan side, witnessing their guard captain, with his cultivation as high as the 5th realm, instantly killed in a single exchange, their morale instantly collapsed. "What?" he said. "He is the greatsword devil." No wonder, the greatsword devil is a 5th realm completion demonic path expert. In recent years, he has committed all kinds of evil, burning, killing, and looting. Although his reputation is terrible, his strength is recognized as formidable. There were rumors before that he was hunted down by righteous experts and disappeared. Who would have thought that he would gather a group of lackeys here and start a bandit business? Upon learning the bald man's identity, the hearts of the caravan members turned cold. The guards also disarmed and surrendered one after another, their faces filled with horror. Seeing this, the robbers quickly controlled the entire caravan, and victorious cheers rose one after another. "It's over." Feng Yuanshan looked utterly hopeless, lamenting his misfortune of encountering such a thing without consulting the calendar for an auspicious day before leaving. "Everyone be honest. Don't move." Yes. Everyone knelt on the ground, their hearts filled with fear and unease. "Esteemed sir, you can take all the wealth. Please, have mercy and spare us." Times are hard these days. Feng Yuanshan lay prostrate on the ground, begging in a humble voice. The bald man's eyes were cruel, with a hint of mockery. He looked down at the middle-aged merchant prostrating at his feet and sneered. I'll spare your life for now. Later, have your family send enough ransom, and I'll let you go. As for the others, it's the same. If you can't come up with the corresponding ransom, then you'll be servants in my Black Wind stronghold for the rest of your lives. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the caravan members changed drastically, and they lamented inwardly. Feng Yuanshan felt bitter in his heart. The current outcome was already the best possible. After all, he was immensely wealthy, and even if he suffered severe losses this time, at least he had saved his life. The bald man's gaze swept over the pink-skirted silhouette kneeling on the other side. He strode over and commanded, You, stand up for me. Xiao Yu was already in despair. Hearing these words, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. She stood up timidly, shivering like a lamb, not daring to look directly at the other party's burning gaze. The bald man sized her up and down unscrupulously, his eyes gleaming as if he had discovered a new continent, and he clicked his tongue, top notch, top notch. That pure face and outstanding figure made the bald man react on the spot. One word, exquisite. From now on, you are my slave. Don't worry, I will take good care of you. The bald man chuckled. Congratulations, boss. The subordinates were envious. They had never experienced anything like this before. They thought to themselves that maybe one day when the boss was tired of her, it might be their turn to taste what she was like. No! Xiao Yu was so frightened that her face paled. The thought of her miserable life ahead brought tears to her eyes. Why? She just wanted to go home and reunite with her family. Why did she have to encounter something like this? Perhaps his conscience was pricked. Feng Yuanshan gritted his teeth and said, forcing himself to speak. Esteemed sir, could you possibly let this girl go? I am willing to pay her ransom along with my own, even if it's increased tenfold. I only beg you to release her so she can reunite with her long-separated family. The bald man said with displeasure, You dog, do you think I care about that little bit of ransom? What I'm craving is her body. Sir, please hear me out. Her father is an old acquaintance of mine. He fought on the battlefield against the demon race and later retired due to injuries. So, I implore you, for his sake, to let her go. This child has not had an easy life. As he spoke, Feng Yuanshan continuously kowtowed on the ground, his posture extremely humble. He couldn't bear to see his old comrade's daughter humiliated like this, so he wanted to struggle a bit, trying to awaken the other party's conscience. The entire place was silent. The expressions of the group of robbers varied. Uncle Feng Xiaoyu's eyes were red, and she choked out. Although he had given her a bad impression earlier, his willingness to stand up and plead for her now was enough to make her feel grateful and respectful. The bald man froze on the spot, not expecting the other party to say these words. After a moment, the corners of his mouth curled into a grin, revealing his stark white teeth. His smile was chilling. Is that so? Then I'll have to enjoy myself even more. Chapter 21 You believe me. What? Feng Yuanshan's body shook. He raised his head, his face full of shock, looking at the bald man in disbelief. He hadn't expected this response. The bald man sneered, Idiot, do you think I care about that? It'll only make me try harder later. Ha 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 ha. The subordinates were silent for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. The scene could be described as a demonic dance. Feng Yuanshan's facial muscles twitched, his heart sinking to the bottom. He had overestimated the bottom line of these villains. They were worse than beasts. Xiao Yu's body went limp and she collapsed helplessly to the ground, lowering her head and emitting a whimpering cry as 2 lines of desperate tears streamed down her face. From childhood, influenced by her father, she had always been a strong girl. But the events unfolding before her completely shattered her spirit. In this moment, she was utterly despondent, wanting only to die. Suddenly, a displeased voice came from the sky, landing clearly in everyone's ears. Hey, your laughter is disturbing me. The laughter stopped abruptly. The robbers widened their eyes and subconsciously looked up, their pupils suddenly contracting. A handsome young man wearing a dark red robe stood in the air with his arms crossed, looking down at them with a playful expression. Damn, he can fly. Could this be the legendary Sky Realm expert? Hiss, this is a real big shot. The bandits were frightened. For small fries like them, the life platform realm was an existence they looked up to on the highest ceiling they could reach. Now, an empowered flight realm expert had actually appeared. How could this not terrify them? After all, reaching the 6th realm was a completely new level. The bald man's expression drastically changed. His previous arrogance vanished, replaced by timidity. He braced himself and said, Senior, we didn't intend to disturb you. Please forgive us. Among the crowd, the most shocked was Xiao Yu. Looking at this extremely familiar yet somewhat strange youth, Xiao Yu almost thought she was hallucinating. Wasn't this His Highness the Heir Apparent? How could he be here alone? And he could fly. Xiao Yu had never been exposed to cultivation and her understanding of cultivation matters was superficial. But judging from the bald man's fearful expression, His Highness the Heir Apparent seemed to be very, very strong. With his enhanced hearing, Ning Bei had clearly heard all the conversations from below. In his memories, Xiaoyu had come to the royal residence as a maidservant since she was little. Although she was younger than him, she always took care of his daily life behind him like a meticulous and thoughtful elder sister. So, Ningbei had a pretty good impression of this girl. He originally thought she had been dismissed and sent back to her hometown, but he didn't expect to run into something like this here. Since he happened to encounter it, he had to intervene, both out of sentiment and reason, and by the way, earn some points from this group of bandits. You think you can just brush it off with an apology? Do you think that's possible? Ningbei's tone gradually turned cold, and his eyes revealed a dangerous meaning. The bald man's face was unsightly, and he cursed his bad luck inwardly. Damn it, just because their laughter was a little loud, he's looking for trouble. Is there still any justice in this world? Ding! Detecting that the host's actions are considered excessive even by villains who are worse than animals, rewarding 100,000 points. Hearing this, the corners of Ningbei's mouth curled up in a subtle arc. Senior, how about this? I will offer all the looted goods from this merchant caravan to you as tribute. We will leave immediately and not disturb your leisure. What do you think? The bald man said with a smile on his face. To offer such a fat sheep to someone else with his own hands, his heart was bleeding. Ningbei said with contempt, do you think I need these things? Having said that, he waved his sleeves, and countless dark red beams of chi shot out like a rain of pear blossom needles, accurately hitting the group of bald man's underlings. In an instant, miserable screams rose and fell. The bodies of these small fries were riddled with holes, and they fell into pools of blood one after another, with a dazed look in their eyes, as if they hadn't realized how they had died. The mountain wind howled past, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Everyone in the caravan was dumbfounded. Glurp! The bald man swallowed hard, almost unable to hold his weapon. So many underlings that he had painstakingly recruited were killed so cleanly. There is hope. Seeing this, Feng Yuanshan was excited, feeling as if he had pierced through the clouds and seen the dawn. Say senior, this one really didn't mean to disturb you. Now that you've killed people and vented your anger, please be magnanimous and spare my life. Overcome by the fear of death, the bald man pleaded bitterly. The strong ones these days just don't make any sense. Just because his laughter was too loud and disturbed him, he started a massacre. Compared to this kind of eccentric person, the bald man felt that his years in the demonic path had been a waste. Ding! Detected that the host is insane, even demonic cultivators are terrified, reward of 100,000 points. Sure, then cut off one of your arms. Ningbei said playfully. Cut off one of his arms. The bald man's heart trembled, but considering the current situation, he had no choice but to do it in order to survive. After all, losing an arm was better than losing his life. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, raised his greatsword, and decisively chopped off his left arm, the severed section gushing with blood. Ugh! The bald man endured the pain, forcing a smile on his face. Senior, are you satisfied now? I'll take my leave. With that, he turned to leave. He could only swallow his anger and resentment about what had just happened, silently lamenting his bad luck. After this bloody lesson, he wouldn't dare laugh so loudly outside in the future for fear of encountering narrow-minded powerhouses like today. Hold on. A dissatisfied voice stopped him. The bald man's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and said with astonishment and doubt, Senior, didn't you say that you would let me go if I cut off one of my arms? Are you going back on your word? Ningbei snorted coldly. Of course I keep my word, but did I say that I would let you go if you cut off your left arm? What I want is for you to cut off your right arm. What? The bald man instantly collapsed. He stared at the handsome young man with a face full of grief and indignation, grinding his teeth. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? I've already cut off my left arm, and you still want my other arm. Wouldn't that make me an armless person? Even if I survive, how will I wield a sword in the future? Ding! Detecting that the opponent's mentality has collapsed and is being tormented by the host's tricks to the point of tears, rewarding 300,000 points. Another wave of points has been received. Ningbei revealed a gratified smile. Cut off another arm, and I guarantee I'll let you go. Really, trust me. As he said this, Ningbei looked sincere. Chapter 22, You're just jealous of my looks. Having learned from the previous lesson, the bald man didn't believe this nonsense at all. He felt that Ningbei simply wanted to find a way to kill him. First, give him hope of survival, then extinguish it. He's simply a devil. You're going too far. I'm going to fight you. Knowing that he had no way out, the bald man simply swung his greatsword and slashed fiercely. Because he was facing death, the potential of his body was stimulated. The mighty sword wind howled, raising billowing dust. When the greatsword landed in front of Ningbei, a glimmer of hope arose in the bald man's heart. Maybe he could counter-kill. You must know that the biggest difference between the 6th realm and the 5th realm is that 6th realm experts can fly freely, possessing sufficient space to maneuver. Therefore, when the opponent had no way to avoid it, the bald man was still very confident in the power of his sword move. But unfortunately, Ningbei quickly used the truth to tell him that the so-called counter-kill was just an illusion. Extending his hand, he flicked his finger, and a surge of powerful force rushed out. Bang! The giant sword shattered into pieces. Ah, as if struck by a cannonball, the bald man's tall frame flew backward, overturning several carriages before crashing heavily onto the ground, his chest collapsing inch by inch, drenched in blood. This once notoriously fierce greatsword berserker has died just like that. Silence. Deathly silence. Originally, everyone from the bandit gang was dead, so Feng Yuanshan and the others should have been happy. But now, there was an even more terrifying presence than the bandits, causing them to not dare make even the slightest sound, deeply afraid of inviting a deadly disaster. After all, the group of robbers had just been annihilated on a whim by this passing sixth realm expert because they laughed too loudly and disturbed him. To such lofty existences, they were as insignificant as ants. At this moment, the atmosphere was thick with tension and oppression. The caravan members were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe loudly, gazing at the handsome young man with trepidation. Ning Bei's gaze landed on Xiaoyu. Seeing her standing there dumbfounded, he said in an annoyed tone, "What? Don't you recognize me?" Xiaoyu snapped out of her shock, her voice filled with excitement and a hint of apprehension. "Your Highness, is it really you?" She couldn't help it. After a few months, Ning Bei gave her a completely different feeling. His temperament was confident and composed, his spirit radiant. Of course, the biggest change was his astonishing strength. Because the change in such a short period was too great, Xiaoyu even suspected for a moment that this might be a man who looked very similar to His Highness. So she didn't dare to say anything. Now that his identity was confirmed, Xiaoyu was very happy. At the same time, she was also very touched, knowing that he had come to save her. "Your Highness." Feng Yuanshan's face changed in shock as he stared at Ning Bei in disbelief. He knew that Xiaoyu had been a maid in the Jinyao King's mansion for many years. Combining that with the title he had just heard, this person's identity was obvious. This was the super genius who was born with divine bones and was hailed as having the potential to become a god. It was just a little strange. According to rumors, hadn't he already fallen into ruin? It seemed that the rumors were outdated. This eldest young master of the Jinyao King's mansion had recovered his health and his cultivation had advanced even further. Realizing this, Feng Yuanshan's heart pounded wildly. This humble one greets young Master Ning. "Thank you, young Master Ning, for saving my life." Immediately, he knelt down on the ground without hesitation and shouted loudly, "Thank you, young Master Ning, for saving our lives." After learning Ning Bei's identity, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and knelt down to express their gratitude. Ning Bei said calmly, "Get up. Xiaoyu used to be a maid in my manor, that's why I intervened. You're just benefiting from her." To be honest, if it weren't for Xiaoyu, he wouldn't have deliberately interfered in this matter. Eliminating evil and maintaining peace is what righteous people do. He doesn't see himself that way. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Feng Yuanshan's eyes, and he said smoothly, "So that's how it is. It seems that Miss Xiaoyu is our caravan's lucky star." Yes, a lucky star. Everyone nodded desperately. Hearing this, a blush rose on Xiaoyu's delicate face. She waved her hands repeatedly and said shyly, "It's nothing like that. It's just that Prince is kind-hearted. He's a good person." Ning Bei almost vomited blood. He was a man determined to become an evil god, yet he received such an evaluation. This is slander. Ding detected that an epic daughter of destiny has been deceived by the host's appearance and her affection has skyrocketed, rewarding 50,000 points. The system prompt sounded. Ning Bei was dumbfounded. "I'll be damned, it can be like this. Wait, what's the deal with an epic-level daughter of destiny?" Having encountered Night Guan, the young master of the ghost market, he naturally understood the special nature of such beings. But even he was only an advanced son of destiny. Yet, right now, an epic-level daughter of destiny was standing right before his eyes. Most ridiculously, she used to be just an ordinary maid in his manor. What extraordinary qualities did this woman possess to have such a heaven-defying identity? He recalled when Xiaoyu first entered the manor as a child, the steward had specifically checked her aptitude, and it was utterly unremarkable. She should have been destined to have no connection with cultivation in this lifetime. What exactly about her met the criteria of an epic-level daughter of destiny? Could it be that, at a young age, she already possessed an ample bosom and harbored a tremendous thunder? That was indeed a unique characteristic. Noticing that Ning Bei was suddenly staring intently at her, his eyes anxiously scanning her up and down, Xiaoyu felt as if her body held no secrets and had been seen through. In an instant, a strange feeling arose in her heart, and even her breathing became somewhat rapid. His Highness's gaze is so strange. Feng Yuanshan saw all of this and understood in his heart. No wonder young Master Ning would lend a helping hand. So this girl is his predetermined possession, not to be touched by others. Realizing this, Feng Yuanshan couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, he hadn't acted recklessly earlier, or he would have died too. "Young Master Ning, our caravan is about to continue on its journey and will be taking Miss Xiaoyu to Boulder City along the way. Would you like to join us?" Feng Yuanshan, the shrewd old fox, immediately revealed the key information. Ning Bei glanced at him meaningfully. When he was flying in the sky earlier, he knew that this old lecher had designs on Xiaoyu, and he had heard the previous conversation clearly. Admittedly, the other party harbored lustful intentions, but he didn't push things too far. In the end, he even risked his own safety to kneel and beg for mercy for Xiaoyu before the bandit leader. It was precisely this that greatly changed his opinion of him. Otherwise, he would have eliminated him without a second thought. It's just a short distance. I'll take Xiaoyu for a short flight and we'll be there in no time. You guys carry on with your work. Saying this, Ningbei reached out and, amidst Xiaoyu's astonished and bashful gaze, tightly embraced her slender waist. Then, he leaped up, soaring into the sky. Feng Yuanshan quickly took the lead in bowing respectfully. We respectfully see off young Master Ning. The caravan members, their faces full of awe, cupped their hands and shouted, we respectfully see off young Master Ning. In the sky. Tears glistened in Xiaoyu's eyes and her pleading voice trembled slightly. Your Highness, please slow down, slow down. Ding, detected that the host has moistened the epic-level Daughter of Destiny's eye sockets, reward of 100,000 points. Ahem, system, you're really something. Ningbei's expression was strange, so he had to deliberately slow down his flying speed. To be fair, he does gain points more easily from Xiaoyu, and each time it's not a small amount. Is this the benefit of having an epic-level Daughter of Destiny? After all, an ordinary girl with no connection would definitely not be able to do this. Seeing the flight speed slow down, Xiaoyu finally felt a little better. Thinking of her earlier loss of composure, a flush of crimson appeared on her face. Looking at this nearly perfect profile, her heart pounded. If all of this weren't so real, Xiaoyu would truly suspect she was dreaming. Ever since she entered the manor as a child, she had harbored a trace of girlish affection for Ningbei. Every time she saw him diligently cultivating and sweating, she couldn't help but steal a few glances, then quickly pass by with her head lowered. Day after day, year after year. Later, at the age of 12, Ningbei broke through the 5th realm, shattering the Great Way's record for the fastest breakthrough to the 5th realm, causing a sensation throughout the world. That year, he was full of vigor, standing with his hands behind his back, accepting the praises and congratulations from the guests in the mansion. She just stared blankly, feeling genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. However, an accident happened. Xiaoyu didn't know the inside story, only hearing the people in the mansion discussing it behind their backs, saying that the young master's cultivation had gone awry and he had become a useless person overnight. This made her very worried. Fortunately, Ningbei still cultivated diligently, even more so than before. She firmly believed that the heir apparent in her heart would soon return to the top. However, no matter how hard he tried, Ningbei's cultivation remained stagnant, leading to more and more rumors in the residence. For 7 whole years, Xiaoyu personally witnessed a once spirited and confident young prodigy gradually doubting himself, heading towards collapse, and becoming depressed, sensitive, and filled with inferiority. Every time she saw it, her heart ached. How she wished she could tell Ningbei personally, "It's okay, you've already worked so hard. At least, I will always be by your side." However, these words could only be hidden in her heart. After all, she was just a lowly maid. No matter how down on his luck he was still the son of the demon-suppressing king. The difference in their status was like an insurmountable chasm. Therefore, later on, she could only place this hope on Ningbei's childhood sweetheart, Lu Ruyan, hoping that Lu Ruyan could soothe Ningbei's wounded heart and bring him warmth and light. However, since Ningbei began to decline, Lu Ruyan became increasingly impatient with him. She had personally witnessed the person she admired repeatedly humbling himself before Lu Ruyan, pathetically begging for a bit of affection. Xiaoyu's heart ached, and she felt deeply that Ningbei deserved better. Now, the young lord in her eyes had undergone a complete change. Not only had he publicly broken off the engagement a few months ago, but now he had also stepped in heroically to save the day. Everything had returned to the confident, composed, and radiant manner of his younger days, even carrying a mysterious charm that captivated her even more. Amidst the ebb and flow of her thoughts, Xiaoyu felt very happy for Ningbei's transformation. Thinking of how her slender waist was being intimately embraced, she couldn't help but purse her luscious lips, her cheeks flushed with a rosy, alluring glow. She would forever remember the beauty of this moment, and even after many years, recalling it would fill her heart with a sweet feeling. Ding, detected an epic Destiny's daughter, completely infatuated with the pretentious host, rewarding 500,000 points. Hearing the system's notification, Ningbei was so angry that he wanted to burst out with vulgarities on the spot. Bah, you damn system, you're just jealous of my handsome and impeccable divine face. Chapter 23, Change. Your Highness, the rock citadel is just ahead. After a while, seeing the city not far away, Xiaoyu said with a complicated expression. This was her long-lost hometown. More than 10 years had passed since she left. Were her father and younger sister at home doing well? Alright, let's go down then. Ningbei nodded, and, embracing the big-breasted beauty in his arms, swooped down. Rock Citadel was remotely located. It was an inconspicuous small city of the Great Wei dynasty, with a population of about 4 to 5 million. The guards at the city gates simply checked them before waving Ningbei and Xiaoyu in. Upon entering Rock Citadel, Ningbei felt that the atmosphere within the city was rather strange, mixed with a sense of oppression and unease. Hey, how many cases have there been this month? Another family has been harmed by evil spirits. Can people even live in our Rock Citadel anymore? The city lord keeps saying these are rumors, but how long has it been? People have been disappearing for no reason every few days, and not even a corpse has been found. How can we feel at ease? Exactly. My next door neighbor's daughter just went out to buy some rouge and she never came back. It's useless to report it to the authorities. They can't find anyone at all. If it weren't ghosts and monsters causing trouble, who would believe it? Walking down the street, Ningbei, with his sixth realm cultivation, had extremely sharp hearing, and he heard the whispers of the surrounding people clearly. He frowned, thinking to himself, this city actually has ghosts appearing. According to his memories, besides the demon race, there also exist evil entities that everyone fears, commonly known as ghosts. However, these kinds of evil entities are generally born from the extreme resentment of the dead, and only at certain specific moments. They do pose a threat to ordinary people, but they are not much of a concern for cultivators. This is because there are very few ghost kings who can truly wreak havoc on the world, so under normal circumstances, evil entities can be suppressed. The only tricky thing is that evil entities are always elusive, and their timing is uncertain, so it takes some patience to eradicate them. What Ningbei didn't expect was that evil entities would actually cause trouble in this Boulder city. Are the cultivators here just freeloaders? Young master, what's wrong? Xiaoyu noticed the change in the young man's expression next to her, and asked cautiously. It's nothing. By the way, you can just call me young master from now on. I don't really want to hear the title of young master, Ningbei said in a deep voice. Now that he had formally broken with his parents, it meant he was determined to break away from that suffocating family of origin, sever all the shackles of the past. The so-called prince was his past identity and title. Now, he doesn't need such things to adorn himself at all. Yes, young master. Xiaoyu was startled, thinking, the young master is really different from before. Did he have a falling out with the king and queen this time out? She shook her head, ceasing her wandering thoughts. Her gaze drifted along the street, taking in the bustling vendors and the closely arrayed shops. These sights gradually overlapped with her hazy childhood memories, and a long-lost sense of familiarity welled up within her. Although more than a decade had passed and the place had undergone some changes, it still closely resembled her memories. Oh, that's the sugar cake I loved to eat when I was little. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up and she suddenly ran towards a snack stall. Boss, give me two. Alright, here you go. The stall owner took out two small and exquisite brown sugar shortcakes, wrapped them in oil paper respectively, and handed them to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu paid and took them with a beaming smile. Smelling the familiar aroma, Xiaoyu couldn't wait to take a bite, a look of satisfaction on her face. Then, she handed the other sugar cake to Ningbei, who was walking over, and said with a slightly apprehensive tone, young master, would you like to have some? Xiaoyu has one more here. Ningbei did not stand on ceremony. He took the sugar cake wrapped in oil paper, took a bite, and the sweet taste instantly filled his mouth. The crispness and softness coexisted, making it extremely delicious. He praised, not bad. Seeing this, Xiaoyu was very happy. At first, she was afraid that this noble son from the royal palace would refuse. After all, this was something ordinary people ate. Afterward, the two walked along the bustling street. The man was handsome and dashing, and the woman was elegant and refined. They were very conspicuous in the crowd, attracting glances from passers-by from time to time. Even a passing middle-aged woman stopped in her tracks, exclaiming, what a well-matched young couple. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's heart tightened. She secretly glanced at the young man beside her. Seeing that he was unmoved, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A blush appeared on her fair face, as alluring as a ripe peach. Ding! Detected that the host, without doing anything, can make the daughter of destiny's heart flutter, rewarding 100,000 points. Ningbei's expression turned strange. Damn, this middle-aged woman is really a godsend assist. At the same time, in the tallest building nearby, a tall man with abundant hair was enjoying the delicacies before him. The tall man held a knife and fork in his hands, cutting methodically and then putting the cut pieces into his mouth to chew. The whole process was smooth and flowing, inexplicably carrying a trace of elegance. But if someone saw what he was eating, they would definitely feel terrified and nauseated on the spot. Because the delicacy on the plate was actually a bloody heart. And in the corner of the room was a corpse that had died not long ago, its chest hollowed out, blood flowing all over the ground. A burly middle-aged man wearing silver armor and an eye patch walked in, glanced at the corpse lying in the corner, and then walked towards the tall man sitting by the window enjoying the delicacies. He was the chief guard of the Rock Citadel City Lord, holding an extremely high position. A mocking look appeared in Ho Wannian's eyes as he sneered, "Heh, does he eat even less than I do?" As soon as these words were spoken, the captain of the guard seemed to be choked, and he couldn't utter a single word. As for that Zhang family's prodigy, killing this child would be as easy as turning my hand. Ho Wannian sneered, his tone laced with killing intent. The captain of the guard was taken aback and quickly said, "That won't do. The Zhang family is an immortal clan with considerable influence in Great Wei. Moreover, Zhang Haorin is a direct descendant of the Zhang family. If you kill him here, I'm afraid." Ho Wannian suppressed the irritation in his heart and waved his hand. All right. I'll be careful during this period. He was still quite wary of the Zhang family. After all, his mission was to gain a firm foothold here. Currently, Boulder City had already developed into a stronghold, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. Zhang Haoren wasn't a threat to him, but if he killed him, he would have to run away quickly. He could still distinguish between what was more important and what was less. Suddenly, Ho Wanyan's nose twitched. He abruptly turned his head to look out the window. His gaze locked onto a pink-skirted figure on the bustling street. Deep brown greed flashed in his eyes as his throat bobbed, seemingly unable to conceal the beastly desire within the depths of his heart. I smell the wonderful scent of a virgin. The captain of the guard's expression changed slightly. He knew that another innocent girl was about to suffer a cruel fate. This guy in front of him had a special preference for virgins. Any girl who fell into his hands would be tortured to death and then eaten. You know what to do, or I'll have my men do it for me. Ho Wanyan pointed to Xiaoyu's back, his expression meaningful, as if this girl was already his for the taking. The captain of the guard sighed inwardly and then said helplessly, "Leave this to me." After speaking, he turned and left. On the other side, Xiaoyu led Ning Bei towards her home. Although she had been away from home for many years, she was still very familiar with the way back. Driven by an arrow-like yearning for home, she couldn't help but quicken her pace, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. In her memory, her father, despite his disability, was an optimistic man. Her younger sister was shy, lively, and adorable, always her little shadow, tugging at her clothes and calling her sister. These were all beautiful childhood memories for Xiaoyu. Now that she was returning to that long-separated home, her heart stirred with excitement. At the end of the road, a simple, low house appeared. Xiaoyu quickly pushed open the door. "Dad, little sister, I'm back." However, the scene that greeted Xiaoyu after pushing open the door struck her like a bolt of lightning, her face filled with disbelief. In the cold, gloomy house, a male corpse dressed in simple clothes hung from the beam, his face pale, his eyes tightly closed, emanating the putrid stench of decay, suggesting he had been dead for quite some time. This was a suicide by hanging. And this man was none other than Xiaoyu's long-unseen father. Xiaoyu stared blankly, tears instantly welling up in her eyes, and hysterically cried out, "Father!" Chapter 24, Sacrificing a Relative to the Heavens. Xiaoyu truly didn't expect that after being separated for more than 10 years, this was what she would see upon returning home. In her memory, her father was so optimistic and strong, how could he hang himself? Ning Bei appeared at the doorway, his brows furrowing as he saw the hanging male corpse inside. This outcome caught him completely off guard. Under normal circumstances, it would be a scene of a father and daughter joyfully reunited after a long separation. Who would have thought that the father would take the first step? Xiaoyu had no time for grief because she thought of her only younger sister. Now that her father had hanged himself, where had her sister gone? Why wasn't she here to take care of their father's body? Suddenly, a strong sense of panic spread through her heart. Xiaoyu rushed out of the house, disregarding her appearance, shouting, "Sister, where are you? Sister!" Xiaoyu's shouts drew the attention of nearby residents. They all walked over, their expressions a mix of surprise and uncertainty. "Xiaoyu, is that you?" An old man wearing a straw hat, holding a cattail fan, strained his cloudy eyes and asked tentatively, "Yes, it's me, Xiaoyu." Seeing the old man with the straw hat, Xiaoyu almost lost control. She grabbed his arm and cried out, "I recognize you, you're Grandpa Wang. Please tell me, how did my dad kill himself?" "Ah, old Su killed himself." Grandpa Wang looked shocked, clearly just hearing the news. The surrounding neighbors were aghast when they heard this. They looked at the old house, their eyes filled with sympathy and sorrow. "Everyone, what exactly happened? My dad was fine, how could he have killed himself? And where did my sister, Xiaoya, go?" Xiaoyu asked, tears streaming down her face. The crowd's expressions became unnatural, as if they were trying to keep something secret about the matter. "Oh, you poor child, let me tell you." Old Wang couldn't bear it any longer and said, "Your younger sister, Xiaoya, mysteriously disappeared half a year ago. Your father immediately reported it to the authorities, but the Yamen couldn't find her. As the days passed, there was still no news of your sister. Your father, Xiao Su, wasn't willing to give up and searched everywhere in Panchur City. He became so thin during that time. We neighbors couldn't do anything but try to persuade him. A few days ago, he returned home, looking dejected, and shut himself in. We didn't expect him to hang himself." Saying this, old Wang's face was full of sorrow. He had seen Xiaoyu's father's character. He was a warm-hearted and righteous man, but in the end, he met such a fate. Xiaoyu felt a pain in her heart as if it were being twisted by knives, and she had difficulty breathing for a moment. She could imagine how much pain and despair her father had endured before his death. Having lost his wife early in life, with his eldest daughter gone for many years, and now the only little daughter by his side suffering an accident, her father must have felt extremely guilty and pained. Under such prolonged mental torment, he ultimately couldn't bear the blow and chose to hang himself. "It's all my fault. If only I had come back sooner, perhaps my father wouldn't have." Xiaoyu sobbed uncontrollably. Ning Bei patted her on the shoulder to offer comfort, then turned to Grandpa Wang and asked, "Old man, how did the authorities explain her missing younger sister?" Grandpa Wang was first amazed by the young man's outstanding appearance and temperament, then quickly said the authorities couldn't give an answer either. Her younger sister disappeared as if she had vanished from the face of the earth, but we all feel that she was. At this point, Grandpa Wang hesitated, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. Was what? Ningbei's eyes gleamed sharply. Young master, don't be frightened by what I'm about to say. We all suspect that girl was harmed by some evil spirit. Because in this Boulder City, there have already been many similar strange occurrences. All are mysterious disappearances, and not even a corpse can be found. Combining his encounter with Xiaoyu's sister, Ningbei recalled the information he had received upon entering the city. The two immediately corresponded. If that's the case, I'm afraid things look grim. Are you saying my sister was killed by a ghost? No, that's impossible. That's impossible. Xiaoyu simply couldn't accept this fact. Heartwarming scenes of her childhood with her sister flashed through her mind. It was an innocent and lively little girl with braided pigtails who liked to look at her with adoring eyes, acting spoiled and cute with her. Xiaoyu loves being with her sister the most. My sister is the best in the whole world. Sister, let's never be apart for the rest of our lives, okay? Later, when she boarded the carriage to leave her hometown, that little girl's eyes were red as she desperately tried to break free from her father's hand. Crystalline tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried out to her. Sister, don't go. Don't you want Xiaoyu anymore? Please don't go, wah. The scene of their parting in the past is still vivid in her mind. The thought of her beloved younger sister being killed by evil spirits, coupled with her father's unbearable burden leading him to hang himself, filled Xiaoyu's heart with immense grief and despair. It was an unprecedented negative emotion that instantly exceeded her limit of endurance. In that instant, a surge of energy miraculously erupted from this woman who had no cultivation. The surrounding air surged, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. Holy crap! Wang Dai and the others were overturned and sent sprawling. They winced in pain, their eyes as if they were looking at a monster. In their eyes, this delicate woman in a pink dress suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Ningbei was stunned because the energy fluctuation emanating from Xiaoyu was already no weaker than a fifth realm cultivator. The problem was, she hadn't even started cultivating, not even the most basic body tempering realm. As expected of the treatment given to a daughter of destiny, starting with the standard sacrificing of relatives to the heavens. Realizing that Xiaoyu was an epic daughter of destiny, Ningbei recovered from his shock and suddenly felt that it was all within reason. Only this could explain it. Ah! Xiaoyu raised her head, her black hair dancing wildly, as if even more powerful energy was about to explode from her body. Ningbei's eyelids twitched, sensing something was wrong. She was about to raise everything within 100 miles. In desperation, he quickly took action, delivering a powerful chop to the back of Xiaoyu's neck. Xiaoyu groaned, her eyes rolled back, and her body limply collapsed. Ningbei reached out and held her slender waist, looking at the woman who had fallen into a coma, his expression somewhat complicated. Worthy of being an epic daughter of destiny, once awakened, she is extraordinary. By the way, what kind of physique is this? She clearly has no cultivation, yet she can unleash such terrifying energy. At this moment, the neighbors looked terrified, as if they had witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives. Just now, they all felt like they had taken a trip to the gates of hell. And the one who caused all this was actually the eldest daughter from the old Su family. Young master, we didn't see anything. Grandpa Wang seemed to realize that he had stumbled upon something terrible, and his expression was visibly flustered. You didn't see anything indeed. Forget everything that happened just now, and go back to sleep. As he spoke, Ningbei's pupils turned dark purple as he activated the ability of Cursed Eyes. Yes. In the next second, Grandpa Wang and the others had a dull look on their faces, stood up, and returned to their respective homes, dispirited. Sigh, this is troublesome. Ningbei lowered his head, glanced at the woman collapsed in his arms, and sighed helplessly. Then, he took her to an inn. On the bed, Xiaoyu's eyelashes trembled, and cold sweat poured from her forehead, as if she were having a nightmare. No. After a while, Xiaoyu woke up from the nightmare, gasping for breath. When she saw her surroundings, a look of confusion flashed across her face. Where am I? You're awake. Have some water. A familiar voice spoke with concern. Ningbei, who had been waiting for a long time, picked up a cup, poured water, and handed it to the woman on the bed, who was still in shock. Young master. Xiaoyu took the cup, feeling the remaining warmth on its surface. She couldn't help but feel a pang in her nose, and her eyes filled with glistening tears. She had an urge to cry. How much she wished that all of this was just a nightmare. But the reality after waking up told her that it was all real. Chapter 25, A Gambler's Wild Joy. Get some rest first, then take care of your father's funeral. Don't worry, I'll be with you. Ningbei said softly. Young master, a warm current surged in Xiaoyu's heart, and she was deeply moved. The appearance of this young man was like a ray of light illuminating her dark life. If he wasn't there, she couldn't imagine how she would face all of this. Ding! Detected that the host is using the rhetoric of a scumbag to deceive the daughter of destiny, causing her to fall step by step, rewarding 200,000 points. The corner of Ning Bei's mouth twitched. System, are you going to maliciously speculate on everything I say? But to be fair, having a daughter of destiny by your side makes it easy to farm points. My room is next door. If you need anything, you can knock on my door, Ning Bei said, turning to leave. Young master, what is it? You're helping me so much. Xiaoyu really doesn't know how to repay you. The girl pursed her lips, feeling very uncomfortable inside. She is a grateful person. Now that Ning Bei is helping her again and again, she feels both grateful and guilty. Ning Bei didn't turn his head and waved his hand. It's just a small effort. Walking out of the room and closing the door, he thought to himself, silly woman, you have already repaid me. Little did he know that this action made his image in the girl's mind even taller. Inside the room, Xiaoyu murmured softly, the young master is so kind. I must repay his kindness properly. Returning to his room, Ning Bei opened the points mall and started browsing. He now had 1.5 million points in hand and wanted to see if he could exchange them for a powerful attack-type combat skill. Currently, the combat skills of this type that he possessed were all those he had mastered through hard training in the Jinyao King's mansion when he was young. The strongest was only Shin grade high rank, so this time he wanted to exchange for an Earth grade or higher attack-type combat skill to further enhance his strength. As a result, when Ning Bei saw the display column for Earth grade combat skills, he found that the lowest ones cost 1.3 million points, and even Earth grade high rank attack-type combat skills with top-notch effects required 5 million points to acquire. However, the cheapest ones were quite unsatisfactory in terms of efficacy, which made Ning Bei reluctant to buy them. He wondered if he should save up for a better one. Ning Bei was caught in a dilemma. Suddenly, he noticed a square item marked with a question mark in the lower left corner of the display case. It looked very mysterious and only required 50,000 points to purchase. What is this? Ning Bei was a little curious and clicked on the item to view the detailed introduction. It turned out that this was something similar to a lottery. Each attempt cost 50,000 points. Currently, there were 30 chances, and the number of chances would refresh after a period of time. Whether or not one could draw reliable combat skill depended entirely on luck. It was also possible that all the points would be wasted. Ning Bei glanced at it and discovered that if one were to draw a combat skill from this thing, the minimum would be Earth grade low rank. Not bad. Should he try his luck? Anyway, he wasn't really interested in cheap Earth grade combat skills. If he really drew something good, he'd make a killing. As for losing it all, he hadn't considered it. After all, with a full 30 attempts, could he really fail to hit even once? Thinking of this, Ning Bei rubbed his hands together like a fly, his eyes revealing the excitement of a gambling addict. Say no more, charge. Ning Bei started spending his points to purchase this lottery-type item. However, the first time he opened it, it was empty. Only 4 cold, large characters met his eyes. Thank you for your patronage. Ning Bei thought it was normal. He couldn't possibly win on the first try, right? Anyway, there were still 29 more chances. He continued clicking on the item like crazy, and the words in front of him appeared one after another. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. As a result, 27 times in a row, it was that damned thank you for your patronage. Damn it, is my luck that bad? Ning Bei couldn't help but curse. He even began to doubt the authenticity of the item. He spent 1.4 million points, and that's it. Ning Bei forcibly suppressed the restlessness in his heart, a determined look flashing in his eyes. Anyway, there are only 2 more tries left. Might as well use them. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth grade middle rank combat skill, Blood Fiend's Shield. Ning Bei was stunned, his expression a little strange. Well, how should I put it? This is definitely a huge win, since this kind of mid-grade Earth-level combat skill would cost at least 3 million points in the store. But the problem is, he wanted an offensive combat skill, and this one is clearly a defensive one. Never mind, never mind. It's good enough to get his money back, so it won't be a complete waste. Ning Bei comforted himself in this way, glanced at the remaining chances, and simply threw in another 50,000 points. This time, he didn't have any expectations. He was just acting on impulse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the high-grade heaven-level combat skill, Sunluo handprint. Ning Bei was stunned in place, the expression on his face extremely wonderful, and blurted out, fuck. A high-grade heaven-level combat skill, and an offensive one at that. This is simply an unexpected surprise, far exceeding his expectations. You must know that a heaven-level combat skill in the Demon Suppression King Mansion is a secret, supreme art, let alone a top-tier heaven-level combat skill in the world. If this were to be exchanged in the points store, it would cost at least tens of millions of points. Having spent only 1.5 million points this time, he simultaneously gained a defensive-type Earth-grade medium-rank battle skill and an offensive-type heaven-grade high-rank battle skill. In a word, awesome. Ning Bei felt extremely happy, like eating an ice-cold watermelon in the sweltering summer heat, with an indescribable sense of refreshment in his body. Every pore on his body was desperately stretching. After adjusting his mood, Ning Bei wanted to use a one-click breakthrough to reach the entry level for these 2 battle skills, but found that the points had been used up and immediately felt a trace of regret. But as soon as he thought that there was a point farming artifact beside him that could bring a constant stream of points, Ningbei instantly became enlightened and a meaningful smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Want points? Isn't it simple to go next door and farm them? He. With this thought in mind, Ningbei prepared to go next door to find Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from outside the house, accompanied by a low voice with a sense of coldness. That woman is in this room. Go in and grab her, put her in a sack, and be quick about it. Yes. In the corridor stood more than a dozen figures. These people were dressed in various ways. Some looked like street vendors, some wore Confucian robes, some were dressed as coachmen, and some looked like beggars, but at this moment their eyes gleamed sharply. They possessed a temperament different from their identities, like professionally trained soldiers. Under the command of the leading man dressed in black, with a long saber at his waist, they were about to rush into the room where Xiaoyu was and kidnap her. Creak! At this moment, the door of another room opened, and Ningbei's eyes flickered as he swept across the group of people, lost in thought. Boy, this is none of your business. Get back inside. The leading man in black drew his long saber, glaring fiercely and threatening. Ha! Ningbei sneered, his figure flashed like a ghost, wisps of black lightning scattering in the air. Bang bang bang. In an instant, all but the leading man in black lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground, sprawled haphazardly in the stairwell. The man in black suddenly reacted. Seeing this scene, an icy chill ran straight from his spine to the top of his head, his scalp nearly exploded, the long blade in his hand trembled, and he swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at the young man. He knew he had just kicked an iron plate. And the spiky kind. This esteemed sir, we didn't mean to offend you, please forgive us. Tell me, who sent you, and why are you trying to kidnap the girl next door? Ningbei activated his evil eye and said coldly. The man in black's body shook, his face blank, as he truthfully said, we were sent by the captain of the guard. As for the purpose, we know nothing. Ningbei frowned slightly. The captain of the guard, wasn't that someone close to the city lord? Why would he target a commoner girl like Xiaoyu? Could it be? A thought occurred to Ningbei, and he pressed, before this, have you captured other people as well? What's the specific number? The man in black said with a blank expression, yes, we've already captured over 100 people, all young men and women. Over 100 people. A sharp glint flashed in Ningbei's eyes, finally confirming his conjecture. It seemed that all the people who had disappeared during this period were actually secretly captured under the order of the captain of the guards. As for the so-called evil spirits, that was just a smokescreen. But the question was, the captain of the guards wouldn't dare to do this without the city lord's approval. After understanding this truth, Ningbei concluded that Xiaoyu's missing younger sister was also one of the victims. He just didn't know if there was still a chance she was alive, especially since he currently didn't know what the city lord's intention was in doing this. Chapter 26 Who did this? Now, take me to find the captain of the guards, Ningbei ordered. Yes. The man in black's mind had already fallen, and he could only obey Ningbei. Even if Ningbei ordered him to commit suicide on the spot, he would do so without hesitation. Young master, is that you? Just then, the tightly closed door opened a crack. When she saw the scene in the corridor outside, Xiaoyu behind the door widened her eyes, not knowing what had happened. Ningbei pondered for a moment. Xiaoyu, you should come with me. He wasn't sure if there was another group of people coming to capture Xiaoyu, besides this one. To ensure complete safety, it would be better to take Xiaoyu away. Okay, I'll listen to young master, Xiaoyu said without hesitation. With her previous experience, she had 100% trust in Ningbei. When leaving the inn, Ningbei discovered that the innkeeper and the waiter were both unconscious. He guessed that the group had done it in advance. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man with a one-eyed patch, wearing silver armor, stood as straight as a spear. He carried with him a heavy, condensed aura of iron and blood. With his hands behind his back, he stood in an elegant pavilion, gazing at the starry night sky, a hint of impatience flashing across his face. How long has it been? Why haven't they brought that woman here yet? The captain of the guard absolutely never expected that an accident would occur during the process, simply because those subordinates were all experts he had carefully cultivated, with the lowest cultivation level being the 3rd realm and the leader even at the 4th realm. In Boulder City, it would definitely be a crack force. Wouldn't it be an easy task to secretly abduct an ordinary girl? At this moment, as time passed, the head guard vaguely felt an ominous premonition. Suddenly, a familiar figure in black robes walked over under the moonlight. The captain of the guards recognized the person and shouted coldly, Li Hong, why are you only here to report now? Wait, where's the woman? Why didn't you bring her to me? It was only then that he noticed Li Hong's empty hands. He was both surprised and furious, and just as he was about to fly into a rage, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Hey, look over here. Ningbei strolled over with his hands behind his back, calm and unhurried, while Xiaoyu followed closely behind, looking nervous. You! The captain of the guard stared with wide eyes. He suddenly had a slight recollection that this young man had been accompanying this woman this morning. In other words, the operation had been ruined by the other party. But what the captain of the guard found even more unacceptable was that Li Hong was his confidant, always incredibly loyal to him, yet even in this situation he would expose his position. Ha! How am I here? Coincidentally, Li Hong's condition was lifted. Seeing the ugly look on the captain of the guard's face in front of him, he was completely bewildered because in his memory he was still in the inn. My lord, traitor, die. The captain of the guard decisively drew the long saber from his waist, the snow-white blade flashing across the sky as fast as lightning. Pu-chi! A huge head was thrown high, and the body with the severed neck fell powerlessly into the pool of blood. Ning Bei glanced at the head rolling over. The eyes were wide open, not closed even in death. Under the cold moonlight, it was very eerie. However, Ning Bei was expressionless and kicked it away with one foot. The captain of the guard raised his saber and aimed it at Ning Bei, shouting angrily, "Who exactly are you? Speak! Who I am is not important. What matters is, why is your city lord arresting so many people?" Ning Bei asked, his eyes fixed on the man. He had no interest in upholding justice. The reason he was asking about this matter was purely to satisfy his own curiosity. The captain of the guard met those dark purple eyes, and his mind wavered. He bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, and with the intense pain, he regained his composure. When he looked again at the handsome young man, his eyes revealed shock. You can actually interfere with people's minds, which means that Li Hong was actually being. He recalled the confidant who had been killed, and he realized that the other party had not betrayed him, but had been controlled by that mysterious young man. Thinking of this, the captain of the guard's face twitched, and his heart ached as if it were being churned by knives. Damn it, I killed the wrong person. Ning Bei raised an eyebrow slightly. This indicated that the other party was at least at the 6th realm level, which was why he could forcibly maintain his sanity and not be bewitched by his evil eye ability. No matter who you are, you will pay the price for what you have done. In his rage, the captain of the guard unleashed his aura of the late 6th realm, leaping forward and slashing his blade at Ning Bei. Whoosh! The dazzling blade light was as lithe as a swimming dragon, as fast as lightning. In an instant, it cleaved Ning Bei in two. The captain of the guard sneered, but his smile froze on his face when he realized he had cut through an afterimage. A sharp whistling sound rang out beside him, and a chill rose in the captain of the guard's heart. He hurriedly slashed out with his blade, and a thunderous blade of light flashed past, painting the night as bright as day. Yet, this strike still missed. Blurry afterimages flickered one after another around him, dragging streaks of captivating black lightning. Ning Bei played with him like a cat with a mouse, making the captain of the guard spin in circles. The captain of the guard's swordsmanship began to become chaotic and disordered, and his psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. Seeing that the opportunity had come, Ning Bei pressed forward. His leg lashed out, a shadow of kicks exploding through the air. The captain of the guard's chest was as if struck by a cannonball, spraying out a large amount of fresh blood. His figure flew backward like a kite with a broken string, collapsing a pavilion and sending up clouds of dust. In the ruins, the captain of the guard's mouth was streaming with blood, his face twisted in pain. Any slight movement would cause a tearing, immense pain in his chest. The captain of the guards never expected that he, a dignified expert at the late 6th realm, whose superb swordsmanship was second to none in Panchurchang, would be defeated by a young junior in just a few moves. In the night, a handsome young man stood suspended in the air. The cool moonlight shone on his fair skin, and his naturally unique temperament was breathtaking. Xiaoyu stared blankly, momentarily losing her senses. Ding, detecting that the host's compelling manner has captivated the woman of destiny, rewarding 100,000 points. Ning Bei's lips twitched. Damn system, what do you mean by compelling manner? Couldn't you use a nicer word? Looking down at the one-eyed man collapsed in the ruins, Ning Bei sneered. Now, you can answer me properly. What is your city lord's purpose in capturing so many people? The captain of the guard said weakly, I admit you're strong, but I advise you not to investigate any further, or they'll eliminate you. As for the city lord, he has been kind to me, and I will not betray him. Having said that, he bit down on the poison pill hidden in his mouth. In a short while, the poison spread throughout his internal organs, his pupils dilated and lifeless, and with a tilt of his head, he breathed his last. Ning Bei frowned. From what he heard, apart from the city lord, there was another powerful force behind all this. Young master, was my younger sister also captured? Xiaoyu seemed to have guessed something and mustered the courage to ask. Most likely, that's the case. Now that things had come to this, Ning Bei felt there was no need to hide it. As soon as he said this, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, shimmering with hope. Perhaps her sister was still alive. Ning Bei stroked his chin and pondered, since that's the case, it's time to make a trip to the city lord's mansion. Late at night, the city lord's mansion was brightly lit. An old man with a goatee and a ruddy complexion, dressed in a black robe, sat upright in a grand chair and asked with concern, May I ask, young Master Zhang, what brings you to seek me out? Could it be that the hospitality at my mansion has been lacking these past few days? He is the city lord of Panchur City, Gongsuan Yang. That's not true. The one who spoke was a youth dressed in an immaculate white robe, with a jade belt around his waist and a face like sculpted jade. Between his brows was a stern righteousness. One glance and you knew he was an upright character.
Zhang Haoran, the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation of the Zhang family. Then what is this? Gongsun Yang's face showed incomprehension.
Zhang Haoran's gaze was like a ruler, city lord Gongsun, regarding the missing population within the city. I initially thought it was the work of evil spirits. However, my Zhang family has a unique technique that can discern the slightest traces left behind by evil spirits. I discovered that there were no so-called evil spirits at all. The cause of all this is actually man-made. Gongsun Yang was silent for a moment, then sighed. Since young Master Zhang has seen through it, then I, this old man, will no longer hide it. In fact, within this Panzhecheng city there is a group of demonic cultivators lurking.
Every so often, they abduct innocent civilians in order to complete some kind of evil sacrificial ritual. Bang!
Zhang Haoran slammed the table in anger, righteously indignant.
Outrageous! These demonic villains truly treat human life as if it were worthless.
City Lord Gongsun, as an official appointed by the imperial court, are you just going to let these guys wreak havoc in the city?
Gongsun Yang said in a deep voice, Young Master Zhang, please be at ease. We have already located the gang's hideout some time ago and have dispatched elites to encircle and suppress them. However, some remnants have escaped and are roaming around various parts of Boulder City. I believe it won't be long before we can capture them all and restore peace to Boulder City. I see.
Hearing this, Zhang Haoran's expression softened slightly.
I apologize for making young Master Zhang laugh.
The reason I didn't say it earlier is that one should not wash one's dirty linen in public, Gongsun Yang said with a wry smile.
Understood.
If there is anything you would like Zhang to help with, City Lord Gongsun, please just say the word. Zhang will definitely do his best to assist you in capturing the demonic villains.
This how could I be so bold as to ask? It's nothing. Eliminating demons and defending the righteous path, saving the common people, is our duty.
Zhang Haoran said with a solemn expression, his voice clear and bright. Gongsun Yang was stunned, then stroked his goatee and sighed. Well said, that's how righteous cultivators should be. In secret, he sneered to himself, that idiot.
In a few days, this old man will arrange a good show. We'll dress up the death row inmates in the prison as demonic cultivators and execute them. That'll be enough to fool everyone.
That's right. All the talk before was just to deceive Zhang Haoran.
It was a delaying tactic.
After all, it's difficult for him since Zhang Haoran won't leave. Therefore, Gongsun Yang resorted to this inferior plan. He intended to first stabilize Zhang Haoran, then work with a group of soldiers to stage a good show of capturing demonic cultivators and send this troublesome Zhang family prodigy away as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Gongsun Yang felt a lot lighter, as if he had solved a major problem.
He picked up his teacup, gently blew on it, and leisurely began to drink.
Just then, a cloth bag containing a round object, stained with mottled blood, flew in from outside and landed in the center of the brightly lit hall. Due to inertia, a head rolled out of it, a face directly facing Gongsun Yang, who was sitting in the main seat, drinking tea. That face was all too familiar to him. It was none other than his most trusted captain of the guard.
Put.
The next second, Gongsun Yang spat out the tea he was drinking, abruptly stood up, his facial muscles twitching. His expression was a mix of anger and disbelief as he forced out a few words between his teeth.
Who did this? Chapter 27, Demon. What is going on?
The sudden turn of events caused Zhang Haoran to stand up abruptly as well, looking outside in shock. It was a handsome young man wearing a dark red and interspersed robe, calmly walking into the hall with a playful smile on his lips.
I wonder if the city lord is satisfied with this great gift. Hearing this,
Gongsun Yang was filled with surprise and anger, staring fixedly at this strange man.
Who are you? How dare you break into the city lord's mansion and kill my most capable subordinate? Ningbei sneered. You might as well answer me first. Why did you secretly kidnap so many people? Who are you colluding with?
Gongsun Yang's heart skipped a beat, and a grim glint flashed in his eyes. He immediately said to Zhang Haoran, Young Master Zhang, this person must be a demonic villain.
He's here to avenge his companions.
Zhang Haoran was a bit confused about the situation, but due to his preconceived notions, he still sided with Gongsun Yang.
After all, as far as he was concerned, Gongsun Yang was the city lord appointed by the imperial court.
Moreover, Ningbei had not only appeared suddenly but also thrown the head of the captain of the guard over. His methods were so cruel that he didn't seem like a righteous person. Therefore, Zhang Haoran believed Gongsun Yang's words more.
Demonic villain, take this! Zhang Haoran shouted and thrust his fingers together towards Ningbei. Whoosh!
A streak of snow-white, dazzling sword-light cut through the air, containing an inviolable sense of righteousness. Ningbei's figure flickered, leaving behind an afterimage that rippled like water. He allowed the sword energy to pass straight through him, and it finally landed on the artificial hill outside, causing an explosion. The sound was deafening, and the entire artificial hill instantly turned into dust.
Golden Body Realm.
The moment Zhang Haoran attacked, Ningbei sensed the other party's true cultivation level.
Golden Body Realm is the 7th realm.
The most notable characteristic of cultivators in this realm is their extremely powerful physical bodies. Even without using spiritual energy for protection, ordinary external forces can hardly harm their flesh and blood.
He dodged quickly.
Zhang Haoran's eyes changed and he immediately changed his hand gestures. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, dense and numerous righteous chi sword energies emerged from behind him in succession, enveloping Ningbei. This was a destructive force. As expected of the Zhang family's prodigy, Gongsun Yang saw this move and a deep sense of dread appeared on his old face. Then, he believed that Ningbei, this uninvited guest, would soon be taken care of. However, faced with the terrifying sword energy offensive, Ningbei formed a hand seal with both hands, and surging blood fiend power gathered into a shield, blocking the raging righteous chi sword energy. This is an Earth grade, middle rank battle technique, Blood Fiend Shield. Thanks to the 100,000 points he gained from Xiaoyu, he upgraded the 2 newly acquired battle skills to the entry level, which meant he could use them freely. Zhang Haoran was obviously very surprised that Ningbei could withstand his move head-on. Whoosh! Ningbei flashed to his side, his whip-like legs swinging like a dragon, his leg strength exploding to the extreme. Get out of my way! Clang! A heart-shaking explosion resounded. Zhang Haoran took several steps back, his body crashing into a gilded pillar, wisps of smoke rising from his arm. He looked on in disbelief. He, in the early stage of the Golden Body realm, was actually repelled by a Yukong realm cultivator. Ningbei did not continue to pursue Zhang Haoran but instead darted towards Gongsun Yang because that was his true target. Insolent brat, don't be so arrogant. Seeing the other party coming towards him, Gongsun Yang forcibly suppressed the trembling in his heart and roared. Surging spiritual energy fluctuations spread in all directions. He raised his hand and fiercely blasted out a palm, as flawless as glazed light, its power surging like the sea. Profound rank, top-grade combat skill, glazed light undying palm. Gongsun Yang was confident in this move, as it was his signature technique, its proficiency reaching the great accomplishment level, possessing extreme power. Have a taste of this. Ningbei directly employed the Yama Great Handprint. The surrounding air suddenly solidified, and a palpitating power instantly erupted. This is. Gongsun Yang's scalp went numb, his chest suffocated, and the blood within his body turned ice cold, almost ceasing to flow. The pitch-black great handprint pressed down, like an ancient demonic mountain. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Gongsun Yang was fiercely slammed onto the ground, his face pale as he spat out blood, his aura weakened. His glazed light undying palm, although cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, was still far inferior when facing a heaven rank, top-grade combat skill like the Yama Great Handprint. Seeing this, Zhang Haoran was deeply shaken. Gongsun Yang, at least, had a similar cultivation level to him. Now, he was actually defeated by that man in one move. Ningbei stepped on Gongsun Yang and said condescendingly, "Speak. What exactly is your purpose? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you." The cold shout revealed endless killing intent, leaving no room for doubt. You forced me to do this. Gongsun Yang, who was stepped on the ground, realized that if things continued like this, he might have to explain himself here. He immediately stopped concealing himself, and an even more powerful and strange aura burst out from his body. His eyes were blood red, his black hair was like steel needles, sharp fangs grew from his mouth, his originally thin body became stronger, terrifyingly twisted muscles burst through his clothes, and he roared like a beast. Boom! The powerful aura shocked Ningbei, causing him to retreat several feet, with a look of surprise on his face. So you are a demon? No! This is a demonized human. Zhang Haoran regained his senses from the shock and said with an ugly face. A demon human is a special being that exists between the demon and human races, transformed from humans. If you ask what the difference is, it's that demon humans have a longer lifespan than humans, possess some of the characteristics of the demon race, and have enhanced strength. At first glance, it seems perfect, but there's a fatal flaw. They crave human flesh and blood and have no choice but to eat humans. If they don't eat for a while, they will feel very uncomfortable, even affecting their minds, going mad and hurting themselves. Gongsun Yang stood up, his body exuding a strong demonic aura, his blood-red eyes staring at Ningbei, resentfully saying, "Damn you, you are the one who exposed me. Are you satisfied now?" Gongsun Yang, how dare you collude with the demon race, degenerate into a demon human, and persecute your compatriots? The most emotionally agitated person on the scene was Zhang Haoran. He had always hated evil as his enemy, and was upright and aboveboard. But now, he was actually bewitched and used by a mere demonic cultivator. This was simply a great shame to him. Young Master Zhang, I've been hinting for you to leave these past few days, but you just wouldn't take the hint and insisted on meddling. Now that you know my secret, you must die as well. Don't blame me, blame him. Gongsun Yang's face was twisted with ferocity as he pointed at Ningbei, his voice filled with resentment. Only as a last resort did he truly not want to eliminate Zhang Haoran. Once the Zhang family found out, they would definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. At that time, he would certainly have to give up his position as city lord and begin a life of escape. Thinking of this, his hatred for Ningbei deepened even more. Relying on the original owner's memories, Ningbei also learned of the origins behind the demonic being. 800 years ago, the northern barbarian demon clans were numerous and rife with infighting. Later, the demon god sect emerged, uniting the various clans. The leader even claimed to be acting on the orders of the demon god. This caused a great uproar in Tianyuan at the time. The human race, in particular, was extremely panicked.
After all, this was an era without gods, yet a supreme demon god suddenly appeared. How could the human race possibly resist?
However, as time passed, the demon god mentioned by the demon god sect leader did not appear. The human race's higher-ups then dismissed their worries, unanimously believing that the demon god sect was simply putting on an act. If there really was a demon god in the world, they would have already appeared to suppress the human race. It should be known that the demon race and the human race have always been irreconcilable. The deep-seated hatred accumulated between the two sides has existed for a long time. If there really was a chance to defeat the human race, how could they possibly restrain themselves? However, what no one expected was that this demon god sect possessed a most sinister method capable of transforming a human into a special being with partial demon blood. The demon god sect leader called this process the demon god's blessing. The transformed demon humans, due to the side effects, would completely stand on the opposite side of the human race, becoming representatives of the demon race's camp. Fortunately, this so-called demon god's blessing had a high barrier for recipients. One had to be above the 6th realm and prepare a ritual to have a chance of success. During that time, faced with the allure of lifespan and power, some human experts secretly defected to the demon race's camp, willingly becoming demon humans. This caused no small hidden danger within the human race. Finally, under the combined attack of various forces, the number of demon humans at that time sharply decreased, almost to the point of annihilation. Now, demon humans are no longer able to form a significant force, but it cannot be ruled out that there are still some who slipped through the net, as well as new traitors joining their ranks.
Now, Gongsun Yang's exposure has allowed Ningbei to completely understand the other party's purpose.
The entire Boulder City is, in reality, a slaughterhouse. The people here await a fate of slaughter, just like livestock. Brother, I misunderstood you earlier. Now that things have come to this, you go first, and I'll cover your retreat, Zhang Haoren said anxiously, with an apologetic look in his eyes.
Judging by his intuition, Gongsun Yang had another expert assisting him.
Through the previous battle, Zhang Haoren knew that Ningbei was fast and had a great chance of escaping Rock City and bringing back reinforcements. Therefore, he was willing to stay behind to cover their retreat just to make up for his previous mistakes. Ningbei took a deep look at the white-robed youth, always feeling that there was a pure sense of justice about him that didn't seem acted. Suddenly, a cold laugh filled with killing intent rang out from outside, sending chills down everyone's spines.
Unfortunately, none of you will escape. Chapter 28 I Just Want to Live.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
7 iron tower-like burly figures appeared in the hall.
The tall man in the lead had a cold expression and exuded a strong sense of oppression.
Lord Ho, you've arrived. Gongsun Yang's expression changed, and he said with awe.
Ho Wanyan said coldly, I really didn't expect that this newly built stronghold would be abandoned so quickly.
How am I supposed to explain this to the sect leader? Gongsun Yang's heart trembled.
He quickly pointed at Ningbei and shouted, Lord Ho, it's all this kid's fault for ruining our plan.
If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been exposed.
As soon as he finished speaking,
Ho Wanyan's cold gaze pierced like a sharp knife.
Ningbei's body hair stood on end slightly, and he instinctively felt danger.
You human, you deserve to die. Swish! Ho Wanyan's figure disappeared from the spot.
When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Ningbei, and his iron fist, containing monstrous demon power, smashed down.
Great Sun Luo handprint.
Ningbei didn't dare to take it lightly and struck out with this palm with all his strength.
Rumble.
The fists and palms of both sides collided, stirring up a vast current of air.
A slight change appeared on Ho Wanyan's face.
He could feel great resistance coming from his fist.
A small Yukong realm cultivator could actually do this.
However, Ningbei was still repelled by a savage force. His figure rumbled and smashed through the wall, landing in the courtyard outside. His feet plowed out 2 deep ruts, emitting billowing smoke. Barely managing to steady himself, Ningbei felt his blood roiling within him, his expression shifting repeatedly. This was a pure-blooded demon, and likely a great demon at that. According to the human race's understanding, the Guiyuan realm was equivalent to the great demon level, meaning the opponent was an 8th realm great demon.
Ho Wanyan frowned. He's actually not dead.
Based on his strength, it would be normal for him to kill a Yukong realm cultivator with one punch, yet the other party had withstood it all without holding back.
This human was far from simple. Zhang Haoren gritted his teeth. Are you kidding me? An 8th realm great demon has infiltrated this tiny Panchur city. He even suspected that there were internal collaborators at the borders of Great Wei. You go kill him, I'll deal with this kid. Ho Wanyan immediately issued the order.
Yes. His other 6 subordinates, their eyes bursting with murderous intent, carried rolling demonic energy as they all rushed to kill Zhang Haoren.
Gongsun Yang also joined in. He had no way out, so he might as well go all the way. You evil creatures, see how I will slay you all.
Zhang Haoren shouted, no longer holding back. He formed a hand seal and summoned 9 exquisite flying swords, which streaked across the sky like lightning. These were the 9 swords of extermination, all top-tier treasures of the same quality, and Zhang Haoren's natal magic weapons. The most crucial thing was that there was a prerequisite for using the 9 swords of extermination. If the user was a villain with bad character, the 9 swords of extermination would be like scrap iron. But if the user was a person with a strong sense of justice, they could maximize its power. And Zhang Haoren, who had even condensed the aura of righteousness, was the best user of the 9 swords of extermination. At this moment, Zhang Haoren finally displayed his true strength as the Zhang family's prodigy. Under the powerful offensive of the 9 swords of extermination, he fought 7 opponents without losing ground. On the other side,
Ho Wannian focused his attention on Ning Bei.
Although he was an 8th realm great demon dealing with a 6th realm cultivator, it felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, after their exchange just now, he didn't think it was an excessive measure. After all, being able to crush a human genius with his own hands was an excellent thing for him.
Come on, let me see how long you can last. A fierce glint appeared in Ho Wannian's eyes.
He stomped his right foot, and the ground cracked into a spiderweb-like pit.
His figure flashed away instantly, his fist smashing over with a vast aura. In Ho Wannian's eyes, this young man was like a fragile doll that would soon be torn to pieces. Since that's the case, boom! An even more powerful aura erupted from Ning Bei's body.
A strange, dark red halo floated behind his head, its eerie light threatening to plunge the mind into depravity.
Undying Evil God Art, First Form, Eternal Silence Dark Wheel.
Under the immense amplification, Ning Bei deployed the Chaos Lightning Shadow Step, unexpectedly dodging Ho Wannian's aggressive punch, and immediately launched a fierce offensive against him.
Bang, 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 bang. A series of dense strikes echoed. Ho Wannian felt attacks all over his body. Even he was caught off guard, and a deep astonishment appeared on his face. How is this possible? At this moment, Ning Bei's figure was blurred to the extreme. From a distance, it looked like streaks of black lightning phantoms relentlessly attacking Ho Wannian's towering frame. Ho Wannian was both shocked and furious. He felt like a sandbag being wantonly attacked, yet he found it difficult to retaliate. Strictly speaking, there was no chance. After all, Ning Bei's Chaos Lightning Shadow Step was a divine-grade movement technique, and it was at the minor accomplishment level. Coupled with the substantial amplification from the Eternal Night Dark Wheel, his speed had increased by more than 1 level, so it was normal for Ho Wannian to be passively beaten for a while. If Ho Wannian weren't an 8th realm great demon, he would have been spitting blood by now. Roar!
A violent ape's roar echoed through the sky.
Infuriated, Ho Wannian revealed his true form. It was a black gorilla, 10 meters tall, with blood-red eyes, sharp fangs in its mouth, and drool streaming down. You damned insect! Ho Wannian frantically waved his arms, wreaking havoc all around.
His surging demonic power was released, overwhelming like an avalanche, making it difficult to breathe. Ning Bei felt the pressure increase. His attacks landed on the opponent, but they couldn't even break the skin, which was as hard as divine weapons.
Die for me! Ho Wannian caught sight of a figure, and swung his huge fist, smashing down.
A vast power of blood and chi erupted, emitting a rumbling sound.
God-devouring pearl.
Ning Bei waved his hand and launched a dark red pearl, causing even the void to ripple.
A huge roar sounded, shaking people's eardrums. Ning Bei grunted, barely managing to deflect most of the force, escaping the danger unscathed. Subsequently, wielding the God-devouring pearl, he circled around the rampaging ape while seeking out its weak points to attack. The whole process appeared effortless, but in reality, it was like walking a tightrope over a cliff. The slightest carelessness could cost him his life. At the same time, Zhang Haoren displayed great power. Relying on the agile application of the 9 swords of exorcism, one after another, the demon clan powerhouses were beheaded. In the end, only Gongsun Yang was left, struggling to hold on. Gongsun Yang, as the lord of a city, why did you have to turn to the demon god sect and become a traitor despised by the world? Zhang Haoren's snow-white robe fluttered, and he questioned, forcefully wielding the 9 swords of exorcism with imposing momentum.
More and more wounds appeared on Gongsun Yang's body, and blood flowed freely. He was shocked by Zhang Haoren's strength. Even with him and 6 other 7th realm demon clansmen joining forces, they were all defeated in one fell swoop. Seeing his imminent death, Gongsun Yang's taut heartstrings finally snapped, and he roared with almost uncontrollable emotion.
Do you think I wanted this?
I suffered severe injuries in my early years, damaging my foundation. My lifespan was already limited, and I was stuck at the Imperial Sky Realm, unable to advance.
If things continued like that, I would die.
In the end, it was the demon god sect that approached me, and I was able to extend my life and break through to the Golden Body Realm by transforming into a demon.
You ask me why. I just wanted to live. Chapter 29, Kiting Tactic. So, it's about living.
Zhang Haoren said coldly, because of your selfish desires, so many innocent people have died tragically. They believed that it was safe in Stonehold City, that the local officials would protect them. But you, as the city lord, actually colluded with the demon race and persecuted your own compatriots.
How can you be worthy of the trust of the people in the city? Don't they also want to live?
Covered in blood, Gongsun Yang excitedly said, spare me the sanctimony. I clawed my way to this position not to protect this bunch of commoners.
How can their worthless lives compare to mine?
The greatest value they have as ants is to be devoured by me, allowing me to continue my life. And you, born into a prominent family, blessed with extraordinary talent, reaching the realm I yearn for most at such a young age, with a boundless future ahead, if one day you also face a life or death choice, would you sacrifice your life for a group of unrelated people? As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Sun Yang was nailed to the pillar by several flying swords. His limbs were unable to move, and blood flowed straight from his wounds. The last flying sword hovered between his eyebrows, humming and vibrating. Why don't you answer me? Or are you feeling guilty? Ah ha ha ha. At this moment, the monster, neither human nor ghost, endured the tearing pain all over its body and let out an ugly, ear-piercing laugh, seemingly mocking the other party's hypocrisy and righteous words, using this to prove that it was not wrong. However, Zhang Haoren's expression was firm, his bright eyes were free of impurities, and his voice was clear, every word like a gem. If there is such a day, I, Zhang Haoren, will never be greedy for life and afraid of death. I only ask to have a clear conscience. Gong Sun Yang's laughter stopped abruptly, and his heart ached for no reason. Looking at this white-robed youth, he seemed to see himself when he was young. At that time, he was also full of enthusiasm and righteousness, but he didn't know why he had become like this. I hope you can do it. Gong Sun Yang was no longer able to argue, his emotions fell into a depression, and his eyes lost their only light. I will. Zhang Haoren waved his hand, and the last flying sword pierced his brow, directly penetrating his head. After dealing with the enemies here, he looked towards the scene outside, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Within his sight, the massive black violent ape rampaged wildly in the city lord's mansion, smoke and dust billowed, sand and stones flew, surrounded by blurry lightning phantoms that continuously attacked it, resulting in a fierce back-and-forth battle. Which family's top genius is this person? Or a monstrous talent from some sacred ground out on a training expedition? Zhang Haoren watched with fear and trepidation, feeling incredulous. A 6th realm cultivator and an 8th realm expert were doing their best to hold their own, especially since the opponent was a great demon with pure bloodline. To be able to do this was already astonishing. At least if it were him, he wouldn't be able to do it at the 6th realm level. Without time for amazement, Zhang Haoren quickly controlled the 9 swords of extermination and joined this thrilling battle. Brother, I'm here to help you. On the other side, Ning Bei, who was fighting fiercely with Ho Wanyan, had a strange look in his eyes when he saw Zhang Haoren coming to help. This person actually came to help him. According to Ning Bei's plan, Zhang Haoren's first thought upon witnessing the terror of this great demon would be to escape for his life. After all, preserving oneself in critical moments is understandable. Unexpectedly, he actually came to help. With Zhang Haoren's joining the battle, the situation changed instantly. Chi chi chi. The sound of air being torn apart was incessant. Flying swords, dragging brilliant rainbows, left trails of fire on the black violent ape's body, as if hammering divine weapons. Before long, wisps of blood oozed from its flesh. Compared to destructive power, Zhang Haoren's 9 swords of evil extermination were greater. After all, they were top-tier treasures, and coupled with his righteous swordplay, their power was multiplied. Damn it, you're courting death. Ho Wanyan felt stinging pain all over his body, both surprised and angry. It decided to shift its target and kill Zhang Haoren. A wave of oppressive force washed over Zhang Haoren, chilling him to the bone. He realized he was in an extremely dangerous situation. Poor Zhang Haoren. In terms of agility and speed, he couldn't compare to Ning Bei. Therefore, he couldn't move and dodge like Ning Bei. Facing this enraged giant ape, he was like a lone boat floating on a turbulent sea, in danger of being capsized by towering waves at any moment. Tiangang's shield. Having no way to avoid it, Zhang Haoren had to bite the bullet and unleash a defensive combat skill. Immediately, a pure white shield enveloped his entire body, surrounded by gang energy. Rumble. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the white shield shattered like a bubble. Unable to withstand the force, Zhang Haoren was blasted backward. His head was buzzing, blood streamed from the corner of his mouth, and his internal organs were in agony, as if a tremendous force was piercing through them. Ho Wanyan's eyes were bloodshot, revealing a fierce and malevolent intent. If you had escaped earlier, you might have saved your life. But you insisted on joining in, so don't blame me. It stretched out its enormous palm, wanting to crush Zhang Haoren in mid-air. Whoosh! Suddenly, Zhang Haoren was taken away by a blurry figure, causing Ho Wanyan's palm to grasp at empty air, leaving only faint black lightning in its wake. Damn it! Seeing his target intercepted, Ho Wanyan was so angry that he had no choice but to chase after them. Zhang Haoren reacted and discovered that he was being carried by Ning Bei in one hand, flying through the air like a rock, with the relentless black giant ape chasing behind him, especially terrifying in the moonlight. Many thanks, brother, for saving my life, Zhang Haoren said gratefully. Ning Bei's eyes flickered, carefully considering the advantages of both sides in this battle. Admittedly, he was fast, but his attack power could hardly break through Ho Wanyan's defense. No matter how much he tried, the effect was minimal. But this guy was different. He could injure the opponent's life with a single strike. If they could capitalize on their strengths and cooperate, they might be able to achieve unexpected success. Don't just stand there. Continue to use your 9 swords to deal with it. With me carrying you, it won't be able to catch up. Hearing this, Zhang Haoran's eyes lit up and he instantly understood the tactic Ning Bei had devised. He formed a hand seal and mobilized the 9 swords of exorcism to attack Ho Wanyan with all his might.
Ho Wanyan defended while chasing after them.
Over time, it began to feel strained and the wounds on its body increased.
It felt extremely frustrated and angry. At this rate, it would be at an absolute disadvantage. Damn it, you deserve to die.
Inside the devastated city lord's mansion, a huge gorilla covered in blood roared in exasperation.
Ding!
Detected an 8th realm great demon whose defenses were broken due to the host's despicable behavior, rewarding 50,000 points.
That's it, keep going.
Ning Bei said with a chuckle. As long as they continued to kite it, they would eventually wear this beast down.
Okay. Zhang Haoran was filled with excitement.
With Ning Bei taking him to move quickly, he was not worried about being chased down and killed by that monster. The thought of being able to kill an 8th realm great demon made Zhang Haoran's heart very excited.
This was definitely his most glorious record since his debut.
Fortunately, Ho Wanyan was only at the early stage of the 8th realm. If he were at the perfection stage, the vastness of his true essence would be enough to cover his entire body. At that time, Zhang Haoran's 9 swords of exorcism really wouldn't be able to break through. Ho Wanyan, whose condition continued to decline, gritted his teeth and decided to give up chasing these 2 humans.
This beast is going to escape. Don't let it run away.
Ning Bei and Zhang Haoran clearly didn't want to let this good opportunity pass, planning to continue pressing their advantage.
9 swords unite, heaven's judgment.
Zhang Haoran mobilized all the spiritual energy within his body, forming hand seals with both hands, the gestures profound and ever-changing.
He decided to give Ho Wanyan a fatal blow.
In an instant, the 9 flying swords emitted a blazing light, miraculously transforming into one, forming a giant sword that carried the majestic and unextinguishable golden thunder and bombarded the fleeing black giant ape.
The scene was like a heavenly punishment.
Feeling the biting chill coming from his back, Ho Wanyan's face flashed with a hint of panic. Even if it could survive this move, it would only be eking out its last breath, and the hope of escaping later would be very slim.
Kind of cool, Ning Bei said, watching this scene with admiration.
Suddenly, he noticed a familiar pink figure below, and his expression changed drastically in an instant. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was carefully hiding in a corner of the ruins when she suddenly saw the raging ape streaking towards her, followed by a giant sword aura descending, wreathed in golden lightning.
At that moment, she was stunned, frozen in place like a clay sculpture, at a loss.
Before this, Xiaoyu had followed Ning Bei's instructions and found a hidden place to hide, waiting for him to finish dealing with things and come back to her. As a result, she later heard a series of loud rumbling sounds, as if there was a fierce battle taking place, as well as some kind of beast-like roar. She originally thought her position was relatively remote and would be safe, but trouble came knocking. Ho Wanyan, fleeing in panic, passed by her location, and even more coincidentally, Zhang Haoran had already launched his ultimate move, placing her within the range of the attack.
Chapter 30, Xiaoyu's Loss of Control. Stop it now.
In desperation, Ning Bei grabbed Zhang Haoran's hair with one hand and shouted anxiously.
What's going on?
Zhang Haoran felt like his hair was about to be ripped out, and the pain forced him to stop the final steps.
Buzzing.
The dazzling sword radiance carrying golden lightning suddenly stopped in mid-air, no longer falling, as if frozen in the air.
Ho Wanyan felt the pressure behind him dissipate and couldn't help but turn his head to see this amazing scene.
It keenly sensed that there must be something fishy about this.
This brother, what's wrong with you?
Why are you pulling my hair for no reason?
It hurts, okay.
Zhang Haoran was in so much pain that he angrily said. Ning Bei coughed awkwardly a few times and quickly let go of his hand.
Sorry, I was too excited.
As he said this, his eyes couldn't help but glance at the pink figure, secretly hoping that she wouldn't be discovered. But the worst thing that could happen did happen. As a demon, Ho Wanyan was very sensitive to smells and immediately sensed that there was a woman hiding nearby.
So that's how it is.
Discovering the reason, a gleam of light burst out in Ho Wanyan's eyes. He flashed behind the broken wall where Xiaoyu was hiding, waved his hand and sent the only cover flying, exposing Xiaoyu's delicate body. Looking at this huge black ape filled with baleful aura, Xiaoyu's mind went blank with fright and her whole delicate body was trembling. This was the first time in her life that she had seen a demon. A thick tail stretched out, wrapped around Xiaoyu, and then lifted her off the ground, placing her in front of the ape's face.
Xiaoyu could even feel the hot air exhale from its nostrils. Ho Wanyan looked a little surprised, recognizing that this woman was the prey he had been eyeing before. Damn it! Seeing Xiaoyu fall into the other's hands, Ning Bei's heart sank. Zhang Haoran wasn't a fool either.
Seeing this situation, he knew that this young girl had a relationship with Ning Bei, otherwise, why would she have urgently stopped him just now? Young master, don't worry about me. Xiaoyu's eyes were red, and she mustered her courage to shout with difficulty. She didn't want to be a burden to Ning Bei at this time.
Interesting. So you are together. Ho Wanyan sneered.
But he couldn't laugh anymore, because it suddenly occurred to him that if he hadn't coveted this woman's body and ordered the captain of the guard to capture her, perhaps there wouldn't have been a series of events afterward. In the final analysis, he had messed everything up. Thinking of this, Ho Wanyan's face was even more unsightly than if he had eaten shit. Fortunately, there was still room for maneuver in the end, and that was this woman. With this woman as a hostage, he might be able to escape. Release her, and I'll let you leave here, Ningbei said in a deep voice. Xiaoyu's importance was self-evident, so he was willing to negotiate with the other party. You think I'm stupid? If I let her go now, you'll just keep targeting me. You'd better not follow me, or I'll kill her. Hearing this, Zhang Haoren trembled with anger. You damned beast. He wanted to unleash divine punishment, but considering his relationship with Ningbei, he had to forcibly suppress the impulse. Young master, don't worry about me, I beg you. I'm not afraid of death. Really, tears streamed down Xiaoyu's face. She didn't want to see that man threatened because of her. If she could commit suicide, she would not hesitate to act, but unfortunately, there was nothing she could do now. For a time, helplessness and despair filled her heart. Ho Wanyan felt confident holding a hostage. He began to carefully size up Xiaoyu in front of him, clicking his tongue. I don't know why, but I think you look very similar to a girl I enjoyed half a year ago. Thinking about it really brings back memories. As soon as these words came out, Xiaoyu was struck as if by lightning, and she said in disbelief, What did you say? Have you seen my younger sister, Xiaoya? Ho Wanyan looked somewhat surprised. What a coincidence, she's your sister. What did you do to her? In her anxiety, Xiaoyu actually questioned the strange ape with agitation. I thoroughly enjoyed her. She was in great pain during the process. After I got tired of playing with her, I made her into a delicacy and ate her. I remember that when she was dying, she seemed to be shouting something like, Sister, save me. So, you're her sister. It's a pity you didn't see that wonderful process with your own eyes. As he finished speaking, Ho Wanyan had a look of endless aftertaste on his face, with a disgusting smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Beast, you're a damn beast. Zhang Haoren was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. With his temperament, he simply couldn't tolerate such a heinous act. Ningbei's face was gloomy. He had thought that Xiaoyu's sister would be in a very bad situation, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. At this moment, like someone who had lost their soul, Xiaoyu's eyes were hollow as she allowed 2 streams of tears to trickle down her cheeks, muttering, This isn't real, this isn't real. The mere thought of her younger sister's tragic state brought a piercing pain to her chest. An immense agony of utter despair and suppression frantically assaulted her inner world, as if an invisible hand had seized her throat, making it hard for her to breathe. The last trace of hope in her heart shattered, and she felt as if she were falling, plummeting into an endless abyss, her mind and body devoured by a devilish darkness. It was then that Xiaoyu's entire body began to glow, as if some kind of destructive energy was brewing within her, ready to erupt in the next second and obliterate everything. What is this? Ho Wanyan's smile froze on his face, his eyes filled with deep astonishment and doubt, as an ominous premonition filled his heart. Just as he was about to move, the girl entwined in his tail instantly released a vast and boundless brilliant light, accompanied by a terrifying destructive energy that swept out. Boom, 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 boom. The scene of the explosion was like a sun rising, painting the night as bright as day. The entire Boulder City trembled violently, and the residents were awakened, casting terrified glances towards the city lord's mansion. Ho Wanyan, who was closest to the explosion, bore the brunt. He howled in pain and terror as he felt the flesh on his body rapidly evaporating, melting away like ice and snow exposed to the scorching sun. As early as when Xiaoyu showed signs of abnormality, Ningbei sensed something was wrong. Therefore, he grabbed Zhang Haoren at the first moment, turned around, and ran, fully activating the Chaos Thunder Shadow Steps. As expected, a destructive energy erupted from behind him. This vast tidal wave of energy swept away everything around it, as if to annihilate all life in the world. This, the wind howled sharply in his ears. Zhang Haoren stared at this scene with a shocked expression, as if he were witnessing a sight he would never forget in his life. Why would that frail girl with no cultivation base unleash such terrifying power? Zhang Haoren, who was out on a journey, suddenly had an absurd and unreal feeling in his heart. After a brief burst, the energy wave weakened until it completely disappeared from the world. The blazing light also vanished, and the sky, as bright as day, returned to the night. It seemed as if nothing had happened, but if someone looked down from the sky, they would feel a chill in their heart, as if they were witnessing the masterpiece of a devil. The city lord's mansion, which originally covered 10,000 acres and was filled with buildings, no longer existed at this moment. Replacing it was a supergiant pit, the bottom of which was extremely dark and immeasurable. This is a freaking humanoid nuclear weapon. Ningbei clicked his tongue inwardly, feeling a burst of fear. Fortunately, he ran away in time, otherwise he would have really been buried there. At the same time, he once again refreshed his understanding of Xiaoyu. To be able to turn danger into safety like this, she is indeed an epic daughter of destiny. Glug! Zhang Haoren swallowed hard. When he came to his senses, he realized that his clothes were soaked with cold sweat, giving him the feeling of having walked along the edge of the gates of hell. Brother, what the heck is your friend? He shifted his gaze to the handsome young man beside him and tentatively asked, bracing himself. Ningbei glared at this person unhappily. Are you being polite? Sorry, it was my inappropriate wording. Zhang Haoren's expression froze and he said with an embarrassed smile.
Ningbei clearly didn't want to answer this question because even he couldn't figure out what Xiao Yu's constitution was.
Immediately, he leaped up and flew into the deep pit like an eagle. In the very center of the pit lay a woman in a pink dress, seemingly unconscious due to excessive consumption. As for that Ho Wanyan, he had already vanished into nothingness, not even a bit of residue remained. Indeed, under those circumstances, even a 9th realm being might have lost their life, let alone an 8th realm great demon. Ningbei approached Xiao Yu and noticed a strange mark flickering on her forehead, as if it contained the mysteries of the world. He only glanced at it, but felt an electric shock, as if his soul was about to leave his body. Fortunately, this mark flickered for a moment and then completely disappeared. Ningbei reacted, a glint of light appearing in his eyes. He clicked his tongue and said, "Interesting, so interesting."
Chapter 31, Overjoyed and Grateful.
Ningbei carried the unconscious Xiao Yu back to the ground. Zhang Haoren had a complicated expression as he looked at the man and woman, his gaze akin to regarding a pair of bizarre monsters. Just when Zhang Haoren thought that Ningbei would say something to him, Ningbei simply ignored his existence and walked past. Gazing at the handsome young man's back, Zhang Haoren's lips twitched a few times and he couldn't help but shout, "Hey, you! Stop right there!" Ningbei stopped walking, turned his head, and his expression carried a hint of vigilance.
"Is there something you need?"
Zhang Haoren couldn't stand this kind of coldness as if they were strangers because according to his way of thinking, everyone had fought side by side. Now that the battle was over, shouldn't the next step be to introduce each other, further communicate, and deepen their friendship? Why did he look like someone who'd pulled up his pants and then turned his back on him? I know it was wrong of me to attack you at the beginning, but I was also deceived by that old guy. Besides, after dealing with him, didn't I also help you?
You can't still be blaming me, right?
Zhang Haoren stomped his foot, like an aggrieved young wife, and said with a resentful look. Ningbei's eyes were as if he was looking at an idiot, inexplicable. "I didn't take it to heart at all." After speaking, he was about to turn around and leave.
"Wait, damn, what is it now?" At this moment,
Zhang Haoren adjusted his state, with a solemn expression, cupped his hands and said loudly, "Zhang Haoren from the Zhang family in Qingyun City, may I ask for your esteemed name?" He felt that someone with Ningbei's skills was definitely not an unknown person.
Perhaps by stating his name he could learn his background.
Qingyun City, Zhang family. Ningbei raised his eyebrows. According to his memory, the Zhang family of Qingyun City was a declining immortal family.
Their ancestor was once a celestial being, but a starved camel is still bigger than a horse.
The family has been passed down to this day and can rank among the top 10 of the Great Way's top 100 families. It has a profound foundation and many strong individuals.
Moreover, the Zhang family mainly cultivates righteous qi, advocates acting on behalf of heaven, punishing the wicked and eliminating evil.
They enjoy a high reputation and fame in both the secular and cultivation worlds. Knowing Zhang Haoren's background, Ningbei wasn't too surprised.
He just found it a bit absurd.
I, a man who is determined to become a Cthulhu, actually saved a righteous cultivator. What's even more depressing is that the other party wants to befriend me.
Brother, you still haven't told me your name yet.
Seeing that the other party hadn't responded for a long time, Zhang Haoren's tone was a little anxious.
Ningbei thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Listen well, I am Xiao Yan."
Xiao Yan. Zhang Haoren was stunned in place, his mind constantly searching for a previous genius named Xiao Yan. But the result was, there was none. This was the first time he had heard the name Xiao Yan. To prevent this guy from continuing to ask questions, Ningbei decisively leaped up, embracing Xiao Yu's soft and delicate body as he disappeared into the distance. No one saw the subtle arc that rose at the corner of his mouth. Because he didn't want to reveal his identity, he made up a fake name to muddle through. Anyway, it will be difficult to see each other in the future. Good for you, Xiao Yan. Truly, heroes of the world are like carp crossing the river. I, Zhang Haoren, will remember you. The white-robed youth gazed in the direction the other had disappeared, his expression earnest. He did not suspect for a moment that Ningbei was deceiving him. He simply assumed that he was ignorant and had never heard of this person, or perhaps this was a proud prodigy nurtured by some top-tier power, venturing out for the first time to gain experience. But regardless of the situation, Zhang Haoren deeply etched the name Xiao Yan into his mind. Meanwhile, Ningbei brought Xiao Yu back to the inn and laid her down. Before long, Xiao Yu groggily awoke from the bed. To Ningbei's surprise, Xiao Yu not only forgot the uncontrolled outburst that had occurred earlier but also completely erased all of her experiences in the city lord's mansion. Her memory stopped at the time of their conversation in the room last time. Regarding this, Ningbei, after pondering, barely managed to arrive at a conclusion. Xiao Yu was in so much pain because of her sister's death that her mind and body could not bear it, leading her brain to automatically filter out this tragic memory. Seeing the girl's bewilderment, Ningbei sighed inwardly, deciding not to tell her this cruel truth. At least, he could try to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Young master, I want to take care of my father's funeral arrangements, Xiao Yu said, her eyes dim.
Okay, I'll accompany you. Subsequently, with Ningbei's help, Xiao Yu properly laid her father's body to rest.
Before the grave, she wept bitterly, her sobs filled with sorrow. After a while, Xiaoyu, heartbroken, stood up to leave. In the end, she still didn't erect a cenotaph for her younger sister, because deep down, she still held onto a sliver of unrealistic hope, believing that her sister was alive somewhere.
What do you want to do next?
Ning Bei asked softly, looking at the girl with red eyes and a depressed mood. Young master, if you don't mind, Xiaoyu is willing to be your maidservant, serving you for life, the girl said hesitantly, gathering her courage. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes held a hint of pleading, as if she was deeply afraid of being cruelly rejected. With her father dead and her younger sister missing, this man, like a god descended to earth, had become the sole emotional anchor of her world. Xiaoyu had never fantasized that she could be favored by him, much less gain any sort of official status, because the difference in their status was simply too vast. After all, he was the heir of the demon suppression prince's estate from a prominent family and possessed great power at a young age.
And what about her?
Just an ordinary woman with no talent for cultivation who had once been a maidservant with a low status. Therefore, Xiaoyu did not expect to be taken as a concubine or to develop any romantic relationship with this favored son of heaven. Her wish was simple, to stay by his side as much as possible.
Ning Bei fell silent, seemingly making a difficult choice. In reality, he was ecstatic.
The dignified daughter of destiny is going to be my maid, a future evil god.
I'm in ecstasy. Only an idiot would refuse this.
Jia. Ning Bei tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, pretending to be troubled on the surface, and sighed helplessly.
Well, since that's the case, you can stay by my side as a maid from now on. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, thank you, young master, for your kindness. Xiaoyu will definitely serve you well.
She felt very fortunate in her heart, and her eyes were full of gratitude as she looked at the young man. The young master is so kind, willing to give me this opportunity. Ding, detected that the daughter of destiny has been deceived and willingly become a maid to serve the host, reward of 1 million points. A system notification sounded.
Ning Bei's breath stagnated slightly and he exclaimed inwardly, good heavens, this is indeed a point farming cheat device.
Just a few moves and 1 million points are easily in the bag. Having truly tasted the benefits, Ning Bei's eyes held a hint of fervor as he looked at the girl as if regarding a hen that lays golden eggs. Being stared at so intently, Xiaoyu couldn't hide the nervousness on her face. She immediately lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze, her heart pounding like a deer, and a shy blush spread across her beautiful face. What's wrong, young master? Why is he suddenly looking at me like that?
It feels strange. Ahem, let's go.
Ning Bei felt he had lost his composure. After adjusting himself, he walked towards a side path.
Okay.
Xiaoyu nodded obediently, respectfully following behind the young man.
At dawn, Boulder City became noisy and chaotic.
The people on the streets were all chattering about what happened last night, their words filled with panic and unease. Good heavens, I heard the city lord's mansion was reduced to ashes overnight. What on earth happened?
Alas, who knows?
Could it be that Panchur City is cursed? How come one strange thing after another is happening?
Hearing these discussions, Xiaoyu looked shocked.
She didn't expect such a big thing to have happened in Panchur City last night. Noticing the girl behind him was scared and clung to him, the corner of Ning Bei's mouth twitched uncontrollably. What are you afraid of?
I should be the one who's afraid.
A man and a woman left Panchur City. Looking at the fiery red sun on the horizon, Ning Bei stopped and began to wonder where to go.
Xiaoyu, have you heard of Mo City?
Of course, I have. It has the most famous Heavenly Pride monument.
Every Dawei person knows this place.
Xiaoyu then thought of something, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she exclaimed in surprise, young master, you don't mean to.
Hee, that's where we're going. Ning Bei snapped his fingers and sneered.
Mo City was a city of moderate size, renowned for its Heaven's Pride monument. Every year, many people came attracted by its name, leaving their footprints to witness the monument's grandeur. The Heaven's Pride monument was a treasure left behind from the ancient times by some great figure, whose identity remained unconfirmed. The Heaven's Pride monument had a unique characteristic: it allowed trainees to leave behind a wisp of spiritual body to fight with all challengers, ultimately determining the strongest 100 Heaven's Prides of that period. His name would remain as a glory on the Heavenly Pride tablet until the records were automatically cleared after 50 years, giving way to a new round of challengers. The Heavenly Pride tablet test has strict rules. Each person has only one chance, and their age must be within 20 years old. Ning Bei is currently 19 years old and has never participated before, perfectly meeting this condition. Most importantly, he remembered that the first name on the Heavenly Pride tablet today was none other than his good younger brother Ningwak.
Chapter 32 Heavenly Pride Tablet. Mo City. This was an ancient city that had withstood the test of time, its towering black walls cold and hard.
Because the rumored Heavenly Pride monument stood here, Mo City had become unique to some extent.
The city was bustling with people, lively and extraordinary.
In the center of a vast plaza stood a magnificent bronze monument. The bronze monument was 100 zheng tall, its shape upright like a blade, exuding an unspeakable sense of majesty and solemnity. This was the Heavenly Pride monument. On this heavenly pride monument, rows of glowing names appeared, each representing a heavenly pride. The closer to the top, the more intense the light. These were the top 100 rankings achieved by all the young challengers over the past 50 years through layers of decisive battles. As long as a newcomer could defeat one of them, they could leave their name on it, and the last ranked person would be squeezed out, completely disappearing from the Heavenly Pride Monuments list of the top 100. At the very top of this Heavenly Pride Monument, a row of names was particularly eye-catching, its font radiant and constantly flowing. Compared to it, the light emitted by all the names below was so insignificant, giving a sense of fireflies vying for brilliance with the bright moon. This name is known to everyone in the world. It is a mountain weighing down on the entire younger generation. Ningguang, the son of the demon-suppressing king, a super genius who broke through the fifth realm at the age of 9, is hailed as a young supreme destined to become a god in the future. Many highly self-regarded prodigies feel a tremor in their hearts when they mention him, a sense of powerlessness from the bottom of their hearts. Because this child is too terrifying, his potential is simply limitless. He broke through the fifth realm at the age of 9, breaking the record for the fastest breakthrough to the fifth realm in great way. Later, at the age of 12, he challenged the prodigy Steel with a sixth realm cultivation, sweeping away a group of famous prodigies at the time and reaching the top of the list. To this day, his name is still hanging high in the first place, like a young king ruling the world, overlooking a group of defeated opponents. Obviously, Ningguang has absolute confidence in himself. He could have challenged the prodigy Steel at the age of 19 in a stronger state, but he didn't, because he didn't think anyone in this age group could defeat him. Therefore, he left his name at the age of 12 and departed gracefully. In the 4 years that followed, challengers from all over came in a constant stream to the Heavenly Pride tablet, but without exception, they were all defeated by him. In fact, the vast majority didn't even have the chance to exchange blows with him. After all, to deal with the top of the list, one had to defeat the other 99 to be qualified to challenge the first place. However, no matter how the names on the tablet changed, the first place was always the 3 characters Ningguang. It seemed to be an unshakable existence, causing many prodigies to go from high-spirited at the beginning to weakness and even despair later on. At this moment, on the square, someone shouted, "Goddess Lu is here. She's going to challenge the Heavenly Pride tablet." Whoa! In an instant, a large crowd of people surged over, mostly young men, each stretching their necks, trying to catch a glimpse of her beautiful face. A woman in a goose-yellow dress with an outstanding temperament stood quietly. Her delicate, fair skin radiated a jade-like luster in the sunlight. Her exquisite face and full, prominent figure caused many admiring young men to gaze at her with ardent eyes, swallowing their saliva. It's Goddess Lu, it's really Goddess Lu. I didn't expect that she would choose to challenge the Heavenly Pride monolith this year. Is she trying to prove her strength to the world? What rank do you think Goddess Lu will get? I think she'll at least be in the top 10. The crowd chattered, all curiously guessing. The Goddess Lu they were talking about was naturally the Lu family's eldest daughter, Lu Ruyan. In front of this ancient, cold, bronze monolith, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, a determined look flashing in her beautiful eyes. Her successful breakthrough to the sixth realm some time ago made her feel it was time to come to the Heavenly Pride monolith to challenge it and prove her strength to the world. According to Lu Ruyan's expectations, it would be best to enter the top 3 on the rankings, representing the Lu family and leaving her name behind. As for the first place at the top of the list, Lu Ruyan didn't even dare to think about it. "Young miss, we can begin," the accompanying fifth elder said respectfully. Lu Ruyan nodded, extended her hand, and placed it on the bronze steel. Sensing the arrival of a new challenger, the surface of the bronze steel rippled with water-like light patterns, and then her whole person was sucked into it by an inexplicable force. Seeing Lu Ruyan formally participate in the challenge, the crowd stirred. "Goddess Lu, go! We believe in you!" an admirer shouted, raising his arm. As time passed, the names appearing on the Heavenly Pride steel also began to change. Lu Ruyan's name ascended as if climbing a ladder, leaving behind the names of all previous challengers. Before long, it entered the top 10. The crowd erupted. The fifth elder's expression remained unchanged, feeling that it was within expectations. According to the Lu family's plan, they wanted Lu Ruyan to achieve second place this time. This way, they could prove Lu Ruyan's great potential and make the various immortal aristocratic families value her, thereby proposing marriage requests. In this world, to be called an immortal aristocratic family, there must be a celestial human expert in the clan. This is the most powerful combat force in the world. The Lu family is also one of the immortal aristocratic families. The Lu family's ancestor is a well-known celestial human expert. Originally, he had at least 200 years to live, but he encountered a serious problem in his cultivation, which damaged his foundation and left him with little lifespan. Once he passes away, it would be a major blow to the Lu family, which means that the Lu family would fall out of the ranks of immortal aristocratic families and be besieged by former hostile forces. This matter has been classified as top secret by the Lu family's upper echelons. No information can be leaked to the outside world. Even Lu Ruyan is kept in the dark, let alone the Lu family's disciples. Therefore, the Lu family seems to be doing well on the surface, but the actual situation is already very critical. According to the original, most ideal plan, the Lu family would have allied with the Jinyao king's mansion through marriage. Although the heir, Ningbei, had become a cripple, his background still held immense value.
The Lu family could use the Jinyao king's mansion's power to deter attacks after their own ancestor's death.
However, plans rarely keep up with changes. The Lu family's higher-ups never dreamed that the good-for-nothing heir would proactively propose ending the engagement. Instantly, the Lu family lost all face, yet they didn't dare question the Jinyao king's mansion. After all, the Lu family's old ancestor was already at the end of his rope, with only a few more chances to take action. How could the Lu family have the confidence to fall out with the Jinyao king? Forced by the circumstances, the Lu family could only swallow their anger and feign magnanimity to the outside world. Behind the scenes, they increased their efforts to cultivate and promote Lu Ruyan, hoping she would gain the favor of other disciples from immortal aristocratic families.
This was the predicament currently facing the Lu family, and it was a predicament that Lu Ruyan needed to break.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the names in the top 10 of the Heaven's Pride Monument were still changing. Lu Ruyan, as if overcoming numerous obstacles, was closing in on the top 3.
At this moment,
2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared in the crowd. Looking at the 3 words hanging at the top of the Heaven's Pride Monument, the handsome young man among them said with a meaningful expression, "My good little brother, you are truly impressive." After leaving Rock City, Ningbei brought Xiaoyu to Mo City, heading straight for the Heaven's Pride Monument. During this time, to ensure everything was foolproof, Ningbei spent a large number of points to give himself a comprehensive upgrade. First, his cultivation level. He broke through from the initial stage of the sky-soaring realm to the peak. Then, the Sunluo Great Handprint and Blood Fiend Shield were directly upgraded from entry level to great perfection. In short, his personal combat strength had definitely improved significantly. Although he only had a pitiful 1,000 points left, Ningbei didn't feel any heartache at all. After all, he had a point-farming artifact by his side. If the points were gone, he could farm them again. But if he couldn't show off, he would feel uncomfortable all over. It could be said that Ningbei was determined to win this time, to kick his younger brother from the top spot and declare his strong return to the world. Somewhat unexpected was that Ningbei did not anticipate Lu Ruyan challenging the Prodigy Tablet as well. Towards this kind of despicable person who added insult to injury and trifled with emotions, his heart was filled with disgust and aversion. However, he was very curious. What kind of expression would she have if he obtained first place? Thinking of this, a meaningful smile curled up at the corner of Ningbei's mouth. Chapter 33, If you're weak, practice more. At this moment, amidst everyone's anticipation, Lu Ruyan replaced the third-place holder and began challenging the second-place holder. It is worth mentioning that not all the prodigies in the world have come here to challenge. Some famous prodigies did not participate when they were young, such as Yi Guhan, the young master of the ghost market. However, he is now past the age range for the trial, and there is no longer a chance for him to enter the Prodigy Tablet. And coincidentally, Ningbei happened to know the current second-place holder on the Prodigy Tablet. They had even fought side by side. That's right, it's Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran participated in the challenge at the age of 18. At that time, he had not yet broken through the 7th realm and participated in the trial as a 6th realm cultivator. Later, he narrowly lost to Ningguang and ranked 2nd on the Prodigy Tablet. A year later, he broke through the 7th realm and was the same age as Ningbei. At that time, someone in the clan asked Zhang Haoran why he didn't break through to the 7th realm before challenging, so perhaps he could defeat Ningguang and win first place on the Prodigy Tablet. Zhang Haoran was silent for a long time, then answered, "Ningguang dared to leave his name on the Prodigy Tablet at the age of 12. Even if I finally break through to the 7th realm and surpass him, what meaning would it have?" Hearing these words, everyone was left speechless. Indeed, he reached the 6th realm at the age of 12, while you were stuck at 19 before breaking through to the 7th realm. Even if you win in the end, what then? What's even more awkward is, what if he still can't win then? So, in this situation, it's best to challenge him at the same cultivation level. As time passed, Ningguang, who had consistently topped the list, was also known as a symbol of invincibility in the same realm, an unbeatable myth among the 6 realms. After a while, on the Tianjiao stele, Lu Ruyan's name did not continue to rise but remained in the 3rd position. Buzzing. With a burst of dazzling light, a tall and graceful figure stepped out of the spatial vortex. Lu Ruyan looked complex, with a hint of unwillingness in her beautiful eyes. There was no way around it. Zhang Haoran's strength was too strong. The 9 swords of evil extermination he unleashed at the end easily killed her in the virtual space. What's even more terrifying is that this kind of person only stopped at 2nd place. It's unimaginable how terrifying Ningguang, who is ranked 1st, must be. 5th Elder, I tried my best. Lu Ruyan bit her pearly teeth. In fact, achieving this ranking was already very good, but her demands were relatively high. The 5th Elder comforted her, "Miss, believe that the family head will understand you. 3rd place is not much worse than 2nd place. You are still young, and the future is promising." From the crowd, shouts rang out. "Goddess Lu, we support you. You're the best. Really, 3rd place is already amazing. Add oil."
The scene once again erupted as everyone congratulated Lu Ruyan.
As the most watched daughter of heaven in the younger generation of Great Wei, possessing both beauty and strength and also having a powerful background, how many talented young men wouldn't be moved? Seeing so many supporters at the scene, Lu Ruyan also displayed the grace she should have.
She lifted a strand of hair and tucked it behind her ear, smiling gently.
Thank you for your kindness. As soon as these words came out, the vast number of male fans were extremely excited, howling with excitement.
Goddess Lu is so gentle. Whoever marries her is simply blessed for 3 lifetimes.
Just then, an untimely voice rang out with mockery. If you're bad, then practice more.
What are you looking for excuses for?
Instantly, the boiling scene quieted down. The air seemed to solidify. Lu Ruyan's face was full of disbelief, almost suspecting that she had just experienced an auditory hallucination. The fifth elder's face twitched a few times. Like an enraged old lion, he roared, "Who said that?"
Me.
The crowd scattered, clearing a large space. It was a handsome youth wearing a dark red robe, his smooth, long hair tied with a fluttering red ribbon. At this moment, he stood there with his arms crossed, a playful smile on his lips, seemingly unaware of the severity of his mockery. This brother is courting death, daring to openly mock the Lu family's eldest daughter, a passerby whispered.
He's probably tired of living.
Someone shook their head. Not to mention the Lu family's experts being here. With so many supporters on the scene, how could you walk out unscathed?
Little brother, how dare you?
Seeing the other party's indifferent appearance, the fifth elder could hardly restrain the anger in his heart. He raised his hand to teach him a lesson. Although the Lu family has declined, it is not something that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can provoke.
It's you.
Lu Ruyan saw who it was and looked surprised, seemingly quite surprised that he would appear here.
Miss knows him.
The fifth elder suppressed the urge to attack, his expression one of surprise and doubt.
Of course, I know him. He is the infamous good-for-nothing heir. Ning Bei.
Lu Ruyan reacted, a hint of hatred in her eyes as she looked at the young man. Ning Bei had not only called off the engagement in public but had also slapped her in the end, which made her feel resentment and a deep, unforgettable humiliation.
What? The fifth elder's expression changed drastically, a deep sense of apprehension in his eyes.
He was still the heir of the Jinyao king's mansion. If he really took action to teach him a lesson, the nature of the matter would change if it spread.
So, he's that good-for-nothing heir.
Countless gazes gathered on Ning Bei, filled with doubt, disdain, mockery, disgust, curiosity, and so on.
The crowd was surprised by Ning Bei's identity, and at the same time, they were very contemptuous of Ning Bei's disrespectful remarks.
The once supreme youth has fallen from grace, yet he dares to mock the Lu family's eldest daughter for lacking strength.
What face does he have to say that?
Xiaoyu stood silently behind Ning Bei, feeling uncomfortable with the surrounding gazes, but she knew that Ning Bei was not what he used to be. As the young master's maid, she should also be confident. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath, trying her best to remain calm and composed. "Young Master Ning, what you said to my young lady was inappropriate, wasn't it?" the fifth elder said in a deep voice. Ning Bei scoffed and said, "If you're trash, you're trash.
Can't people even say it? If you can't even handle this little bit of psychological pressure, then don't come out here to embarrass yourself. You."
The fifth elder was exasperated. He really wanted to slap this rude fellow to death. Lu Ruyan's face was unsightly, and she sneered, "Are you qualified to say I'm trash? Someone like you, a useless piece of garbage, probably doesn't even have the qualification to leave your name on the Heavenly Pride Monument, right?" Ha ha ha! A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd.
Many people expressed their agreement.
In this world, the strong are respected.
A big fist is the only truth.
Even if Ning Bei has a powerful background, if his strength is lacking, it will be difficult for him to earn their respect.
Moreover, a weakling openly mocks a strong individual. In their eyes, this behavior is undoubtedly as ridiculous as a clown. Lu Ruyan continued to press her advantage. She pointed her finger at the name at the very top of the prodigy tablet, her words sharp and merciless. "Look at the top. That's your younger brother's name.
But you, as the older brother, are a piece of trash, not even qualified to have your name inscribed.
You two brothers are truly as different as heaven and earth. How could he have a good-for-nothing older brother like you? If your younger brother is a dragon, then you, Ning Bei, are now just a worm."
After saying these words, Lu Ruyan felt extremely relieved, looking at Ning Bei with a smug expression, trying to find a look of exasperation on his face.
The entire arena was silent. The crowd looked at each other in astonishment.
These words were too harsh.
Ahem, our young lady has always been straightforward.
I hope young Master Ning won't take offense. The fifth elder coughed a few times, breaking the silence. He looked at Ning Bei with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes.
But strangely, Ning Bei's expression remained as usual, as if he wasn't the one being mocked.
Staring directly at the woman who looked like she had won a great victory and was full of triumph, Ning Bei revealed a meaningful smile. If any of his opponents were familiar with his smile, they would know that when this smile appeared, he was about to trick someone.
"Then, do you dare to bet with me?" Chapter 34 Sweeping all the way. Bet. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what he meant. Lu Ruyan frowned. "What do you want to bet?" I bet that I can get first place on the Heavenly Pride Monument, Ningbei said, word by word. Boom! The entire place erupted. Many people felt incredulous, looking at Ningbei as if they were looking at a madman. You are already a good for nothing and you're still thinking of challenging the Heavenly Pride Monument. What's even more outrageous is that you actually dream of surpassing your younger brother to take first place. How hilarious! Lu Ruyan was stunned at first, then she sneered. What nonsense are you talking about in broad daylight? Or is it that something is wrong with the head of the dignified heir of the Demon Suppression King's mansion? In her eyes, Ningbei is still that useless heir. How could he possibly defeat her monstrous younger brother? Ningbei said with a playful expression, just tell me, do you dare to bet or not? If you don't even dare to do this, it's your Lu family that will lose face. The fifth elder's eyes flashed with a sharp light as if trying to see through Ningbei's true nature. However, he discovered that the cultivation aura on Ningbei's body was very weak, only at the level of the body tempering realm. Strange, could this child have gone mad? He dares to make such a bet with this weak cultivation. The fifth elder was secretly puzzled. With his cultivation at the perfected 8th realm, it was impossible for him to misjudge. That was why he was so puzzled by Ningbei's bizarre behavior, unable to figure out where the other party's confidence came from. Little did he know that Ningbei had already reduced his cultivation aura to the most basic body tempering realm level. Possessing the bloodline of a Cthulhu, as long as he wanted to conceal his aura, even a god would be fooled. Seeing this situation, Lu Ruyan instinctively felt that something was wrong. She secretly transmitted her voice to the fifth elder to inquire about the situation. After learning that Ningbei was indeed at the body refinement realm, the last trace of worry in her heart disappeared. With her mind at ease, a cold smile spilled from the corner of Lu Ruyan's lips and she determined that Ningbei's brain was broken. She couldn't let go of this opportunity for revenge. After all, since he had taken the initiative to offer his face for her to slap, was there any reason for her not to slap it? She absolutely had to wipe away the humiliation she had suffered before. Alright, I'll bet with you. If you can't do it, then you'll kneel before me and kowtow an apology. Lu Ruyan considered the other party's background. It wasn't appropriate to teach him a lesson physically, so she might as well just go for a personal insult. The expressions of the crowd changed. If the dignified son of the Demon Suppression Prince's mansion were to kowtow an apology on the street, that would truly be an explosive piece of news. My young lady is truly kind-hearted, the fifth elder said with a chuckle, glancing mockingly at the young man, implying that he was definitely going to kowtow today. Anyway, it wasn't they who forced him. The other party insisted on gambling. That way, even if the demon-quelling king flew into a rage afterward, it wouldn't be easy to blame the Lu family. In a sense, the Lu family had regained the face they had lost before. Ningbei smiled and said, then if I win, what will you do? You'll win. Lu Ruyan seemed to have heard a great joke, not taking it to heart at all, and said disdainfully, do whatever you want. Good, it's settled then. Ningbei snapped his fingers crisply and walked calmly to the genius monument, gently placing his hand on it. Whoosh! A splash of colorful light rippled across the monument, sensing a qualified challenger. A huge spatial vortex emerged, sucking Ningbei in. A feeling of dizziness like being thrown into a tumbling washing machine hit him, but it quickly returned to normal. Ningbei stared intently and found himself in a place similar to a different dimension. At the very front, a name floated into view, AI Tubi. That was the name of the contestant ranked number 100. This name is something else. Ningbei stroked his chin, feeling like he couldn't help but think in that direction. What he needed to do now was to defeat each opponent according to their ranking and then continuously rise in the ranks. Buzz buzz buzz. A man with a physique as tall and large as a brown bear, wielding 2 black iron rods, appeared. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. With a low roar, he launched an attack on Ningbei. That was a spirit body left behind by a challenger of the past, perfectly replicating his cultivation and strength when he challenged the trial back then. As a result, Ningbei flickered and slapped out with his palm. The man's head was instantly sent flying like a ball. Blood like a pillar sprayed out from the severed neck, and the headless body fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, Ningbei's interest greatly increased. He clicked his tongue and said, yo, that's pretty realistic. The next second, the corpse turned into specks of light and dissipated, as if it had never appeared. The name of the next contestant appeared in front, Buchenbois. Immediately afterward, a dashing and debonair youth, clad in a magnificent brocade robe and holding a feather fan, slowly approached. Then, he waved his feather fan at Ningbei, and a fierce gale of thunder and fire arrived in an instant, full of power. So, you're Buchenbois. A blood-colored protective shield appeared on Ningbei's body, and he charged forward against the terrifying gale of thunder and fire, blasting the dashing and debonair youth into pieces with one punch. In this state, Ningbei killed anyone he saw, and some contestants were even instantly killed as soon as they showed their faces. He was seemingly invincible, sweeping everything before him. His ranking was also rising rapidly like a rocket. Outside, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Because in everyone's eyes, Ningbei's name not only appeared on the Tianjia tablet but also soared all the way with great momentum.
He quickly reached the top 30 and his ranking was still moving forward, showing no sign of stopping.
It was simply fast, fierce, couldn't stop at all.
The expressions on everyone's faces were priceless as they realized a fact that this heir of the demon suppression prince's estate was no longer the good-for-nothing he had been in recent years. His body had recovered. How could this be? Lu Ruyan murmured, as if struck down by shock, utterly lost.
An unprecedented sense of panic welled up within her.
Before, during her relationship with Ning Bei, she had acted out and made trouble in various ways.
Even after the engagement was annulled, she felt no regrets.
Ultimately, this was because Ning Bei merely held the title of heir, his former glory gone. He had become a useless person with low cultivation, unvalued and coldly treated in the demon suppression prince's estate. She didn't want to marry such an incompetent man, so she tried her best to get rid of him, seeking out a more outstanding scion of a prominent family. However, at this moment, Ning Bei was displaying his formidable strength once more, sweeping away many prodigies. This meant that after 7 years, he had risen again, becoming that once again the center of attention, the young supreme.
This is impossible. Fifth Elder's expression was unsightly.
Could it be that even with his cultivation, he misjudged? If that is really the case, the other party must possess a supreme technique that can conceal one's cultivation aura, which is how he was deceived.
At this moment, Ning Bei was frantically killing enemies in the virtual space.
With his current strength, he didn't need any tricks at all, he just went all out. Before long, he had fought his way to 4th place. Buzz buzz buzz. Following a ripple like water, a woman in a light yellow dress appeared, holding a 3-foot-long sword. Her cascading hair danced in the air, and her beautiful face carried a hint of fighting spirit.
The opponent was none other than Lu Ruyan, ranked 3rd.
With a swoosh, she flew towards him with her long sword, the sword light shining brilliantly. The terrifying sword intent seemed to freeze the void along its path, and the killing intent surged unrestrained, making people shudder. To be fair, Lu Ruyan, as a female cultivator of the younger generation, has not only broken through the 6th realm but also comprehended sword intent. She is definitely not just a pretty face, she has real strength. However, this little bit of skill was completely insufficient in Ning Bei's eyes. Sizzle. Ning Bei, with the Chaos Thunder shadow steps, smashed her sword light with a powerful punch and then punched her in the abdomen, the fist forcibly piercing through, creating a bloody hole bright from front to back. Feeling that it was not enough to vent his anger, Ning Bei slapped the woman fiercely, and the powerful palm force was released with a bang.
Bang!
Lu Ruyan's head rotated directly 360 degrees, twisted like a hemp rope, her head limply drooping on one side of her neck, blood flowing straight from the corner of her mouth. Immediately afterward, her whole body fell softly to the ground, and this delicate body with its protruding curves completely lost its charm at this moment.
Ning Bei shook his head and said, "In this state, who would dare to say strike while it's hot?"
As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual body on the ground turned into rays of light and disappeared.
At the same time,
witnessing Ning Bei replace her ranking, Lu Ruyan's face turned pale. I was actually defeated so quickly. This time, she knew that Ning Bei's recovery was not as simple as returning to his previous state. His strength was even more terrifying than it had been back then.
Chapter 35, Confronting the Young Paragon.
Within the virtual space, a white-robed figure manifested before Ning Bei. This youth had handsome features and eyes like rulers. Between his brows was a hint of righteous indignation, as if he detested the injustices of the world, vowing to let all the people under heaven live with dignity.
He was Zhang Haoren. To be precise, it was Zhang Haoren in the state he was a year ago. At that time, he had not yet broken through to the 7th realm, and was at the peak of the 6th realm. "Idiot, we meet again," Ning Bei teased.
Of course, he knew that the other party was just an emotionless spirit body and would not respond to such things. Zhang Haoren was expressionless, his 2 fingers joined together, pointing diagonally at the target in front of him, and he softly shouted,
9 swords of evil extermination."
With a series of crisp sword sounds echoing in all directions, the 9 ancient flying swords rushed out from behind him in unison, each dragging a dazzling rainbow in its wake.
The vast killing intent surged forth, chilling people to the bone. Ning Bei raised his eyebrows.
He had witnessed the power of the 9 swords of extermination, so this time he had to deal with it seriously. The spiritual power within his body was frantically mobilized. First, a blood fiend shield emerged from the surface of his body, blocking a wave of fierce attacks from the flying swords.
Then, he unleashed the Senluo Great Handprint, striking out at Zhang Haoren with a palm. Whoosh!
The enormous black palm print crashed like an ancient divine mountain, carrying with it an endless sense of oppression.
Clang clang clang.
Zhang Haoren hurriedly recalled the 9 swords of extermination to defend, fully infusing them with his own aura of righteousness, which caused the power of the 9 swords of extermination to increase as well.
Boom!
Beneath the clash of the two, a vast torrent of energy raged. Zhang Haoren's figure retreated dozens of zhang, and he spat out blood. If he didn't have a top-tier treasure like the 9 swords of evil subjugation, he would have been killed by Ningguang in one move just now. Swish, 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 the 9 swords of evil subjugation seemed to possess spirituality as they flew back and ceaselessly orbited around Zhang Haoren, forming a sturdy, snow-white sword shield to protect him. However, a dark red bead filled with baleful aura flew over, and the snow-white sword shield was shattered in an instant. This was the soul-devouring pearl unleashed by Ningbei. Sizzle! A blur of afterimages flashed, laced with wisps of black lightning. Ningbei's hair danced wildly as a cold sneer crept onto his lips. Having clashed with Zhang Haoran in Boulder City, he knew Zhang Haoran's attacks were devastating, but his weakness was also evident.
That was speed. Actually, this couldn't really be considered Zhang Haoran's weakness.
It was mainly because Ningbei possessed a godlike movement technique as if he had a cheat, which few could match even in the 8th realm, let alone the 6th.
Rumble!
Before Zhang Haoran could unleash his moves, Ningbei's relentless attacks forced him into a steady retreat, coughing up blood repeatedly.
A dozen or so seconds later,
the ranking on the Tianjia stele changed again. Ningbei replaced Zhang Haoran and took the 2nd spot. The crowd was stunned, realizing that they were about to witness a miracle.
Damn, Ningbei is going to challenge his younger brother. Who do you think will win?
I think Ningbei, as the older brother, has a good chance.
It's hard to say.
Rumor has it that Ningguak's Eye of Providence is even more powerful than Divine Bones.
I think Ningbei is still a bit lacking.
Discussions erupted, and many people argued until their faces were red. Some even started taking bets on the spot. Judging from the stakes, most people believed that Ningguak had a better chance of winning. Although Ningbei had revived his former glory and reversed everyone's perception of him as a good-for-nothing young master, his younger brother had been too dazzling these past 4 years. His brilliance had long overshadowed his older brother, so most people subconsciously believed that the younger brother, Ningguak, would be superior.
The square was a sea of people.
Almost all the citizens of Ma City had come upon hearing the news, directly alarming the local government, who dispatched officials to maintain order. After all, the outcome of this battle was of extraordinary significance. Everyone wanted to witness this historic moment. Would the younger brother, Ningguak, continue to occupy the throne of first place, or would he be replaced by his elder brother, Ningbei?
Everything was full of unknowns. The 5th elder's face was gloomy.
The demon-suppressing king is truly blessed to have 2 such outstanding sons. As he said this, his tone was filled with envy and resentment. Lu Ruyan's heart was particularly heavy, and she bit her pearly teeth tightly. It would be a lie to say she didn't regret it. If her relationship with Ningbei was still like it used to be, she could stand by his side openly and righteously, becoming the most envied couple in the world.
Unfortunately, there are no ifs.
Because of her short-sightedness, she missed out on a husband with immense potential, and now he has even become her enemy. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She could only hope that Ningbei would not win first place.
Otherwise, she couldn't imagine what kind of punishment she would face. Young master will definitely win.
Su Xiaoyu clenched her hands tightly, praying silently in her heart. Compared to the boiling outside world, Ningbei was quietly waiting for the appearance of his last opponent.
Buzzing.
A tall and slender figure with an imposing presence walked out of the void with his hands behind his back. The young man was dressed in a blue shirt and white lining, a long robe and jade belt, with a head of black hair casually draped behind him. His face was handsome, with a hint of childishness that had not yet faded. His deep eyes were indifferent and cold, giving him a feeling that was inconsistent with his age. Ningguak, the nightmare of contemporary geniuses, any outstanding young talent who meets him will feel ashamed and deeply powerless. Because he is too monstrous, there is no opponent in this age group, and he is a well-deserved young supreme. Seeing the other party appear, a cold light flashed in Ningbei's eyes, and he sneered, "My good brother, I have finally waited for you." Outsiders didn't know the inside story of that year. They all thought that Ningbei still possessed divine bones.
In fact, the divine bones had already been transplanted to Ningguak.
Coupled with the unique eye of the azure heavens, Ningguak's advantages could be described as maximized.
Therefore, Ningbei knew that this would definitely be a fierce battle.
Whoosh! Ningguak moved, his figure swiftly approaching like a rock. His fair fist struck out ferociously, the terrifying force of the fist determined to kill all enemies.
Ningbei's heart shuddered. In that instant, he had the familiarity of facing that 8th realm great demon before. Boom!
Fists collided, bursting out with infinite energy. The 2 sides briefly distanced themselves, then fought together again. During the process, Ningguak was expressionless, his fist momentum was extremely astonishing, and the chi and blood within his body roared non-stop, shaking all directions.
Ningbei was suppressed for a time.
He could feel the force of each of the opponent's attacks, which was almost comparable to that of the 8th realm great demon.
Is it because of the divine bones? Immediately, Ningbei thought of this possibility.
According to his memories, when he originally possessed the divine bone, he was also born with immense strength and boundless power.
This should have been mine. Now, you're using it against me. Ha!
Ningbei's smile was cold and ruthless, his eyes like a blood moon. A dark red halo condensed behind his head, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. Facing Ningguak, who was empowered by the divine bone and had put him at a disadvantage, Ningbei immediately activated the Eternal Silence Dark Wheel.
In an instant, the battle situation began to reverse. Coordinating with the chaotic lightning shadow steps, Ningbei's speed was unimaginably fast.
Every move and stance had lethal destructive power, forcing Ningguang from an active offense to a passive defense.
Bang, 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 bang.
The shadows of fists and legs, dense and crisscrossing, were like a cage trapping Ningguang. He seemed to be engaged in a desperate struggle, gradually showing signs of being unable to hold on. That arrogant young supreme now appeared extremely disheveled. Ningbei, gaining the upper hand, sneered, "That's not right, is it? If that's all you've got, I, as your older brother, would be very disappointed." Having said that, he raised his hand and unleashed the Sunluo Great Handprint, directly striking towards the young man. In the eternal silence dark wheel state, the power of this move is absolutely terrifying. But at this moment, the vertical on Ningguang's forehead cracked open, and brilliant golden divine light flowed out, his aura incomparably sacred. It has finally appeared. A solemn expression appeared on Ningbei's face. He knew this was Ningguang's strongest trump card, the Eye of Providence. Legend has it that those who possess the Eye of Providence are destined to become rulers of all living beings in the future, because this eye possesses many unimaginable abilities, causing even ghosts and gods to retreat. Faced with Ningbei's relentless pressure, Ningguang finally activated the Eye of Providence. What follows is his true strength. Chapter 36. The whole place is shaken. When the vertical eye on the young man's forehead opened, a surge of golden energy was released, transforming into an indestructible shield of light. The terrifying power of the Sunluo handprint collided with the golden light shield, resulting in a series of deafening rumbles. Ugh! Ningbei's gaze deepened as he sensed the immense resistance emanating from within. It seemed that this defensive light shield was one of the capabilities of the Eye of Providence. Boom! After a brief stalemate, the golden light shield and the Sunluo handprint shattered, transforming into hurricane-like energy torrents that raged in all directions, like sharp blades scraping flesh and shaving bones. With a whoosh, Ningguang threw a punch and blasted forward. The surging fist energy was like a roaring dragon, with an unstoppable momentum. Ningbei once again engaged him in a fierce battle. Fists and palms collided, and leg shadows exploded across the sky. The two fought fiercely, making it difficult to separate them. Throughout the vast training ground, their figures flashed everywhere as they exchanged blows, dazzling the eyes and overwhelming the senses. During the process, Ningbei increasingly felt that something was amiss. He discovered that his every move seemed to be anticipated and countered, and even his prideful speed was no longer an absolute advantage in the battle. His speed is clearly the same as before, but he can predict my moves and directions in advance. Could it be that his eye possesses the ability to slow down the speed of objects? After multiple attempts, Ningbei came to this conclusion in his heart. In other words, his speed was greatly slowed down in the other party's eyes, causing the other party to be able to react one step ahead. This Eye of Heaven is indeed powerful. If that's the case, Ningbei didn't panic because he still had a backup plan. In the next second, his pupils instantly turned dark purple, revealing a soul-stirring and eerie aura. Evil Eye activated. Invisibly, a surge of mental pollution forcefully flooded Ningguang's mind, spreading like weeds. A cacophony of chaotic wails, screams, and roars inexplicably filled his mind. Ningguang furrowed his brow, a hint of pain flashing across his fair and handsome face. Because his cultivation level was similar to Ningbei's current level, he was easily susceptible to the mental interference of the cursed eye. However, Ningguang at this age had not yet cultivated any methods to strengthen his mind, which allowed Ningbei to take advantage and find his weak points. Due to the intense mental pollution, Ningguang's condition continued to decline, and even his moves became disordered, allowing Ningbei to gain the upper hand once again. Bang! Finding an opportunity, he landed a punch on Ningguang's chest. A cloud of blood mist erupted from his chest as his body flew backward. Ningbei pressed his advantage and launched a fierce offensive. Before long, the youth was covered in blood, riddled with wounds, with bare white bone visible in over a dozen places on his body. This is your limit, isn't it? Ningbei narrowed his eyes. As a result, the third eye on the young man's forehead stirred again. Accompanied by a milky white stream of energy flowing out, as if bathed in holy light, his injuries rapidly healed. Seeing this scene, Ningbei's eyelids twitched, once again feeling the heaven-defying power of the Eye of Azure Heaven. This terrifying self-healing ability, how many precious healing elixirs could compare? Soon, Ningguang's injuries were completely healed. He continued to fight with Ningbei relentlessly. Even though he was at a disadvantage in the battle due to mental corruption, under the healing power of the Eye of Azure Heaven, he quickly recovered from each injury, forming a terrifying cycle. Ningbei's gaze was deep. He had thought that his younger brother would be strong, but he didn't expect that he had still underestimated him. He also realized that to break this stalemate, a more powerful destructive force had to intervene, completely obliterating Ningguang in one fell swoop. Evil shadow clone! Ningbei roared. The remaining 40% of spiritual power within his body was almost completely drained, and one clone after another appeared. The 10 clones all inherited 60% of the main body's strength. At this moment, they launched a fierce siege against Ningguang. Ningguang, surrounded on all sides, was like a raging flame constantly battered by a snowstorm. There were signs of it being extinguished, but it still burned tenaciously. Damn it, I don't believe you won't die. A touch of ruthlessness flashed in Ningbei's eyes. He gritted his teeth, retreated violently, and formed hand seals. In an instant, the surfaces of the 10 clones, like shattered porcelain, erupted with destructive energy fluctuations.
Boom, boom, boom. The vast energy swept out like a storm.
Ningguang, at the center of the explosion, immediately suffered an unprecedented fatal injury. After all, the most powerful characteristic of the evil shadow clone is that it can self-detonate at any time, with the power depending on the main body's realm. Now, with this level of explosion, even if that 8th realm great demon from before took it head-on, it would be left half dead. As an intense light gradually dissipated, a young man with a mangled body appeared on the ground, his limbs blown off, his body a bloody mess, and his breathing extremely weak. But what was horrifying was that the vertical pupil on his forehead was still releasing wisps of milky white light, repairing this tragically disfigured body, as if given enough time, it could return to normal. However, a dark red footprint descended, crushing the young man's head with a single stomp.
Bang! The young man's head exploded instantly like a watermelon. Ningbei's forehead was covered in sweat.
He exhaled a long breath, a victor's smile on his lips.
I won.
It has to be said that Ningguang is very, very strong. Under normal circumstances, no one can defeat him in the 6th realm.
Unfortunately, Ningbei is an anomaly. Outside,
countless people eagerly awaited, their eyes focused on the ranking on the Heavenly Pride tablet. When everyone saw Ningguang's name, which had originally been at the very top, miraculously replaced by Ningbei, who had been ranked 2nd,
the entire arena was first briefly silent and then erupted into a frenzy. Holy crap, Ningbei won. He actually replaced Ningguang. Ningguang isn't invincible.
His undefeated myth has now been shattered by his elder brother. Everyone, this is a historic moment. It means that Ningbei is the number 1 at the 6th realm. He is the strongest talent of the younger generation. The shouts were as turbulent as the sea, filling every corner of Mo City. The gamblers who had bet on Ningguang all collapsed, regretting their choices and beating their chests in frustration. As for those who had bet that Ningbei would win, they clapped their hands excitedly, their faces glowing with joy. That's great, the young master won. Su Xiaoyu, who was waiting outside, almost jumped up with joy when she saw the outcome revealed.
At this moment,
5th Elder looked shocked, staring at the words Ningbei at the top of the genius stele, unable to speak for a long time.
The most shocked person was Lu Ruyan.
She originally held a glimmer of hope, thinking that Ningbei would eventually not be able to defeat Ningguang. After all, Ningguang possessed the legendary Eye of the Azure Heavens, a symbol of invincibility in the same realm. As a result, things were far beyond expectations. Should I leave quickly? A thought flashed through Lu Ruyan's mind. Just as she was about to make a move, the Heaven's Pride monolith shone with brilliant light, and even the spatial passage was open, a handsome youth calmly and composedly walking out with his hands behind his back.
Chapter 37, Slap in the Face.
Ningbei was in a great mood, as if he had won a major victory. When his gaze landed on Lu Ruyan, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. He immediately raised his voice and deliberately shouted, "No way, is the dignified Miss Lu family so scared that she's running away?" Hearing this, Lu Ruyan stood frozen in place as if she had been petrified, her expression extremely unsightly, and her beautiful eyes, as she looked at Ningbei, almost spewed out flames of anger. This shout directly pushed her to the forefront of the storm. If she really left without looking back, that would mean she couldn't afford to lose. Feeling countless strange gazes converging on her, Lu Ruyan wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
Besides fear, she only felt hatred towards Ningbei. Who said I was running? Don't slander me.
Seeing this woman feigning composure, outwardly stern but inwardly weak, Ningbei walked towards her step by step and said playfully, "Since you weren't thinking of running, then accept the punishment according to the bet."
What are you going to do? Lu Ruyan's expression could not hide her panic, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back, deeply afraid that Ningbei would do something bad in public. 5th Elder's eyelids twitched. He quickly protected Lu Ruyan behind him, looked at the handsome young man in front of him, and said, gritting his teeth, "Young Master Ning, we were wrong before. I apologize to you on behalf of us. My young lady didn't mean to oppose you either. I implore you to be generous and let her go. If something really goes wrong, I won't be able to explain myself when I get back." At this moment, the 5th Elder's attitude underwent a clear change. He carried a sense of respect towards Ningbei, but his words, seemingly pleading, actually revealed a hint of warning. After all, with so many eyes watching, if something really happened to Lu Ruyan, where would the Lu family's face be? He would have a hard time escaping blame as well. However, he didn't dare to force Ningbei back because Ningbei had already demonstrated formidable strength and talent. If he were to truly injure even a hair on Ningbei's head, the demon-suppressing king would absolutely not spare him and the Lu family. Therefore, he could only lower his head and admit his mistake, hoping that Ningbei would give him some face and not push things too far. Ningbei's eyes flashed, and he reached out to pat the old man's face, smilingly saying, "Good, good. This young master knows what is appropriate." The 5th Elder's face was patted again and again. Such blatant provocation and humiliating actions were hard not to ignite the anger in his heart. But the situation was pressing, so he had to squeeze out a smile and cooperate, saying, "Young Master Ning is indeed reasonable. How about this?
I won't touch her, but she must cooperate and read the contents written on this paper. As long as she reads it out, this matter will be over. As if he had been prepared, Ningbei took out a thin piece of paper with writing on it, walked to Lu Ruyan's side, held it in front of her, and said with a sneer, "Read it to me." "You." Lu Ruyan looked at the line of words written on the paper. Her pretty face twitched a few times, and she glared at Ningbei, her silver teeth clenched tightly. For her, this was a kind of personal humiliation. The fifth elder looked at the content on the paper, his face unsightly. To read out this line of words in public was tantamount to slapping his own young lady's face, slapping the Lu family's face. Suddenly, something occurred to him. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand and cast an earth-yellow light shield, enveloping the three of them. Moment. Those on the outside couldn't see what was happening inside, nor could they hear any sounds coming from within. The fifth elder shamelessly said, "Young Master Ning, you only said to recite it aloud. There's no problem with me doing it this way, right?" Lu Ruyan was overjoyed and cast a grateful glance at the fifth elder. This way, only they would know the contents spoken. Ningbei was not surprised at all and said with a smile, "No problem, I don't mind." Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, deliberately lowering her voice, speaking as softly as a mosquito. "I, Lu Ruyan, am a shameless hussy, free for anyone and everyone." Having said this, the shame in her heart reached its peak. Her beautiful eyes glared fiercely as she said in anger, "That's all. Can I leave now?" "Of course." Ningbei's smile was meaningful. "Ha ha ha ha, this woman has finally taken the bait." At the same time, the crowd outside looked uncomfortable, all wanting to know what exactly was happening inside, because not being able to see was making them extremely anxious. "What do you think is written on that piece of paper?" "Oh, who knows? Damn it. We can't hear anything. We don't even have the right to take a glance." Many people felt as if a cat's paw was scratching an itch in their hearts, and they were eager to know the inside story. Suddenly, the light shield disappeared, revealing two men and a woman. The fifth elder said with a cold face, "Young Master Ning, farewell." Before leaving, he seized the paper and burned it to ashes out of caution, all to prevent Ningbei from using it as an excuse to make trouble. Subsequently, fifth elder decisively left with Lu Ruyan, not wanting to stay even a moment longer. Watching their departing figures, Ningbei wore a playful smile at the corner of his lips, slowly taking out a small, round metal object from his sleeve. This was a small gadget he bought from the point store for 50 points. It was called the ultrasonic ball. It could record the target's voice, then precisely extract the sound to be played. The sound could even be amplified to be heard within a radius of 100 li. After all, with fifth elder, an 8th realm expert, present, he couldn't do anything too excessive. He could only resort to this plan. Fortunately, it succeeded. Next would be when that woman's reputation was completely ruined. In the bewildered gazes of everyone, Ningbei fiddled with the ultrasonic ball, then slowly raised it above his head. "Young master, what is this?" Su Xiaoyu asked, looking puzzled. "Shoo." Ningbei raised a finger to his lips, pretending to be mysterious, and said, "Next, please listen to a piece of heavenly music." The switch was pressed. The ultrasonic ball immediately released the designated sound. "I, Lu Ruyan, am a shameless slut who offers herself to anyone for free. I, Lu Ruyan, am a shameless slut who offers herself to anyone for free. I, Lu Ruyan, am a shameless slut who offers herself to anyone for free. I, Lu Ruyan, am a shameless slut who offers herself to anyone for free." Lu Ruyan's voice was released, amplified infinitely, and echoed repeatedly between heaven and earth. Everyone was petrified, the expressions on their faces extremely vivid. "My God!" Su Xiaoyu covered her small mouth in shock, a touch of disbelief flashing in her beautiful eyes. On the other side, the fifth elder and Lu Ruyan flew out of Mo City, not saying a word along the way. After much thought, the fifth elder spoke to comfort her. "Miss, this old man knows you are feeling upset, but there is nothing we can do. Now that Ningbei, that little brat, has returned to his peak, even more powerful than he was back then, his position in the demon-suppressing king's mansion is absolutely crucial. Our Lu family cannot touch him. Besides, this old man has tried his best to minimize the impact. The outside world has no idea what you said, so try to think positively." Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. "I understand the reasoning, and I also know this is the best outcome. If it weren't for you, fifth elder, who knows what outrageous things that scoundrel would have done. I just feel unwilling." How did that good-for-nothing suddenly become? She deeply regretted her actions and hated Ningbei's cold-heartedness even more. After all, they had been childhood sweethearts with over a decade of affection. He broke off the engagement and turned hostile just like that. Just because she had changed her mind before, she was treated this way. Why couldn't he be more generous and forgive her? In the end, she just wanted to pursue someone better. What's wrong with that? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan felt a burst of grievance, feeling that there wasn't a single good man in the world. Just as she felt that she had ultimately given her heart to the wrong person, a familiar voice floated from behind her. "I, Lu Ruyan, am a shameless slut who's free for everyone." Boom! Lu Ruyan felt as if struck by 5 thunderbolts. Her mind buzzed, and her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Isn't this my voice? Chapter 38. The world is shocked. Lu Ruyan almost suspected she had misheard. She listened carefully again and, after confirming that it was indeed her voice, was so angry that she almost fainted.
That damned little beast. He actually dared to play these tricks behind our backs. Veins popped on the fifth elder's forehead as he roared like an enraged old lion. He had clearly been extremely cautious precisely because he feared the other party would seize on Lu Ruyan's weakness and make a big fuss. Who would have thought that the devil would be one step higher even when the Tao is at its peak? Aha! Kill him. I want you to go back right now and kill him.
Lu Ruyan listened to the constant sounds coming from afar and her heart went crazy. She screamed hysterically like a shrew.
Calm down.
The fifth elder's face was unsightly and he scolded her. His aged voice echoed like a great bell, containing the effect of calming the mind and clarifying the spirit. The collapsing Lu Ruyan gradually calmed down, but her eyes were red, and 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks as she felt endless humiliation in her heart.
Fifth elder, is there really nothing we can do?
Lu Ruyan really wanted the fifth elder to kill Ningbei, but she knew that was impossible.
If the fifth elder really did that, the Lu family would face annihilation. The fifth elder also felt extremely frustrated. He really wanted to turn around immediately and kill that despicable fellow. However, this was destined to be a pipe dream. Publicly killing the son of the demon suppression king's mansion, especially such an extraordinary genius, would bring disaster to the entire Lu family. Therefore, considering the big picture, the fifth elder could only forcibly suppress his anger, gritting his teeth as he said, "Miss, let's go. We'll have a chance to get revenge later." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan gave a few miserable laughs, turned her head, and flew away very quickly, as if trying to escape the voices behind her. She would forever remember the humiliation brought on this day. Mo City.
The crowd was in an uproar, causing a great sensation. Holy crap, is this really what the goddess Lu said?
No, this isn't true.
My goddess was actually treated like this, but then again, it would be great if she was free for me.
So this is the punishment for losing the bet. Young Master Ning's move is truly ruthless. Everyone discussed spiritedly, expressing deep sympathy for Lu Ruyan for a time.
Ding detected that the host's methods are despicable enough, rewarding 100,000 points. Feeling that the effect was achieved, Ningbei unhurriedly turned off the supersonic ball and put it into his personal space. If he encounters Lu Ruyan again in the future, he will have to take it out and let her have a good memory. There's no helping it, he's just that warm-hearted.
Ha 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 ha. Looking at the dazed Su Xiaoyu beside him, Ningbei said unhappily, "What are you standing there for? Let's go." Su Xiaoyu reacted and quickly nodded, "Yes, young master."
The sound that was repeatedly played earlier brought her a great shock, so much so that she still couldn't believe it. Although young master's actions are bad, it sounds really enjoyable.
In the following days,
the news about the changes on the Heaven's Pride monument swept through Great Way like a storm. When they learned that Ningbei had replaced Ningguang at the top of the prodigy tablet, the whole world was shaken, and all forces were shocked. Many people's first reaction was to doubt the veracity of the news. After all, they were still stuck with the idea that Ningbei was a useless young master.
Are you kidding me? Wasn't it said that the Jinyao King's eldest son was a good-for-nothing? How could he suddenly soar?
It is said that his body has recovered and become even stronger than before. A cultivator from a certain sect said with doubt.
I can testify, because I am an eyewitness.
I personally saw the Ning heir participate in the prodigy tablet trial and ultimately take first place.
An eyewitness stood up to testify.
That's right, his name is still at the top of the prodigy tablet.
If you don't believe it, you can go and see. Someone else said excitedly.
When they realized this was true, countless powerhouses felt their minds shaken and felt that they had witnessed a miracle. The young prodigy who had fallen to the bottom 7 years ago stood up again and soared into the sky. The demon-suppressing king is truly blessed with good fortune, both his sons are so promising.
The head of an immortal family spoke with a sour tone.
It wasn't just him who had this idea.
Many people felt that the Jinyao King's mansion was simply heaven-defying.
The 2 strongest geniuses of the younger generation were born here, like the sun and moon in the sky, making the stars pale in comparison. In this way, Ningbei, as the elder brother, is indeed more powerful than his younger brother.
That's right, they are both at the 6th realm, but it was Ningbei who broke Ningguang's undefeated myth and replaced him.
Inside a certain tea house, many customers discussed this topic while sipping tea, subconsciously comparing the 2 brothers. They felt that the elder brother, Ningbei, was superior to his younger brother, Ningguang.
No, you are wrong to say that. However, someone retorted, have you considered how old Ningguang is? He left his name on the Heavenly Pride tablet at the age of 12.
Now, 4 years have passed and his strength must have become even greater. In the end, all that Ningbei defeated was Ningguang from 4 years ago.
If Ningguang fought Ningbei in his current state, I think Ningbei would undoubtedly lose.
This view also garnered the agreement of many who felt it made a lot of sense.
This brother speaks reasonably.
The main thing is that Ningguang is 3 years younger than Ningbei and has already reached this stage.
His potential is definitely greater. A man in plain clothes chimed in.
As a result, this topic not only did not subside but instead became more heated. The two groups argued until their faces were red, and there were even signs of them overturning tables and engaging in a brawl.
Yuzhou City, the Zhenyo prince's mansion.
When they learned of this news, Ning Qingsong and Shin Yunqi were shocked beyond words.
If they hadn't confirmed it was true again and again, they would have thought it was a rumor. How could this be? Wasn't their eldest son already crippled?
Yet, his strength is even greater than before, and he defeated their proud younger son in the genius steel.
That's not right. Bayer already lost his divine bone. How did he do all this?
Shin Yunqi found it unbelievable. Could it be that the divine bone in his body has regrown? Ning Qingsong's understanding was relatively high, and he was the first to think of this, also feeling that this was the most reliable explanation.
In short, his unpromising eldest son had now been reborn, reappearing as a monstrous talent. This was a fact.
Thinking of his various displays of disdain when the other party left the royal mansion, Ning Qingsong's expression became a little unnatural. But soon, he coldly snorted.
No matter what, I am his biological father.
It was wrong of him to contradict me like that before. Besides, if it weren't for my usual teaching and suppression, could he have become so promising so quickly? Now that he has achieved this success, it should also be credited to me. Yunqi, bring the child here.
Tell him that I have already forgiven him.
From now on, he is still my Ning Qingsong's good son.
The previous debt is written off. Ning Qingsong waved his hand and instructed.
He didn't feel that he was wrong at all. He even felt that Ning Bei was doing this to prove himself to him, to regain his attention and favor. Since that's the case, he is willing to give Ning Bei a chance to let him return to the Demon Suppression King manor in glory. Shin Yunqi beamed with joy.
That's right, what can't you two, father and son, talk about? Bayer must also know his mistake.
I'll go and bring him back now so our family can be happy. When she learned that her eldest son was no longer a good-for-nothing and had regained his former enchanting talent, Shin Yunqi was pleasantly surprised and happy. She completely forgot her previous neglect and dislike of Ning Bei and turned into an enthusiastic person. In her opinion, only such a Ning Bei is worthy of being her child, Shin Yunqi's child.